No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Parroting again. Let's look at every single Guyanese and how successive People's Progressive Party civic budget would have benefited you. It is a PPP civic budget that removed more than 200 taxes from your lives that were imposed by the APNU AFC government. It was a PPP civic budget that removed VAT on electricity and water that was imposed by you on the APNU AFC government. It was a PPP civic that reduced the water rate that was increased under the APNU AFC government. It was a PPP who returned the Because We Care grant that was taken away from your children under the APNU AFC government. It was a PPPC that reversed land rental charges and increased DNI fees that was imposed upon you by the APNU AFC government. It is the PPP civic government that has consistently stood with the Guyanese people, whether it's the sugarcane farmers, the sugar workers, the rice farmers, the miners, the bauxite workers. You forgot what they did to bauxite. We lost more than almost 800 jobs under the APNU AFC government. We brought back almost 1,000 new jobs in bauxite. They took away all the jobs and closed down the call center in Region 10. It is the PP Civic that brought it back. So the parroting the political narrative, how does the budget benefit the ordinary people? Every single People's Progressive Party civic budget benefit the people because it is for the people. And let us look at budget 2026. The story of benefiting Guyanese and ordinary Guyanese continues to say that the budget has nothing for the ordinary Guyanese. It's to ignore the measures that are clearly outlined in the budget speech. Either the opposition, either the parrots did not read or listen carefully to the presentation by the Minister of Finance, or they're deliberately misleading our nation. They're exposing their agenda, and the agenda by the joint APNU AFC opposition embodied in the WIN formulation is to do exactly this. An entire section of the speech is dedicated to the various measures that will improve the disposable income and well-being of Guyanese, especially those who are vulnerable. To summarize the budget would take me all morning, but I just want to look at a few things. A summary of some of the provisions that would directly impact every segment of our population. First, we have an increase in the low-income mortgage ceiling. Who does this benefit? Low-income homeowners, middle-income homeowners, young professionals who can now borrow a loan of 30 million and have the same rate applied as low income. How does this not translate into benefit? When persons own their own homes, when you have the security of your own home, collateral that can be used to accelerate wealth creation. Of course, and housing improvement subsidy of $7.5 billion that will directly support the housing needs and home improvement of the vulnerable segment of our population. reduction in VAT on various types of vehicles, making vehicles ownership easier. Why do you think the entire series is completed in 3 months now? Because we have made it easier for the ordinary family to own a vehicle. The reduction in VAT on various types of vehicles, various initiatives to ease the cost of living, including the maintenance of 0% excise tax on petroleum products. That alone will cost over $100 billion. The freight charges, the pre-pandemic level, that is billions of dollars of investment. When you look at the mortgage support program, that is billions of dollars that is going back to first-time homeowners. When you look at the increase in the Because We Care grant, billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars, going to who? The children of our country. The introduction of a new annual transportation grant for our children, almost $4.1 billion. When you add that to the Because We Care grant, it's close to $18 billion of transfer to our children. The continued support for the Caribbean Examination Council's exam. The government paying for your children's exams. Who benefits? Increase in old age pension. The increase alone would cost us about $5.7 billion. Plus the introduction of an annual transportation support grant to our old age pensioners. That is another $2 billion. The old age pension, and this would cost us more than $54 billion. That is $54 billion that will be transferred directly to the elders in our society. And then we have the elderly care home, billions of dollars of support, co-investment opportunities. We have the increase in stipends for the pathway workers, the community enhancement workers, the community support services workers, the annual bonus that we give to our men and women in uniform, the increase in the stipend for community policing groups, the payment of the 100,000 cash grant. That alone is $60 billion of cash transfer to the people of this country. The removal of net property tax, giving up billions of dollars of revenue, the increase in income tax threshold that will put more money in our workers' pockets. These are measures that will cost hundreds of billions of dollars. And I'm not adding all the measures that we're going to continue that we started in 2020. Who benefits? It is the Guyanese people. So the parrots are parroting again without any understanding. And I do believe they have understanding of the truth and the reality. But it does not meet the music of the parrots, the agenda of the parrot, and the rhythm of the parrots. Let us be wary of this APNU-FC wind formulation that seek to derail the development.
Honorable member, you may proceed.
Jambo, today I stand before you as a representative of a party that soared through the skies like an eagle. And we are proud to be in the House to represent the people of this country. I am here today to speak about the Ministry of Culture, Youth, and Sport aspect of the budget. Now, I was asked to look for the flaws within that section of the budget. And if I may say so myself, that entire section is flawed. that the entire budget is flawed, including the cover of the budget. Now, let me tell you something. Please don't interrupt me, sir. This is not church. Let me tell you something. When we look at the budget, now let me tell you, Honorable Edel, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you where the problem begins. The problem begins when you have a minister who lacks vision and an understanding of how culture, youth, and sport works. Perhaps if he shared a closer relationship with Dr. Frank Anthony, he would have been able to get some help. How could you have a ministry and have not one single policy for that ministry, whether it be youth, whether it be sport, or whether it be culture? That in itself says that there exists a flaw. Let me explain to you, Honorable Ramson. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, this is equivalent to building a house and then seeking a person to create the plan for said house that you just built. Does that make any sense? Can't make sense only to the Honorable Ramson. No sense at all. There has to be something that guides, that informs what happens within those ministries. It is safe to conclude that the policy of the Ministry of Youth, Sport, of Culture, Youth and Sport is a no policy position that they have taken. Mr. Speaker, I took the opportunity to Google, and I want to put Google out there just in case anybody's going to come out and say AI. What policy is? And let me read what Google says. Google says policy defines goals, it establishes operational boundaries, it ensures accountability, and it guides decision-making to align with public interest. Now, Google ain't stop there. This is not my idea. Google Bright. What Google continued to say is that it ensures consistency and efficiency, performance evaluation, accountability and governance, and of course, it ensures legal protection. So in other words, we, the artists in this country, have got no legal protection. In other words, no copyright laws. In other words, it means that the government, and by extension, the minister, has a problem with accountability because that facilitates for evaluation. Mr. Honorable Speaker, sorry, I'm talking to everybody. Honorable Speaker, let me tell you, sir, what I have found within these things. I looked at the list of words that we are prohibited from saying, sir. And so I don't want to be disrespectful by any means in this honorable house. So I decided that to describe what is happening, I will say it is eruption. It is eruption that starts with a K. That is what we are experiencing here under the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, since there is absolutely no accountability.
There is also what the Speaker interprets as imputation. Check the standing orders.
Thank you very much for that, sir. And your interpretation is I shouldn't use it?
Repeat again.
No, I'm asking, are you saying that I should not say that?
All I'm saying is be cautious.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciated. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciated. Guided. Honorable members, I looked at the title given to the budget, Putting People First. I may have heard that somewhere before. Not quite sure where. Oh, I did. Right. And I was very happy. That is one of the things that I actually like. And I'm happy particularly because almost 30 years being in government, and the PPP finally decide that they are going to put people first. And now, looking at that, imagine after all these years, you have now decided to put the people first. Thank God for that. But when you examine the budget, honorable members, when you examine the budget, does it actually put the people first? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, For the sake of this debate, what I will do is go through each of the different sectors. We are going to start with culture. And let me tell you, if there is anybody in this house who has an authority to speak on culture, it would be me. I have been in that industry from childhood. And outside of myself and the Honorable Saiku, we are the only people who can tell you directly what are the struggles faced by the people who are in the cultural industry. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, as it relates to culture, youth, and sport, unfortunately, because the government does not see youth as important, they have gotten one of the smallest budgets allocated to any ministry. And I was so concerned when I looked at the $8 billion that they were given last year. And this year they had to reduce that to $6 billion. And we have over 70% of the people in this country are youths. So you could imagine 70% of the people are only given the smallest part of anything. This can't be a government that is putting the people first. Which people? Who? Certainly not the people who are involved in youth sport and culture. Certainly not our artists. Certainly not our sportsmen and women. Certainly not our young people. This government has failed, and this budget is a clear illustration that they intend to continue failing. Mr. Speaker, no, sir. You don't study me on food, honorable member. Things so hard in this country, I went to buy $300 celery. The people brought out 3 celery. I became allergic to celery. Things hard within this country, Honorable James Bond. Don't pretend as though you have not been suffering. Honorable members, let me tell you something as it relates to the preservation of culture in this country. When it comes to culture, there is absolutely no place in this country that we can go and learn about other people who went before us, who participated in culture. We have a museum. Tell me, honorable members, let me go through the names of some of the people who have contributed significantly to culture, and where have we even ventured to ensure that their contributions to our culture is preserved? The National Cultural Center is a monument. That perhaps is one of the monuments, or that's the museum or a monument of some sort. Now let me tell you, I have performed countless times at the National Cultural Center. And if you go into that, you don't go to the Culture Center, James. You there, Melanie, where there's no place where people could do any sort of acting, so you don't know what's going on. I performed at your place. Now, honorable members, when the PPP was victimizing James, I was the one who went to perform at his place. He could get $1 so that he don't have to feel the hardships of the PPP government. When Ingratitude was sharing, that honorable member got the lion's share. He did not pay me. He didn't have money. I was helping him. Now let me tell you, honorable member, let us go to that list that I just mentioned. We have names like the Mighty Rebel. How many young people you could go into school and tell them about Rebel and they could tell you who the Mighty Rebel is? How many young people could tell us about Henry Rodney's contribution to theater as well as to the culture? Habib Khan has been one of the most outstanding comedians in this country. That man loved the art so much that he dropped out of law school and went ahead and pursued his career in stand-up comedy. Honorable members, I stand before you, and it pains my heart to tell you that both Henry Rodney and Mr. Habib Khan died paupers in this country. And I'm not saying that to discredit those people or their families, but to let you understand that as an artist, what the government is promoting is poverty. You me that poverty is what you want for your own people. As an artist, we have the Honorable Saiku here with us. He could tell you how much the government contributed to his craft. Tell us, you want some time, think? Nothing. He said nothing. They have not contributed anything. Because you know why? The honorable member's idea of promoting culture is having a one Guyana show 1 and 2 times a year. Our culture cannot be something that you just do 1 and 2 times. That is not how it works, honorable member. Our culture should be preserved. Oh, for the sake of prosperity, we should do better. To continue going through that list of some of the people who we lost. We have the great Daphne Rogers. Members sitting in this house don't even know, including Mr. Ramson, who Daphne Rogers is. We have Ron Robinson. We have the Honorable Dave Martin, who, of course, a lot of times when these people die, you have the president and everybody in this country showing up to the funerals and talking about how great they were and all of these sorts of things. How much have we as a country given to those people who have dedicated their lives to the culture in this country? Nothing. You just get to have a funeral at the culture center. That is it. Nothing more. There is no place that you can go and see what the contributions of those great men and women who went before us. We have, to continue the list, we have Andres O'Brien. And also, I would like to draw our attention to the living legends. And I'm saying and mentioning some of these legends. I'm mentioning some of these legends because while they are alive, I hope that as a country we could do better. Because when I look at this budget, there is nothing that caters to those persons who continue to contribute to the culture. Let me go through the list for the sake of the honorable member. Miss Desiree Edgell, Vivian Daniels, Margaret Lawrence, Paloma Mohammed, Malcolm De Freitas, Jennifer Thomas, Simone Dowding, the Yoruba singers, Gemma Du Nascimento, Eddie Grant, and of course the list can go on and on and on forever. But just like Jamestown, there is absolutely nothing to show of the existence of the history. I attempted to go to Jamestown, honorable member, and if the Minister of Culture decides that it is good to marry culture with tourism, I would like to assist him here. These are places that we should seek to preserve and to restore because these are places, whether positive or negative, that are spoken about all over the world. You stop and people can tell you about Jamestown, but you can't go there. I tried going into Jamestown. I said, well, listen, I wasn't there when when Jim Jones was there. Jonestown, sorry. Yes, a mistake is all right. It's a mistake just like this budget. Listen, let me tell you something. Nothing exists there as it relates to Jonestown. You cannot go in there and find anything. In fact, there's so much bush and trees before you get there that it is extremely difficult to go there. And I'm hoping that the cultural industry in this country does not become another Jonestown story. Honorable members, let me tell you something. The theater and members of theater, they have been surviving on crutches. And because in that industry, we are a family, we have to hold each other up. So if somebody's crutch breaks, it therefore means that the person, it therefore means that culture is suffering and continues to suffer. I particularly went through what we have to offer. And let me tell you what are some of the things that I see missing. Before Mr. Ramson, during the time of his honorable colleague, we had Drama Festival. And let me tell you this here today, honorable members. Drama Festival is not just a festival where people come together and write scripts and they perform. Drama Festival is one of the ways that help to save the culture, because very many people would like to put on a show at the cultural center. And people ask why there aren't very many shows at the cultural center. Outside of the fact that the minister is micromanaging the entire cultural center, one of the reasons is because it is extremely expensive. And when you go to the business community, they don't really do much for you unless you're extremely popular and you know somebody who can help you because of you. You understand me? So that there puts bread in the mouth of those people who are in the arts. But the honorable minister has decided that he's going to remove Drama Festival. So now our young budding actors, singers, dancers, and so on, those opportunities are gone. And that, honorable members of this house, is a sad state of affairs. Now, let me tell you, I went through a couple of things and I thought, maybe because of the lacking in this particular area, I should help the honorable member. Because as a member of this house, my job is not to come here to create enemies, in as much as it isn't to come to create friends, but to ensure that the people of this country are properly represented, to ensure that the people of this country get what they deserve. And the cultural industry is dying. In as much as the honorable member would have these shows once a year, it only covers a certain sector. So you might only get actors. There might be nothing for dancers. Matrimony and these times are the only times that you have cultural activities. Right? And where do you as a Guyanese, if you're interested in learning how to do flouncing, in having a deeper understanding of all these different colorful people that we see on the road, there is absolutely no place that that can happen, honorable members. And that says that we're in a sad state. Nothing in this budget, absolutely nothing in this people-centered budget is for the people who are part of the arts. You know, I listened to the presentation of Honorable Jacobs, and I would like to take a little excerpt from what was said. Because before getting to this house, if there is one thing that irks me greatly, is the fact that political parties in this country, if they did not build something or it's not their brainchild, they leave it to fall apart. And that is unfortunate, because it is not the political party who suffers as a result, but the people of this country who suffers as a result. You know, I heard the honorable mention the legacy of the PNC's Durban Park. Additionally, he said the athletes are in there hanging out clothes. Now, the only people in there hanging out clothes are persons who are homeless, people who have a disability, and all of these sorts of things. They have nowhere to go. Their family is throwing them out, drug addicts. Those are not people that we make fun of, honorable members. We should not descend to such a place where we look down on people because of the position that they are placed in. I did not appreciate that for 1 second. Now, let me tell you, honorable member Jacobs, I didn't say that because I mean ill, but I'm hoping that you do better. However, I must tell you that in my preparations to get here, I found out about how things are going as it relates to both ministers, because I want to represent people. And based on what the people on the ground are saying, Jacobs is actually the minister that's trying. The other minister that was there, he ain't trying nothing. Nothing. So I thank you very much, at least for putting effort as it relates to sports in this country. Now, that honorable member has no understanding of sports. When he was at QC and they playing a little scrubby outside, he come in with knee guard, shin pad, all sorts of things. That honorable member is the only person in this country tag up to go and play a scrubby. So he has no understanding of how these things work. But I additionally want to say that while this ministry focuses on sports and culture, It also affects the mothers. It affects the fathers who got to go around and beg. They can't afford pegs for the children. You understand me? It is unfortunate. Deportees. Speaking about deportees, honorable member, I notice you have a vested interest in deportees. So I brought this article here for you, honorable member, that says, let me read it. Stabrook News, dated November 4, 2009. U.S. visa was revoked from Honorable Kwame McCoy. Because you interested. You think you're an arm of the U.S. government. And to continue, honorable members, because I am here today to represent the youths that we are failing in this honorable house.
Honorable member, the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs is on her feet.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member needs to retract her statement. The honorable member has a U.S. visa. We do not.
It is dated. It is dated.
Honorable Minister, the Honorable member is quoting from a 2009 Stabrook News article, right? Saying that the visa was revoked in 2009.
I don't know where our sources are from. Where's the source? What is the source?
Could be Stabrook News article.
November 4, 2009.
Is that our sources now? Mr. Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciated. Mr. Speaker, I have a list of recommendations, even though I will include some in between the presentation. But let me tell you something. I would like to draw your attention, Mr. Speaker, to two men who have been helping, who have been assisting people as it relates to sports, because we have no policy that covers our young athletes. There is a young man in the USA who answers to the name Andy Madaz King. And there's a gentleman who passed just a few months ago. That man has been a powerhouse and a champion, and I'm sure that honorable member of sports can attest to that. And his name was Joseph Ramkumar. Mr. Joseph Ramkumar is one of those people who we have sportsmen and women who go over there. Oh my God, the mother can't afford things. The father can't afford things. And I am saying that if we had a policy in place, we would not be in this position. Because in as much as there is all this excitement and grandeur when our artists come back in the country from performing overseas and they hang these wonderful medals around their necks, for which we are proud of as a nation. That is all that they are getting in very many cases, because very many of them did not have the money to go there. We got to go to the business community. We got to go to auntie. We got to beg. They got to call overseas. And we cannot be the fastest growing economy in the world and have our athletes and our artists living like beggars in this country. It is disgraceful and despicable. And I do hope, because I do know...
Honorable member, I thought you said at the beginning you read all of these words that are...
Which one is it, sir?
Right?
Oh, the grace. Sorry, sir.
Amazing grace.
Amazing grace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My humble apologies. It's a lot of words, and we were only given it on the first day. I'm trying to remember as much as I could. To continue, I remember your visa was taken. To continue, honorable members, one of the things that we have to look at, honorable members, is our coaches. Oh my God, we have coaches who dedicate their lives to the children in this country. You understand me? When they don't have the coaches go out of their way. I have never met a wealthy coach in my life in this country. Never. And those are people who give, who assist, who aid in ensuring that our athletes go out there and do well. But as I was saying, we go to the airport and the honorable member puts on a fantastic show where they have all the steel pan beating and all of these sorts of things. Oh my God, if we had a policy in place, it would have informed what those people will be getting. If you come home with a gold medal, if you can get a house lot, or if you can get a house, or if we can give you a car. But there is nothing that informs that. So when that grandeur is finished for that one day, it is finished. That cannot be acceptable by any stretch of the imagination. One of the things I noted within the budget is the $1 billion and change that is put to maintaining and upkeeping the grounds, the community center grounds in this country. Listen, when I read that, I thought that this guy may very well be a comedian and he doesn't know it as well. When you go around this country and you look at the deplorable state, this honorable member, she's not here, Name Flew Best brought a picture with cows and so on out there having a frolicking time. The place without light. You understand me? Now we are talking about the fastest growing economy. And we cannot feel comfortable as citizens of this country to think that all that matters that you got a ball, feel the grass low, you put some lights. That is development. Where do they go? Where do they go to ensure that they do the little washing off, the warming up and all of that? We have not put systems in place for these sorts of things because our thinking is not futuristic. You have Bartica, for example. I'm a Bartician by birth, honorable members. And in Bartica, I can tell you that nothing looks significantly different from when I was a child growing up there. And how could we have billions of dollars, year come, year go, and it is not reflected in the way our country looks? No, nobody's saying that we don't appreciate. Nobody's saying that we don't appreciate the work that the ministry is doing. But we would appreciate greatly if it is done with holistic thought that covers everything. We have the beautiful synthetic ground across there. But do we have everything as it relates to international standards? I heard our honorable, don't say yes, sir, it's not true. I heard our honorable member, Sarah, speaking about our member across here as it relates to the indigenous peoples. And let me tell you something. Well, whether or not he's a little Maruka boy, he got a big Maruka heart. And that is what is important. Now, let me tell you something. When we talk about sports and culture, tell me where that is represented across this country. Point to the Amerindian community, because those children, their bodies of water everywhere. So they're swimming since they come out. You understand me? There's nobody who's going to say, let us put a system in place where we can train these young men and train these young women so that they can come back with gold medals from the Olympics. That does not take rocket science, honorable members of this house. We cannot continue to fail our young people like that. As it relates to youth, you know what is sad? You know what is sad? We have Minister Onage building a police station that is 5 or 6 stories high. But point me to the building that is 5 or 6 stories high as it relates to rehabilitation of these young men and women who have been committing crimes. That cannot be a budget that caters to the people of this country. Which people? There exists no center for the purpose of education, learning, upliftment, empowerment of any sort. That is so many stories high. So clearly we are preparing for criminals, the house criminals, and so on. So we are building bigger prisons, bigger police station, bigger housing places, and we have every single day in the news, repeat offender. If that does not say something to the Minister of Youth, I don't know who it is going to say something to. What system in this budget do you have that caters for that? Absolutely none, honorable members. We look at it's so difficult to get information in this country. Every bit of information you get got to be from some long time ago in terms of stats. But in 2001, the Guyana Police Force published some information that really is not much information, but they publish. And in that report, what it said is that over 60 young people below the age of 30 were arrested for committing crimes within this country. And if that does not say that we have to take a different approach as it relates to what we are doing with our, now understand me, honorable members. I understand my honorable friend, Mr. McCoy, may have difficulty understanding, but try at least to try. At least to try. Now let me tell you, honorable members, I will talk to y'all over here. Y'all listen to me too because I'm with y'all, but when I stand up this way, I'm seeing a certain face. So let me tell you something, honorable members. We have got to do better. When we have more of our young men and women, we look at things like teenage pregnancy. We look at things like school dropouts. I live in an area where I've reported, I've called. And there's been one time that I did reach out to the honorable member, Vindhya Prasad. And I cannot lie, she did respond promptly, and I applaud her for that. There was a young mother and her child that came in the wee hours of the night with a situation. And I don't know what the minister doing up at that hour. I was very happy that she was up, but she did what she had to do. But these people, even though those specific situations may come under that ministry, we're still talking about young people. And who's the minister that's covering youth? This cannot be the way that we continue to operate within this country. Right, but he is not able to direct because we have another person there who wants to have his own way all the time. Now, if I may continue, honorable members, because with all of this distraction, it's so difficult to keep up. Let me tell you what I have done.
Honorable member, you may continue for 5 minutes, but conclude.
Yes, what story is this? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, you know, when I look at the budget, honorable members, it took me back to the saying right now that a lot of people are using. You know, I wanted to ask the honorable Ramson how you deal with Rasta, sir. You don't give we nothing. You don't do nothing for our young people within this country, and it is unfortunate. Now, what I have put together is a list of suggestions. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, I may not be able to go through all of them, but let me go through a couple of them. One of the things I listed here is to teach Guyanese history, folklore, and so on within our schools. And I do believe that that is one of the things that our ministry needs to ensure that they do. To look at local language, proverbs, storytelling, and our heroes and so on should be included in our education system. I do believe that those things help not only with ensuring that our culture is preserved, but also to help people to have some sense of identity in terms of who we are as a people. As well as grants should be given for short films, stage plays, documentaries, dancing, painters, writers, and so forth. Those are people who are starving for help within the industry. As well as tax incentives or breaks for artists who produce local content within Guyana. Most important and urgent, of course, is putting together the policy. I do remember that in 2016, APNU had this guy who was supposed to create the policy, and the policy is, well, there's no policy. And then the PPP took that same guy to create the policy, and here we are in 2026 with no policy. So we definitely need to look to having those things in place, as well as it relates to sports, to look at giving incentives to our coaches, to ensure that across this country, be it Berbice, Bartica, Essequibo, Lethem, wherever it is, that sporting coaches are trained and are placed within those communities. Georgetown, our Region 4, is not Guyana. Guyana extends to an additional 9 regions, and that needs to be represented and replicated everywhere. Additionally, the coaches, do something for the coaches now. Roll Charles, thank you. So additionally, I'm trying to ensure that I have everything. As it relates to statistics and the data and so on, I think it's important that we get those things out there as well so that we can understand how to fix the problem. We cannot fix a problem that we do not know how much of it exists, where it exists, and so forth. So those sorts of analytical data is very, very important. I'm really trying to rush through all that I have to say. But more importantly, as a Guyanese and as a citizen of this country, 2 more minutes. As a Guyanese, as a citizen of this country, I think that it is the onus of us as representatives of the people, regardless of how many people voted for us or did not vote for us, love us or support us. If we are seated here within this house, it is because the people have a certain degree of confidence in us. And that confidence must be represented in what we give to our people. We cannot, it is sad that in very many ways people say, oh, this politics or this is how politicians stay. I do not appreciate that for 1 second. How politicians should stay is in the way that caters to love for country and love for people. In concluding, I would like to leave a little something that I picked up along the way. So to conclude, I will leave some of my thoughts as well as some of the thoughts as from our honorable member, Charles Ramson, as it relates to this budget and how it looks and how it represents the people and whether or not the budget of 2026 is for the people. And that is, when failures come, they come in battalions. Thank you, members of Congress.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Member, Ms. Odessa Primus. Before I invite the Honorable Minister, Culture, Youth and Sport, I just want to recognize 3 special young people, Ms. Aria Murley, Ms. Javel Atterley, and Master Obama Prosper. Just stand, let us acknowledge you. Please. Two of those young people I know all of their lives. And young Obama, his grandmother and I grow much, and he's born in the same street I was born with me, at James and Hawk Street, All Boys Town. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, Honorable Charles Ramson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after listening to the Honorable Member, Ms. Odessa Primus, I heard this morning that the Leader of the Opposition had some migraines. Having listened to Ms. Odessa's presentation and her being the General Secretary that he is faced with, I can understand why he is getting migraines. Mr. Speaker, as a 3-time MP, as a 2-time minister, as a 2-time cabinet member, I am very pleased, and it's a privilege to support the largest budget in this country's history. And I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Minister Natasha Singh and his team at the Ministry of Finance, His Excellency President Irfan Ali, and the Vice President for crafting this budget, and for all of the successes that we've had. Because this is not an ordinary budget, Mr. Speaker. This is a budget that comes immediately after our first successful 5 years in government. And after that first 5 years, we saw the decimation of the opposition at the end of that election. And the politics and our economics are the same. They are connected. It is very important that when we come and present our budget to this country, it is how this budget is framed and how it is connected to people. The true test will always come when the people have their say. And what did they say on September 1st? They said quite clearly that instead of having a 1-seat majority that we had in 2020, we now have a 7-seat majority. The 242,000 votes that we obtained, our nearest competitor had 109,000 votes. That's 130,000 plus votes difference. We won 8 out of 10 regions, and we won Region 4 for the first time. I want to place that on record. And I want to thank all of the people across this country who supported us. We are grateful for your support. All of you everywhere. And on the other hand, we have APNU, who moved from 31 seats to 12. They moved from 217,000 votes to 77,000 votes. And they were just in government 5 years ago. And now they're not even the largest party in opposition. And we faced all of this criticism for 5 years. I've heard for 5 years they would come and criticize this People's Progressive Party government budget every single time that they would make this presentation. And now the truth has been revealed. What do people think? People re-endorse this People's Progressive Party government, His Excellency President Irfan Ali, for a second term and a wider margin. And I don't really care what the honorable members, people like Tabitha, Miss Odessa, the honorable members, Joretta, Sherrod, and Natasha Singh Lewis, a number of them. I don't really care what they have to say because they've held more parties than hits and jams. And I hate to break this to you, but you changing your parties. Changing your parties will bring no benefit to who you are or what you bring to your party. It will result in the same thing, because all of your efforts resulting in the shrinking of the PNC. Can you imagine today that the PNC is not even allowed by Win more than 15 minutes to speak here? Not even allowed a shadow ministry. They don't even get to speak on the final day. That is what has transpired here. And our governance in the last 5 years has changed this country in a way that will change it forever. We have now been campaigning in areas that hitherto we were unable to do that. We are now comfortable in every single community because we worked in every single community for the last 5 years, every single day, every single month, every single year. So that even when we were campaigning, they asked for our shirts, they asked for our flags, they put it up, and they voted for us. Now, and I want you to know, when I said to this house, go back to the Hansard, I said we would beat them by at least 3 seats. We did that. And I'm going to say it now. We are going to beat you at the next election with a larger margin. And I'm very happy that the AFC is no longer part of this parliament. I'm very happy not to see sticky fingers over there. Miss Biddy Omega, who used to show me middle finger in this parliament and hold up signs. I'm very happy, and all of you contributed to the decline of the AFC. The same person who is talking right now. The only person who I will miss, and I just want you to know, I'll miss Annette. I miss Annette. Just let you know, if you're watching, I know you're watching. And from the win side, I want you to also know this has been a very disappointing, and not disappointing because I didn't expect better, but it's been an abysmal performance. This has been an abysmal performance. Incoherent arguments, struggling to read their scripts, no economic analysis, no cost-benefit analysis, no policy debate, nothing, no understanding of the numbers, just a bunch of non-entities, people that we don't even know their names. And what it has proven is that you are not even ready for opposition. You are not shadows, you are shallows. And the fact that 2 days before this budget, you have to go and put up a picture with Christopher Ram, or I shouldn't even call the name, but with that person showing that you are preparing for the budget, seeing the budget for the first time. It is an embarrassment. You are embarrassing yourselves, and you need to stop it. And who are they taking advice from? A bunch of PPP haters and deadweights. People who have never won an election before. And if you choose a comedian as your general secretary, nobody will ever take you seriously. And I want you to know something as well. Not because you have been a comedian, it makes you an expert in culture. And for all of the people who came over to the Win Party, just so that you know, if you can be bought by someone, you can be bought by anyone. You have no loyalty to the Mohammeds. You have no loyalty to the Win. The Win is not built on a foundation. As soon as he disappears, you will disappear too. You are loyal to his pocket. I want you to know, we on this side of the house, we can't be bought. I certainly can't be bought.
Mr. Speaker,
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
I'm standing up on 41-6. Mr. Speaker, the member is there imputing improper motive to the entire Win team, and I would ask that you take that statement off of the record, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I can't uphold that point of order because on all sides we've been talking about the name of the political parties, and that has been allowed. The second point there would have been the surname or the first name that he used, and with the use of Great Bishop, nor name of, or Flubest doesn't directly speak to any honorable member. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Yet another display of incompetence and unfamiliarity with the rules. Unfamiliarity with the rules. I said this when we came here and we took our oath. I said they're going to hold us to account. People who have never had any experience in government or don't know a clue of what they're going to talk about, they can hold a government to account. Give me a break. Non-entities and non-achievers. We have not even heard from anyone on the other side that we are going to have to spend less money from oil in this economy this year. No one from their side has mentioned that. And it's very important. When we're talking about the development of a country, we know that we found oil here in this country in 2015. We started to produce in 2019, 2020. We started to spend oil money in this economy 2022, 2023. Countries that have done well have had the maturity from an opposition so that you can have sensible discussions about how you plan for the future. You cannot have a sensible discussion with this group. None whatsoever. They haven't even mentioned that. All they're talking about is how you can spend more oil money, but at the same time, they want us to hold back spending on infrastructure. How is the country going to develop? How is the country going to develop? You have to make a decision. Do we want to develop the country or not? Do we want to live in a developed country or not? How are you going to make the investment? And that lower oil revenue is just an example of what can come in the future. Because the fact is that commodity prices are cyclical in nature. All oil economies have been affected. They have been affected when they have had lower oil prices. And I want to just point to the fact that the way that we have been managing it is that where we spend on the capital expenditure, it means that we have the ability to lower that lever. Lower that lever if we need to, so you can scale it up back during the good days. But the fact is that last year we earned about 2 billion. The previous year we earned about 2 billion. That is not a lot of money. That is not a lot of money. We are nowhere near where we need to be. Our factors and the fundamentals of our economic growth is not there yet. We have to keep building. We have to keep investing because we have to build a sustainable and resilient economy. Resilient. That is why you read the speech. Read the speech that Minister Ashney wrote and presented, and listen to the president speak. Listen to the vice president speak. They speak about building a sustainable but resilient economy. The fundamentals. We have to keep investing in our energy. What are they talking about in relation to that? We don't have enough. You think 300 megawatts on for the gas to power project is enough to build a resilient economy? It's not. You have to get more power. You think on the connectivity, the bridges, all of the factors of productivity, the opening up of land and highways, you think we have all of what we need right now? We don't. The honorable member Sharma Solomon and their group on that side is saying we shouldn't be spending so much on infrastructure, but yet he's calling for a bridge over the Barbies River. It means that you need to spend more money on the infrastructure. So, CN Sharma, relax. Relax. And the point is, the main point is, I want you to understand something. On the extreme case is a country called, hold on. There is a country called Nauru in the Pacific Ocean. Listen, there's a country called Nauru in the Pacific Ocean. The country was the richest country in the 1970s because they found phosphate. And listen, man, let me finish, the man. And then this was the richest country. And they went down the road. I'm going to use the extreme situation so you understand what are the risks and the perils we face if we do not make the right decisions. They were the richest country in the 1970s, had a higher GDP per capita than the United States of America in the 1970s. They used to walk around with money in pillowcases on their back. And today, they are one of the poorest countries in the world. Why? Because they did not use their bounty for their investment. They have to take the revenue. God blessed us. God blessed us. We have to take the revenue and we use it towards investment. And the resilient investment is our human capital, yes. Read the book, The Birth of Plenty, and also read the book, A Splendid Exchange, both written by William Bernstein. You will understand. I know you don't read. I know you over there don't read. Readers are leaders. Read it and you will understand why it is.
You know I don't read?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, on the opposition side.
You're speaking to me.
On the opposition side. Readers are leaders. You have to understand why we have to make this investment now. You think we don't want to be a popular government and just distribute everything? We're already distributing a whole lot, but we have to balance our investment with our distribution. That's why all of our grants have increased, but that's why we have to continue to invest. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to over the last 5 years, how we have done at the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. Because what is important, the same criticism that we had from Miss Odessa Primus, she, despite the fact that the APNU AFC removed the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, they disbanded it. She was a supporter of the APNU. She was a supporter. You didn't love young people then. You didn't love their voices then. You never said anything about that. That's right, Vic. I want everybody to understand, when we restored this ministry, it was because we knew at the level of the People's Progressive Party, we knew how important this ministry was then and that it is now. It must have a say at the level of the cabinet. And because of that too, I want to welcome Stephen. I want to also welcome James. And I also want to acknowledge the hard work. Another MP, the Director of Youth. I will take a Suresh Singh over all of y'all combined on my team. All of y'all combined. We undertook the responsibility of building 5 stadiums, and those are huge undertakings. In fact, and all of those stadiums will be open this year. And I want to be clear, the first one is happening on Saturday. It is going to be a huge event, and it's beautiful. It is a really, really beautiful facility. There are very few countries in Bayrock in Linden, after they lied to the people. Sharma, Solomon, honorable member, and all of the other PNC people, they lied to the people in Linden, or they told falsehood.
You reminded us this is the start of your 2nd term as a minister, and you were here before.
I withdraw the word. I withdraw the word lie, and I say they misinformed. They misinformed to say that the track would be finished in 2018 or 2019 or 2020, and they never even purchased the synthetic material. Take that to your bank and bank it. And you were the mayor. You were the mayor. You are also responsible for wind coming and take over Linden. You weren't a mayor. You were not a M-A-Y-O-R. You were a M-A-R-E. And I will tell you, the most important point I will tell you too, is that these stadiums, four of these stadiums will cost less than the cost of the Durban Park project. And most important, $600 million that was unaccounted for, that is not happening in our ministry. In the last 5 years, we invested in over 600 community grounds across this country. And I want to tell the young man from Region 1, I'm not going to call his name, he's a young man, and quite frankly, he hasn't earned that privilege as yet. You say you want to get rich, you also said that you're worried about young people and being led the wrong way. He doesn't even know that you are already being led the wrong way. You're following a man who is sanctioned at the highest level, who is now a fugitive offender, who has committed almost every possible wrong. You're following that man, and you're worried about young people being led astray. And when you talk about being rich, it is for that reason that the People's Progressive Party has the development of the development bank in our manifesto. That's why, in fact, we don't even want only for people to be rich. We want people, Guyanese people, to be wealthy. And there's a difference. Wealthy is permanent richness. Richness that you could pass on to your children. That's why we distributed over 50,000 house lots in the last 5 years. And we will build over 40,000 homes. We want people to pass on their wealth to their children. And this year we will spend another 1.2 billion on community grounds. Last year, well, over the last 5 years, we lit 145 grounds in this country. They set us a target of 25. We did 145 grounds. We started for the first time in this country. A national sports academy categorized into core and non-core sports. We built strong relationships with sports associations, and all of the sports associations have issued their support for us, this ministry, the budget, because they know how they have benefited. Importantly as well, we started tracking and measuring how many medals our athletes started to secure. They have never been tracked before. In the last 3 years alone, we have secured over 1,000 international and regional medals by our athletes. That is the history. Athletes are doing better now than they have ever done before under the People's Progressive Party leadership. We modernized the sports hall. In 2024, I want people to know this. In 2024, we held 29 international sporting events in this country, and last year it was 33. They don't even understand how difficult that is. And I want to thank all of the members from the ministry who are here. Thank you very much. To do 33 international sporting events in a country, that is more than one every other week. More than one every other week. That is driving tourism into our country. Development of athletes, development of talent, so that they can get exposure to higher levels of competition, better levels of coaching. We obtained in the last 5 years as well, importantly as well, teams departed in 2023. We started measuring it, 2023, 36 times. In 2004, they left these shores 73 times. In 2025, it was 100 and 2 times sporting teams left this country. We have spent over $1 billion on sports associations and teams leaving this country in the last 5 years. Over $1 billion. We obtained for the first time something we wanted, the CPL finals and semi-finals. And we also won. By the way, we obtained that at no cost to the Treasury. No cost to the Treasury. We also won the CPL for the first time. Our cricketers are now being scouted and playing in international franchise leagues, getting paid more money than they've ever done before. We're talking about athletes and coaches. And I will tell you one of them, if it wasn't for the fact that Shamar Joseph didn't play in that CPL where we had identified his talent, he would not have made it to the West Indies team and then also become the MVP for that tournament when West Indies beat Australia. We also hosted 2 World Cups, 2 Cricket World Cups. And in the last one, we were judged the best host, most organized. We held the CAC Bodybuilding Championship in over a decade, and we issued for the first time with the international body pro cards right here. Right here. And also, the first one that was issued here was won by a Guyanese. And since then, 7 pro cards have been issued, and we now have a world champion in Rosanna Fong. Someone who we identified early and invested in and supported so that she can become the world champion. Now, because of our bilateral relationships with our ambassadors in other countries, we were able to get our elite program going, including last year, we had Olympic gold medal winner, Felix Sanchez, come and coach our athletes here. Hall of Famer came to this country. We never even thought that could happen. Hakeem Olajuwon. And we did that, again, no cost to the ministry, no cost to the government. Our football team is now, or was, in the League A for CONCACAF. It was in League A for the CONCACAF, which was the first time ever, the highest level that we've ever been. We're talking about it. We've had 15,000 participants in the Learn to Swim program, including persons with disabilities. 15,000 persons. And I want to commend Steve and all the team from the National Sports Commission. We constructed for the first time and is now the best doubles court in the entire region for squash. We got elected at the in Paris for the UNESCO Fund for the elimination of doping in sport. We held sports conferences for the first time, and just last year we had our first black tie gala for our sports awards. We reintroduced the Guyana Games, the Inter-Guyana Games, which the APNU AFC killed. They killed it. We passed 2 pieces of legislation, including the much desired Horse Racing Authority Act. We completed the draft for the sports policy, and it will be approved by Cabinet this year. We obtained approval and held the Guyana's Global Super League. The Global Super League, which was something that totally organic to us, and it's now a successful tournament. We distributed more gears in this country's history. We have done more distribution of sports gears than we have ever had in this country's history. Yes, people will always want more, and it's important for us to do more.
Honorable Minister, the distribution of time says you'll need 5 minutes to conclude, so you have that.
There is a lot more that I could speak about for sport, but I also want to speak about culture because the honorable member spoke about some things, but I also need to speak about some of the work that we've been doing. The Guyana Prize for Literature, after APNU AFC abandoned it, stopped funding it, same group of people that the honorable member cares so much said nothing for 5 years when APNU was in power. We restored it, Mr. Speaker. And we added new categories. Now it's being held annually. We added a youth category and a non-fiction category. We also turned that into a literature festival, a build-out of an entire festival. That is what we are doing for culture. We sat with the drama folks. She spoke about the drama festival. In 2023, up until 10 o'clock at night, we sat with the drama folks and we worked with them on the Right to Stage initiative, where the government funds their drama plays. And out of that, we choose those plays come from the Guyana Prize for Literature. And we fund that, and all of the revenue is kept for them. Since then, we have held 9 successful, critically acclaimed plays. The same ICA that we left, that Dr. Frank started, honorable member, when he left in 2014. They did nothing to get that ICA, the Institute of Creative Arts, accredited. They did nothing. In fact, the honorable member, Natasha Singh Lewis, said it couldn't be done. It couldn't be done right here in this parliament. We got that registered with the National Accreditation Council. We took our independence flag raising ceremony all across this country for the first time. We did it in Region 2, Region 9, Region 10, Region 6, and it was a huge success. APNU criticized it. We did the more, and our cultural performances are now totally fantastic. It is modernized, it is refreshing, and I would like to thank our Department of Culture for all of the work that they have done. And I also want to thank Andrew Tyndall and the team there, and Alana Sibaran, who has worked on this. To unlock new talent, we did the Guyana Talent Search. And then we also had at Carifesta and the World Expo in Dubai and Japan, we had the best performances there. We had the best performances there. Persons who are involved in our programs are doing better now than they have ever done before. They are earning a good living. They're buying homes, they're buying cars, or doing renovations. All of that is happening. Now, we started the youth culture camps where over 1,000 young people have already been trained. And I want to assure the honorable member, Mr. Black Pudding, that the IPADG, first of all, that it was the People's Progressive Party that voted to support the International Decade of People of African Descent in 2013. It was also the People's Progressive Party that voted to extend the decade for the people of African descent. And we have also extended our support. We have also extended our support where the 100 million will remain in our budget for the people of African descent. And hundreds of groups have already obtained funding, direct funding. He didn't have a problem when just a few persons from IPADG were getting it. 60% of it was eaten up in administrative costs. And they only used to get between 60 to 100,000. Now those groups get $2.2 million. It is our president who is leading the charge for reparations in this country. Remind me, what did former President David Granger do for reparations? It was President Ali that has led the charge and is doing it globally. But you don't like it because he comes from the People's Progressive Party. We have used our bilateral relations to extend our cultural programs. In our cultural and creative industries grants, hundreds of young people have received funding from our cultural and creative industries grant, for which $120 million was distributed. We completed the modernization of the National Trust Act, and I had the pleasure of speaking with the Attorney General, who has said that it will be ready for passage this term. We did 40 meetings of hard work to build internally that bill. We did that. That bill is now ready. That is what will help us with the preservation of our culture and our heritage.
Honorable Minister, you will have to wind up.
Mr. Speaker, for young people in this country too, I want to congratulate our youth department. In the last 5 years, we have trained from PYARG that APNU killed. Over 15,000 young people trained in that program. From our robotics and coding, we trained close to 8,500 young people. That is how we are making a difference in young people's lives. In our VAX program, we have engaged over 100,000 young people because we are focused on community-oriented work. Over 100,000 in the last 5 years. My conscience is clear in relation to the development that our ministry and this government is driving towards the area of culture, youth, and sport, because it is multi-sectoral. It is a great privilege and a great pleasure. I can speak for a long time ad nauseum about all of the tremendous work that we have been doing in the last 5 years. But you will have another long 5 years when we remain in this government, and a long 30 years after that, because we will continue to work with all of the people in this country to bring development and to make this country one of the most prosperous countries in the world, and for all Guyanese to benefit. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Ramson. And let us now take the Honorable Minister Pandit Vikas Ramkisoon.
Thank you very much.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement. Men's total wellness formula. Packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
To first of all thank our most distinguished and our most veteran colleague, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, Senior Minister with responsibilities of finance in the Office of the President, for continuously making us proud with your team your staff members from the Ministry of Finance, and of course, all the other members of the public service. Mr. Speaker, this $1.558 trillion budget, the sole objective of these allocations is to improve the lives of every Guyanese citizen. Mr. Speaker, as one of the geographic members of Parliament from Region Number 3, representing the people of Region 3 from the People's Progressive Party Civic, I, along with all my other colleagues on this side of the House, and by extension the Guyanese people, would first of all like to thank Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, our General Secretary of the People's Progressive Party Civic, for his dynamic, for his impactful leadership, which has significantly, sir, shaped this very great nation of ours for decades. Mr. Speaker, every policy elucidated in this budget is aimed, sir, for the people, because at the center of every initiative that the People's Progressive Party Civic is involved in, it lies the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, as a resident of Region 3, like myself, many, almost all, if not every Guyanese citizen knows the difficulties that we had encountered with the old Demerara River Bridge. Because for hours sometimes, because of lack of proper infrastructure, we spent hours in traffic, difficulties we had. And this government, led by the People's Progressive Party Civic, constructed the new Demerara Harbor Bridge, named the Bharat Jagdeo Demerara River Bridge, sir, because, Mr. Speaker, for us, the people of this country is first. And more importantly, sir, all the bridges are toll-free, because everything that this government does lies the people of this country, sir. Sir, these budgetary allocations are not just numbers that are affixed to programs. But these programs, Mr. Speaker, they were all done in such a way because we have a commitment to the people of this country. The people of this country, sir, voted for the People's Progressive Party Civic continuously because the people of this nation trust the People's Progressive Party Civic. Trust is not something that is built just like that, because the numbers we see, the configuration of this National Assembly, sir, speaks to the trust of the people. And the people of this country, sir, continuously demonstrates that they trust the leadership and the People's Progressive Party Civic. Sir, so this victory that we had, this landslide victory that we had in the 2025 1st of September general and region election, sir, is no accident. It is because in 2020, we committed to the people of this country, we delivered to the people of this country, sir, and again, sir, based on that, we went back to the people, and the people delivered for us because we have delivered for the people. Sir, it is important for us to understand, and the people of this country to know, the difference between the political parties that we have representing them in this National Assembly. Let me first start, Mr. Speaker, a couple of days, the Honorable Member, Vishnu Pandey. He made a quote in this National Assembly, sir, and he tried to use the Hindu religion, Mr. Speaker, to make a political point, but it was larger than that. But when he quote, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the quote, exact quote that he made, sir. And in that quote, he said, from the Hansard, he said, sir, Mr. McCoy, and he said, I will explain to you, Mr. McCoy, You went to my mandir, but you did not learn anything. You went there and you ate plenty 7 curry, but you yet did not learn nothing because you had hard. Mr. Speaker, after I'm finished today, the people of this country will know whose head is hard. Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands here Tulsidas's Ramcharitmanas, edited and translated into Hindi and English by R.C. Prasad, professor at Patna University. Mr. Speaker, and this was published by one of the best sellers on Indian civilization, Motilal Banaras publication, one of the largest, best publication on any of these texts. And I'll quote what he said, sir. He said, sir, that is Hindi he's speaking. But, sir, he did not speak Hindi because this very text is translated in Hindi. He spoke there, sir, Awadhi. He doesn't even know the language he spoke. Sir, and here it's Awadhi written here, sir. Parahit sari sa dharma nahi bhai. And he even said it wrong. He said, Parapira sama dukh mahi. The text didn't say dukh mahi. The text says, Parahit sari sa dharma nahi bhai. Parapira sama nahi adhamai. And let me give you the Hindi, sir. They are misrepresenting in this National Assembly even a holy text.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
don't impute.
I am not imputing,
Every one of
sir.
us could make a
Sir,
mistake.
Mr. Speaker, with all respect to you, sir, I am stating the facts from the text. And I may say that he misrepresented. And misrepresenting, sir, in legal parlance, there are consequences.
In the
Misrepresent,
house, in
Mr.
the
Speaker,
house,
of course.
in the house,
All right, sir. I'm so guided.
I determine.
I'm so guided, sir.
Okay.
Parupakar ke samne, and this is Hindi.
Manazi, man. You
That was
determine anything?
Awadhi,
Like,
which was wrongly quoted in this house.
come on.
Right? And now I'm giving him the Hindi. Parupakar ke samne koi dharma nahi. That is Hindi. Here. और दूसरों के पीड़ों को पहुंचाने के सामने कोई पाप नहीं. वह हिंदी है जी.
Yo, this one with this big man. One with this, hey.
He gave a different meaning. He spoke the wrong language, he said. And then again, sir, that is Hindi. Mr.
No time for the people. The people's time is now. And here we upon fixing language in the days of AI when they gather everything on your phone. A set of wickedness, you know. I'm telling you.
And that is Sanskrit. He said, Aham sarva bhuteshu name dveshu stinapriya. Mr. Speaker, I'll explain it. You know what it says? That in the eyes of God, we are all one. And that is a tradition I follow. So all that you see you bring here and you talk about racism and this and that, what we are told and learn in the PPP is that every person is the same in the eyes of God and in the eyes of all of us. So when you come here to speak language that is coded, sir, that they speak language that is coded to divide, Mr. Speaker, we are guided on that principle. But before I close on this question, sir, I have one thing more to say. And permit me, sir, because he said, I don't know a word of Hindi. I'm responding to him, the honorable member. And I'm saying here, permit me, sir, to say it in Hindi. Mananiya Adhyaksh Mohoday. I will explain just now. Adarniya Sadasya, Mananiya.
It's not about time for the speaker manners this banner. The speaking done, tell him move on.
स्तर पर किसी भी जगह पे जाकर के विषय होते
Banner drunk hour.
और मैं जितनी डिबेट में करना चाहते हैं, बहस करना चाहते हैं, वो तय करेंगे जी, और मैं जा करके डिबेट करूंगा बिना कागज देख करके. I'll explain it now. I'll explain it now. Would you hold up? What I will say, sir, is that I'm challenging the honorable gentleman to come on any television he wants, any place he wishes, and to have a debate in Hindi language with me without not looking at a paper. And if he do so, he eats salt from the party he comes from. But you know what that represents, sir? A larger question that is before all of us here. Because in my estimation, Mr. Speaker, every other thing he said, who in this earth will believe him? And if, Mr. Speaker, if for 40 odd years he's learning this and he can't get it right, well, Kwame only went one day. So you determine who had really hard. Determine who had really hard. So every other question that you raise, sir, on Guy Suku, we will answer it. But Mr. Speaker, that speaks to this political party here. Because, sir, there's a report here, and the chronological sequence of your party must be understood. And this here is a Reuters report. The Reuters report, sir, is dated 14th of July, 2023. The contents of this report, sir, the standing orders will not permit me to say it, because it deals with serious issues of law. Again, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice, anything done. The U.S. Department of Justice, Mr. Speaker, after issuing their sanction, Mr. Speaker, it is after that OPEC sanction that something called WIN developed. Before that, there was no political party, sir. And therefore, the goal got a lot of scholarship. I challenge them over there. And every other member on this team here are fully qualified. Fully qualified. In whichever field we are, hold up the man. Hold up. We are fully qualified. I want you to list to this country, show to this nation the qualifications of your honorable leader. And if you can't present it, UG free. Kwame not the leader of the opposition, but Kwame can present at any time, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? Whatever is his qualification, he do not misinform the people of this nation. He does not misrepresent who he is. And that is the key to all of this. Mr. Speaker, I hear a lot of things being talked about Guy Suku. So watch my time. I heard a lot of things being talked about Guy Suku. Mr. Speaker, the sugar workers of this nation. Many of us don't know the contributions that the sugar workers made to this nation. I want to remind some of you who tend to forget. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, 13.4 billion is allocated to Gaisuku. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So $13.4 billion allocated to Gaisuku. And hear what? Gaisuku, them are sugarcane worker. They are bloodsuckers. Sugarcane workers. Gaisuku is a dark hole, black hole, all sorts of things we say. Mr. Speaker, the sugar workers for centuries, even before this nation was independent, they retaliated, they fought, they struggled for this nation. They fought against the plantocracy. All our foreparents toiled for this nation, including everybody foreparents. And sir, it is respect, honor, and dignity, all that we are asking for them to live with. Sir, hold on, I gotta tell you. Mr. Speaker, when in 1974, because some of you there like to speak on history, the sugar levy was imposed on the sugar industry. And at that time, the PNC-led administration scooped 475 to build this nation. We didn't have a problem then. And sir, I tell you again, in 1979, our national budget was $627,707,000. And the foreign currency alone, earnings of Gaisuku was $226 million, sir. Mr. Speaker, in 1991, the figure continues, sir. And here again, and listen well, because you need to know, all of you, in 1977, sir, our national budget was $424,917. The sugar levy, sir, was 77 million. Listen, you don't know nothing, listen. It's $777,500,000, sir. 18.2% of the budget of that year was funded by the sugar levy, the sugar workers. It never went back to build the estates, build Gaisuku. It went to build this nation, sir. Went to build this nation. Again, sir, listen. You listen. In 1979, learn today. 1979, 600. This is Gaisuku report and Parliament reports, so fight with them. 627 million. 700. Bill, come to scale where you're hot here. You get pressure. 707,115, sir. The sugar levy of that year was 15.5%, placed from that for the national budget. And it goes on, sir. In 1989, it was 14.6%, sir. Again, hold on. Again, sir, in 1991, 4,264,000,000. Sir, 25.5% of the budget was from the sugar industry, the sugar levy alone. And forget, sir, hold on, Miguel here. We don't yet. Mr. Speaker, today, sir, Mr. Speaker, there's something in finance called, Mr. Speaker, future value, time value for money. You want to hear the time value for money? How much money the sugar industry contributed from the sugar levy alone to this country, sir? To this country, sir, is over 310 billion Guyanese dollars, sir. And today, sir, from the 1.558 trillion, 13.4 billion, which is 0.85 of the budget, sir, less than 1%, you holla. I'm on the floor, I'm on the floor, right? But yes, sir. And so, Mr. Speaker, that alone, sir, that alone says the story. And today, the allocation of less than 1% of the budget, sir, is going to Gaisuku, and you hear all these noises. But when the sugar workers toil to build this nation, many of you don't know that. Sir, Mr. Speaker, again, the honorable gentleman might remember the first industry to bring potable water to this nation is Gaisuku. In the 1950s, there were over 12,000 homes. It was historic and groundbreaking in this nation here, where almost 12,000 homes were given water, free water. Mr. Speaker, the recreational facilities, the pensioners, everything, drainage and irrigation, recreational facilities, health centers, everything, sir. And the largest contributor to the national insurance scheme is Gaisuku. And to date even, I'm not, Mr. Speaker, for a moment saying, sir, that the estates and industry should not be viable. But I want to tell you something. Hold up. You had preferential markets for over 50 years. The preferential market existed for over 50 years. So what are you saying? Sir, Mr. Speaker, today, sir, the agriculture industry, sir, is seeing that kind of progress and development, sir, because we are not considering this industry to be private business. Mr. Speaker, rice is another industry, sir, that carry this nation, sir. And you know, sir, today we have the highest production in the rice industry. Only all they're talking about people. The Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa led the rice subsector to have the largest production in the history of this industry, 810,299 metric tons. And it don't happen by magic. You can sit there and be Facebook warriors and social media politicians. But progress and prosperity does not happen like that, sir. It happens through strategic planning and executing and hard work. Mr. Speaker, the first crop of 2026 alone, we have 223,035 acres right now sown. It's there, sir. And Mr. Speaker, our target is 1 million metric ton by 2030, sir. Our export, sir, is 468,730 metric tons of rice. Our foreign exchange earning alone for 2025 is $237 million US. And all of you speak about rice farmers. We have worked with the farmers. When you here consider rice to be private business, you went to the rice farmers. You told them that you will do so, And you know what you did? But you know what, sir? You know what, sir? When people are in the ICU, you pray for them. You pray that they be well, because that is part of what all of us do. And so, sir, I will not waste any of my time longer to speak on that which is in the ICU. Because you know what, sir? The people, we by 2030, the sugar workers will stay on their jobs right there in Gaisuku. And sir, Mr. Speaker, the rice farmers, when people campaign, they know themselves. It made a lot of promises to the people. And when it's time, they turn their backs and they said it's private business. But sir, in this country here, this is a democratic country. And the fact that it is democratic, you can sit there as 16 members, honorable members. And your numbers there, your numerical strength on that side of the house is demonstrative that democracy is alive. And the people will continue. Don't think the people out there, they don't know what is going on, sir. You can make all the false allegations you want, but the people on the ground, they know for years who stand by them, who continue to stand by them, and who is there for them. You people know that, sir. You can do what you want, but the people, the Guyanese people, are smarter. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are continuously working for the people, because we want to make the people smarter. We want to make sure that the people understand everybody. And the Honorable Minister and this government is investing tremendously in the education sector. That is why we're returning the cash grant. That is why we are placing it now to 85, and it will incrementally go based on our manifesto. We are guided by that, and not for a moment will we ever move from that. And sir, in the rice sector alone for 2025, we have given in cash money, fertilizers, subsidies, incentives of the tune of $5.318 billion, Mr. Speaker. That is to put money in the people's pocket, and the rice farmers know that. Tomorrow, join me in Region 3, because we have something that is called the crop insurance. Free! Putting the people first. Because that crop insurance, the crop insurance, Mr. Speaker, is that which, you know, in 2021, when there was this flooding, $2 billion were given to the rice farmers as subsidies. And this government understands the risk that our farmers take when they go to the fields to plant crops to feed this nation. And your government, Mr. Speaker, the government of Guyana, led by the People's Progressive Party, Civic, collaborated GRDB, the Costa Rica company, and the Maurice Phillips International Company, sir, joined together and created this insurance product to remove the level of uncertainty because of inclement weather condition, sir, and that there, in case of any losses, will compensate the farmers for whatever losses they will face. Sir, this is not gaffe. Tomorrow, Dr. Barker, you join me, and you will see for real, as a member of Region 3, not tomorrow, sorry, Saturday. And you will see the real things that are happening, how it changes and transforms the lives of our ordinary people. This is no quack show. This is real people. This is not cardboard people. This is real human beings'
Honorable
lives.
Minister,
We are transformed.
you will have 5 minutes more to conclude.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Again, in the rice sector, sir, we again, sir, have done. Yes, sir. So the nano fertilizer, again, it's a groundbreaking experience because in rice cultivation, it is a reduced input cost, increased yields, and soil health that is important. Right? And Mr. Speaker, Terry, the Energy and Resource Institute of India, partnered, sir, with GRDB at a rice resort station. And Mr. Speaker, after that, our agronomists have reported that with a nano urea fertilizer, we have increased yields and strong environmental effects for the usage of this liquid nano urea fertilizer. So instead of, sir, spending now $7,000 on a bag of fertilizer for an acre of land, we can now achieve that with $2,500. That, Mr. Speaker, speaks to innovation, speaks to the needs of our people. And that is what, sir, this People's Progressive Party is about, because this will reduce cost. And reduction in cost means more money in the farmer's pocket. Increased yields means more money is in the farmer's pocket. But, Mr. Speaker, we are also not denying that there are issues in the sector. We do not shy away from that. We accept it because, as you know, in this 2025 last year, we exported 42,000 more than 2024 and earned 17 million less. It means, sir, in the international market, the price is down because of an excessive supply. And so we have, sir, a responsibility to continuously work with the farmer. And, sir, you will notice that we continuously work with the farmers to ensure that the cost of production is down. There's more market in Mexico and Europe so that our farmers can be more profitable. Mr. Speaker, one last point I would like to make in the other crop sectors. NARI, Terry again in collaboration with NARI. A couple months ago, I think it's in October, we commissioned a brand new tissue culture lab. And Mr. Speaker, where plants, we were able to have 13,000 plantlets being done. Now 1 million plantlets can go, Mr. Speaker, to the nursery and then to the farmers, disease-free, and which will also help to increase the output of the farmers. We have constructed 757 shade houses across this country from 2021 to 2025. And make no bones about it, we want to make this sector sustainable. We want to make this sector resilient, climate resilient, and more importantly, reach to ensure that our nation is a food secure nation. There's so many things we can talk. But Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of this country for once again electing Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali as our president of this nation. And sir, we have served this nation. You want to hear Hindi, but? Sir, am I permitted? Mr. Speaker, we in the People's Progressive Party, Civic, has served this nation for almost 76 years, and we never get migraine headache. Every day we go out. But hear what? Technology is also, where's Dr. Frank? Mr. Speaker, for all those people who have migraine headache, Cetamol migraine is available over the counter. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Duarte Hetzberger.
100% wild-crafted sea moss. Only the best, 'cause you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
Samsung, keeping us connected no matter where in the world we're located.
Members from both sides of the House, good afternoon. It's indeed a pleasure to be here in this honorable House as a representative of the people of this country. I can't help it but certain things. I'm trying not to be disrespectful to my elders and the disabled, but for you, my sir, I will humbly put aside my principles. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I would like to congratulate all the members who were elected to be in this August House, especially to those who are new to this House, including myself and those new ministerial members. Further, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend an heartfelt gratitude to the 109 persons, 109,000 individuals who decided that they wanted something new and put their trust behind this movement, the We Invest in Nationhood movement. And mind you, Mr. Speaker, you would hear me saying movement. This is a movement because we have a purpose, not a party that usually makes noise, hot air. And I understand the reason for the on and off of the AC is the hot air that rises at a certain end. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make my contribution, but before I go, for the past few days, we heard about this whopping majority and the endorsement by the people of Guyana. That is good. Kudos. You have a whopping majority, a 36-seat majority, and you should be sitting and doing the gods. But however, every day, this 16 bothers you. Forgive you, my colleagues on this side. We are on the same side, but forgive me. Every day, the 16 is a turn in your side. It tells me about your insecurity. What it also tells me, Mr. Speaker, what it also tells me is that if in 3 months, Mr. Speaker, 3 months, we garnered 16 seats, it's shudder to think. It's shudder to think what will happen in 5 years. And that is what gives them sleepless nights. And they would want to talk, it's politics. This is not politics, Mr. Speaker. Insecurity. That's insecurity there. A face of double standard. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to make my contributions to this debate. My first presentation is to be a part of this budget debate. Mr. Speaker, this budget is presented under the theme, putting people first. Everybody is saying this thing, but like it's borrowed. So I wouldn't repeat that, right? I wouldn't repeat that because it's already in the record, right? And more so, outside of it being borrowed, Mr. Speaker, it falls short of relieving the many burdens faced by the ordinary Guyanese, although it being a whopping $1.558 trillion. Mr. Speaker, My contribution today is not to test that amount with rhetoric. It's not to test it with rhetoric. It's to test it with the supreme law of this land, the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the budget documents, and the realities of the people on the ground that face daily. Mr. Speaker, I intend to highlight the deficiencies in the budget, particularly, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to local government and regional development. This is not an opposition for the sake of opposing. It is a necessary exercise in constitutional responsibility and accountability. Where the Constitution establishes government as a cornerstone for democratic governance, it is the duty of this House to ensure that our budgets strengthen and do not quietly undermine that constitutional intent. Mr. Speaker, no matter how much we spend, no matter how large the figures may appear, if the Constitution is not honored in practice, local government will remain weakened, marginalized, and disrespected. Meaningful development, Mr. Speaker, does not flow from expenditure alone. It flows from system of respect for the law, empower elected representatives, and involve people not as subject to administration, but as partners of governance. Mr. Speaker, let me be unequivocal. Money cannot cure constitutional disrespect. The time has come. Money cannot cure constitutional disrespect. Mr. Speaker, local government in Guyana, it is not an extension of Chief Chanjapal Drive or the corridors of Rob Street, right? It's a constitutional pillar in our democracy. Article 12, if you listen, you will get the point. Article 12 of our Constitution is abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote verbatim so that my colleagues on the other side do not go misinformed or in any form, right, outside of that. Local government, by freely elected representatives of the people, is an integral part of the democratic organization of the state. They are to play an important part in the development of the state, right? Mr. Speaker, I noticed my friend, the Honorable James Bond, is not interfering in this. He's not contributing to this. Because we were once at Fish Up and they blamed us for colluding. But I understand that he repented. So I could understand why he's not saying anything. Right? Without Article 12, Mr. Speaker, it is further. It goes further. When we look at Chapter 7, Articles 71 to 78B, it gives us the establishment of these LDOs, right? As institution of God, vested with the authority, guess where, Mr. Speaker? Through the ballot box. Through the ballot box. They are vested with that authority, Mr. Speaker. Not to be overridden by administrative convenience, and by extension the executive. They are constitutionally invested in implementing policy programs that determine by the duly elected authority with administrative authority across all areas, with the exception of two, Mr. Speaker. With the exception of two. And that is foreign relations and defense. that it stays with the executive. The framers of our constitution understood that when we're talking about development, if you listen, you're going to say everything's flying over your head. When you listen, you learn. Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about development, our framers intended for the people to be a part of the process because they understood that with a rich nation like this, it cannot be done from the center. The people have to be involved. But they also saw that on a macro scale, defense and foreign relations has to be dealt with from a macro scale, right? Thank you. I know I look young. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right? Mr. Speaker, I want to compound this point by saying on the 1st of September, Mr. Speaker, I want my honorable members to understand that there wasn't only one elections. There was 11 elections, Mr. Speaker. One of those elections, our electors cast 2 ballots. One to elect the honorable members of this house, and also to elect the party that will be at the governance, the executive arm of government. They go over the head. Everything is over the head. When they lost it with the truly, they lost it. Right? Right? Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was one part of the election. The other 10 elections were for the regional democratic councils, Mr. This wasn't a symbolic act. It wasn't a symbolic act, Mr. Speaker. It was a constitutional act conferring authority, legitimacy, and responsibility both at the national and regional levels, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the past 3 days, all you're hearing from that side of the house is about democracy, democracy, democracy. Yet, Mr. Speaker, one cannot profess commitment to democracy while degrading the very mandate that democracy produces. It is now 5 months, Mr. Speaker, 5 months since those elections were held, and yet, Mr. Speaker, Upper Demerara Berbice Region 10, Regional Democratic Council, has yet not convened its statutory meeting, has not reconvened its statutory meeting to conclude its elections. You put honorable to that name, Mr. Bond. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. They haven't reconvened that statutory meeting to conclude the election for its chairperson and vice chairperson, Mr. Speaker. And a budget is before this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, prepared. Expenditure has been outlined. The programs are moving forward. Yet the duly elected council, the body constitutionally mandated to guide, scrutinize, and implement regional development, has been excluded from the process. Mr. Speaker, this is not a technical delay. It is not an administrative oversight. It is a constitutional failure, utter failure. When we elected council to prevent it from organizing itself as required by law, executive convenience, executive convenience, Mr. Speaker, is placed above democratic obligations, Mr. Speaker. And when that occurs, no amount of expenditure, Mr. Speaker, no amount of money can compensate for the erosion of legitimacy. This is why, Mr. Speaker, that this budget must be judged not only by how much it allocates, but by how it respects the authority of those elected to govern. Mr. Speaker, when we examine this budget, a budget that claims to put the people first, what we see is not the strengthening of local democracy, but a route either deliberate or through ignorance that would lead to its steady erosion. Mr. Speaker, instead of empowering elected councils, the approach reflected here continues to favor centralized administration. The dictatorial approach is familiar. New mechanisms are introduced. Additional advisory layers are inserted. Administrative interventions are expanded. And all too often, these structures operate alongside, above, or around those elected councils. By passing them, Mr. Speaker, in practice, while leaving them accountable in name. That's a travesty, Mr. Speaker. Constitutional provisions are being honored in breach, and you're calling it democracy. Mr. Speaker, these measures are presented to us as tools of efficiency, but actually, Mr. Speaker, they are tools of central control. They are merely tools of central control, where opposing views are not supported or tolerated, Mr. Speaker. Sir, let me say this plainly. Governance is not administration, and administration will never be governance. Administration implements, governance decides. It is the same way that a PS does not determine policies. Similarly, a REO, a town clerk, or is it only the overseers, or in this case, the REO Region 10? Huh? Mr. Speaker, when ministries engage directly and primarily with appointed officials rather than elected representatives, when councils are reduced to delivery agents for decision made elsewhere, when authority flow upwards while responsibility flow downwards, the Constitution is not honored, it is being dishonored. Mr. Speaker, if anyone doubts that this is a constitutional issue and not a financial one, they need to look what is currently happening in Region 10. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, local democratic organs were created to give citizens ownership of their communities, ownership to determine their priorities, ownership to determine their developmental needs, ownership to determine their outcomes. When that authority is diluted or ignored, citizen participation weakens, accountability becomes blur, public trust erodes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, democracy does not mean managing from the center. It must be practiced at the community level. This is what the Constitution prescribes. This is not what I am saying. This is what the Constitution prescribes. Mr. Speaker, no amount of administrative restructuring can substitute for elected authority. None. No volume of spending can compensate for weakened local governance. None. And no budget can credibly claim to put people first while systemically sidelining the institution designed to represent them. Mr. Speaker, allow me to emphasize that respect for the Constitution must translate into respect for the people. The Constitution is not an abstract document to be cited when convenient or believed to only be exercised every 5 years. It is a living instrument designed to protect participation, dignity, and voice. Citizens' engagement in local government is not meant to be managed from afar, but to be heard at close range, not to observe governance as passive spectators, but to actively influence the decisions that shape their communities, their livelihoods, and their daily lives. That is what the Constitution intended to be. Mr. Speaker, when constitutional principles are honored in form but ignored in practice, something dangerous occurs. Citizen suffering leads to badly managed communities, drains, sanitation, and simple thing as a playground. Mr. Speaker, when decisions affecting our major markets, such as Board and Stabroek, decisions affecting our sanitation and waste management, decisions affecting our surrounding community infrastructure, decisions affecting our social order are taken far removed from the communities they impact, the consequences are immediate and damaging. Local realities are misunderstood. Community priorities are misaligned, and solutions are imposed rather than developed through consultation. In such circumstances, Mr. Speaker, citizens are reduced from partners in governance to spectators of the administration process. If you listen, you're going to understand. Expected to comply with decision they had no role in shaping. They had no role in shaping, but they must comply. And to absorb all the consequences, policies that do not affect their lived experiences. Mr. Speaker, this is a quiet erosion of democracy. Some may say this is violent. Sir, it is not done with declarations, but with displacement. Not through confrontation, but through control. Not by removing elections, but by emptying it of influence. And if you want to ask me, Mr. Speaker, what it means by emptying of influence, take a look at the voter turnout at local government elections. They are abysmal. The last one was 38%. 38%. That tells you the people have no trust in the system, because no matter who they elect to represent them, central government always manage. Mr. Speaker, democracy cannot be supervised into existence. Democracy cannot be supervised into existence, Mr. Speaker. It must be trusted, it must be practiced, and it must be respected, beginning with respect for the Constitution and ending with the respect for the people. They're the only bright ones here, colleagues. Right? They're the only bright ones. They're born with experience. Yeah? Unfortunately for us, we have to learn. We have to learn. They are born with it. They are blessed. Yeah. Because I'm listening. Right? When you finish, you're going to shake my hand, Mr. Bond. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to address a region that is important, not only to me, but to our party or movement at large. I would like to turn to Upper Takatu, Upper Essequibo, Region 9. The largest administrative region in this country, Mr. Speaker, known widely as Rupununi, a region of vast distance, rich in indigenous heritage, immense agriculture potential, Mr. Speaker, and significant opportunity for tourism and cross-border trade. Rupununi, Mr. Speaker, is home to more than 55 villages. That covers approximately 57,700 square kilometers. This reality alone, Mr. Speaker, speaks not only to the geographical scale of the region, but the depth of responsibility borne by the state in delivering services, infrastructure, and governance across that vast distance. Mr. Speaker, this is not a sparsely inhabited space that can be managed by approximation and occasional intervention. Rather, it is living, an organized region of communities with distinct needs, priorities, and expectations. Development in the Rupununi, likewise in all other regions, Mr. Speaker, cannot be episodic or occasional intervention, often channeled through the lens of a camera for the purpose of social media platform. Mr. Speaker, it must be deliberate, it must be sustained, and most importantly, it must be respectful of the people that live there. Mr. Speaker, education in the region like Rupununi is not merely a social service. It is primarily an instrument of opportunity, mobility, and long-term development. In a vast hinterland region where distance, geography, limited access already place young people at a disadvantage, education becomes a single most important equalizer between the coastland and the interior, Mr. Speaker. For Region 9, Mr. Speaker, education is not an optional infrastructure. It is an essential national investment. Rupununi, Mr. Speaker, serves, as I said, more than 55 villages. Each of those communities, Mr. Speaker, depends on a small number of secondary institutions to educate their children. When those institutions, Mr. Speaker, are overburdened or delayed, the impact is felt across the entire region, Mr. Speaker, not in theory, but in classrooms, dormitories, and the learning outcomes. Mr. Speaker, take, for example, the St. Ignatius Secondary School, which continues to experience severe overcrowding, absorbing students from Letem, Tabaching, and bordering communities. This school has effectively become a regional pressure point, accommodating far more students than it was originally designed to. Mr. Speaker, there was a glimmer of hope with the emergence of the Tabachinga Secondary School that was intended to relieve some of the pressure of the St. Ignatius Secondary School, right? The intention was sound, Mr. Speaker. The execution, however, has fallen short tremendously. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, there was at times little or no visibility at the construction site. Little or no visibility at the construction site. But I was informed only Monday that work has returned. Work has restarted, Mr. Speaker. I am in no way, Mr. Speaker, imputing that the construction was abandoned. I'm just saying that the ad hoc manner are not clearly taking into consideration what is happening on the ground. Now that project is behind timeline. And most definitely, I know why it is behind timeline and why it's ad hoc. It's because of the famous triple F policy.
Honorable member, your 5 minutes will start now.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to address the public infrastructure in the Region 9. Mr. Speaker, Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is not about mobility. It is about access to services, economic survival, and public safety. Mr. Speaker, roads connect villages to schools to farms, farms to markets, patients to healthcare, and communities to opportunity. When road fails, Mr. Speaker, isolation follows. And that is a real human cost. Mr. Speaker, road infrastructure in Rupununi therefore required more than speed and surface. It requires planning that respects geography, construction that respects engineering standards, and oversight that respects public funds. Mr. Speaker, I started this by saying local government is the key pillar to the development of our country if we are going to develop at the rate that we are going. And if the people are not involved, we will not get value for the money. Mr. Speaker, give you for example, Mr. Speaker, in Baitoun, a culvert was built. Culvert supposed to build where the water accumulates. The people tell them that is where the culvert is to build, at the bottom of the slope. But the engineer, our brilliant engineers, Mr. Speaker, built it on a slope. Built it on a slope. They're listening to the people on the ground, I guess because we are indigenous and they're engineers. But in this case, they're engine far. Mr. Speaker, due to time, because they are on that side of the house, everything just flies over their heads. Mr. Speaker, since 2021, national spending has increased by approximately 300%. This represents one of the most dramatic expansion of public expenditure in our history. With an increase of that magnitude, citizens are entitled to reasonably and legitimately, Mr. Speaker, expect corresponding improvement in their quality of life. That expectation is not excessive, Mr. Speaker, it's logical. Local democratic organs, Mr. Speaker, remain financially constrained and operationally dependent, Mr. Speaker. Regions such as Region 9 continue to wait for delivery that matches promise. Communities that continue to experience widening gap between expenditure and outcome, between what is announced and what is actually felt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no amount of increased spending can compensate for weakened democratic institutions. None. No level of capital investment can replace trust, legitimacy, and respect for the authority confirmed by the ballot boxes. A budget, Mr. Speaker, that expands by 300%, yet coincides with growing strain on local democratic leadership, cannot credibly claim to be putting people first. Budget reveals priorities, and priorities reveal intent. Numbers don't lie. Consequences speak even louder. Mr. Speaker, a budget that grows at that pace, yet leaves democratic organs constrained, services uneven, an entire region still waiting for delivery, reflects a failure of respect, a failure of respect for the Constitution, failure of respect for the people, and a failure of respect for the services the state is duty bound to provide. Mr. Speaker, development is not measured by how much we spend. It is measured by how well our people live. And in this case, only a few are living well. The stats show that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, until our increased expenditure produces stronger local government, dignified and reliable services, real felt outcomes for all regions, the promise of putting people first remains what it is, merely a slogan. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana did not ask for expansion alone. They asked for results, they asked for respect, and they deserve nothing less. Money cannot cure, Mr. Speaker, money cannot cure constitutional disrespect. Money cannot cure constitutional disrespect. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Duarte Hetzberger. And now for the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to you and to everyone else here. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by congratulating the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, who, I have to say, is coveted around the world, and who, when we went into opposition, whose services were sought, nobody on the other side could claim that kind of credit. Nobody on the other side. I want to thank our female Director of Budget, Ms. Sonia Roopnath. Many countries crave a female Director of Budget. And I want to especially mention Mr. Bernard Lord, whom I know I bothered for too many minutes on days that he should not have been working and at hours he should not have been answering. But I wanted to get it right for the Ministry of Local Government and every other staff in every other ministry, particularly in the Ministry of Local Government, who put this budget together so that we could take Guyana forward by putting people first. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Honorable Member just now, and it was an amazing lecture in democracy. And I met this Honorable Member before. I met him on the 4th of March 2020. And I have a soft spot. I'm an Army wife, soft spot for some Army people. And I actually believed his plea when he said we were making a mountain out of a molehill. I didn't realize that we were in the midst of an election rig that the Honorable Member was very familiar with. And I thought he would be shadowing, not local government. He has great expertise in computers, wiping them and flash drives and assisting people to do that. And the Honorable Member...
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, we have the Honorable Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing up on 41-6. First, the Honorable Minister directed her words to a particular member. She was very clear who she was speaking to, and she was imputing improper motive to that member, Mr. Speaker.
As I was saying, sir.
Honorable Chief Whip, she says he has great expertise. My son has that too. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. So to hear from the Honorable Member his newfound interest in democracy was both interesting and enlightening. And I hope it came from his heart. Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing in this House about oil money and oil being giving us the ability to do what we're doing right now. And the only reason we can do what we're doing for the people of Guyana is because we have oil. And I want to put that into perspective, Mr. Speaker. If we want to build Guyana, if we want to make people's lives better, if we want to put people first, we have to begin with political will. We have to begin with a love for people, and we have to be willing to work hard. When the People's Progressive Party, Civic, came to office in 1992, this was a heavily indebted poor country, HIPIC. One of three at the bottom of the ladder. In 1992, sir, without oil, as a heavily indebted poor country, Dr. Jagan and the People's Progressive Party took a decision that they were going to give every single old age person their pensions, when before you had to be a card-carrying member of the PNC to get it. We didn't have oil. We had the will and we loved old people. In 2006, Mr. Speaker, we didn't have oil. When we started the uniform voucher, it started at the Ministry of Human Services. And that was because the then President Barjack Deo, champion of the earth, General Secretary of the People's Progressive Party, crafter of a budget for the people, and a man who stands in and out of government for the people of this country, was walking around doing what the PPP does best, getting feedback from people. How is it we can serve you better? People said, you know, you're building all these schools, you're doing all these things, but we're finding it a little hard to put our children in uniforms and give them lunch kits. And he said, we're going to introduce the uniform voucher program. 2006, we did not have oil. What we had was a love for children. We had respect for Article 13, which speaks to us consulting with people and hearing what their needs are, and we introduced it. And when we could in 2014, we made that a universal program for every single child in this country. Will, political will, love for people, and the desire to see your country grow. That is what the PPPC brings. What is the alternative? As soon as the AP and UAFC got into office, a program that was introduced by the PPPC to give children $10,000 was collapsed. You said you couldn't afford it. At the time, it was costing this country $1.6 billion to give each child $10,000. You took that away, snatched it from the hands of parents who needed it. But you know what increased? Dietary in the budget went up by $1.6 billion. You eat out the people money. You eat out the children money, and you coming here now to tell us about love for children. So my dear friend, the newcomer, Mr. Saiku Andrews, clearly you and your honorable member, Coretta McDonald, I'm sorry she took a tumble today. Clearly you didn't speak. She is saying it's not enough. You were saying you want to squash it and bring back the 5Bs program, which is it. What I can interpret, and the honorable member is speaking for the AP and UPNC and whatever other configuration they have there. What he says is that the 5B program was superior. So what I want the parents of this country to know is that if the PNC ever got their hands on power again, they are taking away your Because We Care cash grant. They're taking it away. And they're going to replace it with dilapidated buses, no breakfast, no books, or anything else that they fail to give. Mr. Speaker, so sir, this political party, the People's Progressive Party, stop the cackling, man. Stop the cackling. The People's Progressive Party has consistently shown, in or out of government, with or without oil, that it is the only party that will look after children, that will look after women, that will look after our Amerindian brothers and sisters, that will look after our farmers, that will look after our businessmen, that will look after our service people, that will look out for teachers, that will build schools and roads and hospitals. It is the People's Progressive Party, Civic, that has consistently shown that kind of pro-poor, pro-development approach to governance in the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, we come to a point where we ask, what is it, sir, that people want? What is it people want? People in this country have said to us what they want. They want, you know, Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana had a great opportunity on the 1st of September to speak through their vote. They got a chance to say, study the various plans and manifestos and promises and records because records matter. Because records matter. They breed trust or mistrust. And on the 1st of September, the people of Guyana spoke resoundingly. And they said they want the People's Progressive Party, Civic, to govern this country for the next 5 years in partnership with them. But equally and conversely, they said who they did not want. They said who they did not want. They decimated the AP and UAFC. They put the PNC in a little corner there. Oh, how I miss the days of Winston Murray and Robert Corbyn and Deborah Baca. This has become a shell of a great party where it appears that you could pay to play. You could now pay to play. And that's not to say all of its members are without value. They have one of the country's best history teachers in its seats. And I hope, sir, I hope that you don't get contaminated by this bunch. The shadow of a shadow. And they spoke to the WIN. And they said to them, we don't want you in government, because they may well have looked at you. And what they saw was a collection of hurt people. A collection of hurt people. No ideology attending to this collection. No, what is your ideology? Oh man, stop. Stop. What is the ideology guiding these people? One was indicted, running from the charges, decided he's going to drag some people with him. 3 at the front were never going to get seats under the Aubrey Norton leadership of the PNC. They disaffected over here. One couldn't get back his job at Gaisuko because he failed. Ran away over there. One treated very poorly by a technician. Good girl. Dedicated servant whose father served the People's Progressive Party. It should never have happened to her. She's there now. But had disaffected somebody else who was hurt. My brother, Dr. Ryan. Hurt. But couldn't come. But couldn't find himself, still couldn't find himself with you, the PNC. That should be your concern. So he looked for another home. But I know that as soon as this disintegrates, which is just months off, you coming back home, and we will welcome you back home, sir. We will welcome you back home. But this is a collection of persons who are disaffected, without direction, without leadership, owned by a person who is soon going to be departing your shores. Soon going to be departing your shores. So, Mr. Speaker, we come to the place where we have to ask, what is it people want from the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development? What do our citizens expect of us? Citizens, I don't think you know anything. That's part of your problem. That's part of your problem. You ain't know nothing. You just floating. 5 parties in 5 years. Something is wrong with that, Missy. Mr. Speaker, we know our citizens want a wholesome, clean, safe community to live in. Our citizens want homes that they can call their own, homes that give them assets, roads that they can walk down safely on because they're street lights, playgrounds, health centers that work, schools that deliver solid education. That's what our citizens want. And we're hearing them, and we're listening to them. And so how is this ministry now going to position itself in this new Guyana we're building out, this new progressive Guyana? The local government ministry, sir, is a ministry that cuts across every sector, in every community, from regions 1 to 10. from the coastland to the hinterland, in the markets, in the schools, in the health centers, and in Sharma Solomon's home. Sir, local government has to look at itself now in a different light. When the legislation was passed, to create the local government ministry and to create local governance, there was an intention clearly by the lawmakers that we would decentralize services. That means everything wouldn't be based in Georgetown, and that we would have a devolution of power. Whether I think it's a good time for the country to examine whether we've done that. I think it's a good time for the country. It's not you have not. The country has not. Your party was in government and you did the same thing. You changed the ministry. It is a good time. The honorable member, this conversation would be above her, sir. It is a good time for the country to try to determine where we should be now. Have we achieved that? And if we have not, what must we do? What must we do, not only in administration, but to change out habits? Change out habits to be able to give effect to the legislation that sought to decentralize and evolve. And so, in that sense, sir, we have 70 neighborhood democratic councils. We have 10 municipalities, and we have 10 regional democratic councils. And we must find a space where we can make sure all of these local government bodies are working. That is the mission. The mission is to now build capacity. We have good people there. We have good people in these places. We have elected people in these places, and that's what matters. So how do we make sure every single local government organ works? We're going to have to start with building capacity. We're going to have to start with training massively, not only the people who are serving, but the people who are to be served. And how it is that we're going to make sure these bodies know what they have to do and have the resources to do that. And so, sir, this budget this year is catering to give each neighborhood democratic council $30 million and each municipality $50 million. The NDCs will get a total of $2.1 billion and the municipalities $500 million. And this is where we expect some level of autonomy, where these local government bodies, through consultation with their communities, are going to determine what might be best for their neighborhoods, to be able to develop, to be able to evolve. We have, in addressing that, Mr. Speaker, we have to address what building they're in, what kind of facility they're in. And on that score, Mr. Speaker, we are building 8 new NDC buildings and rehabilitating 5 NDC buildings at a total of $480 million. And what we have done, sir, that we can avoid the drawing and redrawing is we have determined what it is we want in each NDC. We know we need a help desk. We know we need a cashier. We know we need a single window. We know we need a place for the clerk. We know we need a place for the rate collection person. And so we're drawing a prototype, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Because what I found, Mr. Speaker, in visiting the local democratic organs, the NDCs, were that there were Mr. Speaker, the old adage of empty barrels make the most noise. You all sound like you're rolling down the road. Clatang, clatang, clatang. So we are moving forward, Mr. Speaker, so that we could have 70 buildings, 70 buildings that can accommodate the kind of service we want to deliver. 70 municipalities this year, sir. We're spending $150 million on building the Rose Hall Municipality, Madja Town Council, New Amsterdam Town Council. You can find nothing good with building back these town councils. Mr. Speaker, so this would be the beginning of relooking at all the great work done by the various ministers that came before me, the various governments that came before me. We have to look at whether we are where we want to be, and if we aren't, how do we get to the next place? That is the examination we should all be engaged in. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of people wanting clean communities, predictable garbage collection, our waste management is going to see new and improved efforts. To this end, we are building, Mr. Speaker, 8 new landfill sites. In Region 2, we are building at Zorgan Flight. In Region 3, we are building one at Laurentia Catarina. In Region 4, we're building at Lusignan. In Region 5, we're building at Blairmont. In Region 6, we're building at Manarabisi. In Region 7 at 10 Miles. Region 9 at Bon Success. Region 10 at Mabura. These landfill sites are going to be modern. You know, I can't hear you, so you're wasting your breath and talking stupidness. These landfill sites, sir, are going to be modern landfill sites that look at a circular way of disposing of solid waste. We were looking at linear ways in the past, where we look at usage and disposal. We're now looking at usage, disposal, reusing. That would mean, Mr. Speaker, that would mean that we have to now introduce things like recycling, not only to the landfill site, but to our children, to our populations, to our homes. We're going to have to dispose of our garbage differently. Plastic in one place, paper in one place, mahi-pal in another place. We're going to have to look to dispose of our garbage differently, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to have to teach that. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, we're also buying, and I just wanted to address, because I remember the Honorable Mahi-Paul raised the Hax-Bosch issue. And I would say this: you have an issue, raise it with us. We are your servants too. We are the servants of the people of this country, and we are your servants too. If you have a problem, raise it. We will fix it. But that's the difference with us and you. We can fix it. You cannot. Mr. Speaker, at Hax-Bosch, we were getting a distinct communities like Eccles, Windsor Estates, Providence, Prospect, were complaining of a distinct foul scent. Those communities will tell you now that they don't get that scent because we spent a large amount of time covering the garbage. What the honorable member is now smelling is the highway, and that is because it is a design issue. The landfill site is 200 feet away from the highway, and what you're smelling is fresh garbage, but it is not reaching residents. The experts in the ministry, the public servants you say you love, are currently examining a solution for it. But what we can guarantee you is that you may get a solution from us, you would not get a solution from you, because we didn't get one from you for the 5 years that you were in office. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, every single NDC, every single municipality is going to get a garbage truck, the compactor truck that you know picks up garbage. That will be a first for this country. Every single NDC, every single municipality is going to get a garbage compactor truck. At least one. But some will get 2. I never fail, baby. honorable voter.
And that is her. This is her 20th budget speech, honorable member.
Additionally, sir, Additionally, sir, we are buying bins, we are buying shredders, we are buying compactors from marketplaces. So there is an effort, Mr. Speaker. There is an effort, and very soon you will see some young people, some of them in the House today, who are going to start an NGO that will take across the country into schools the effort to change out how we deal with solid waste in this country. So it's not a one moment fix. It's not buying a truck, it is changing out attitudes. And that's what we're going to have to do in the schools, in the homes, in the communities. And Mr. Speaker, all the landfill sites will also have significant lights. To those landfill sites, we are also building roads. The construction of roads that will cost about $1.2 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, you could tell that the intention and the desire and the funding is there for us to treat solid waste differently in this country. And I call on all of you in this house, to join me on this campaign. We cannot do it alone. We will do it alone if we have to. But it would be good if you were to join this wholesome, healthy campaign to change out how Guyana deals with its solid waste. We are willing to work with you. We are willing to work with you. Well, not the one who is sanctioned. We're willing to work with the rest of you to make sure we can get this up and running. But if you don't want to work with us, it will happen without you, and the nation will know it happened without you. We also recognize, sir, that there are markets all across Guyana. We have about 34 markets, and those markets are a hub of culture. They're a hub of economic activity. They're a hub of socializing. They're a part of us, an integral, inherent part of us. This year, Mr. Speaker, $4.9 billion will be spent on either rehabilitating, rebuilding, or constructing new markets. $2 billion will be dedicated towards beginning the reconstruction or the restoration of the Stabroek market and the Border Green market. The other markets that will be done, Mr. Speaker, are East Rumveld, trust me, test me. The other markets that will be done, Mr. Speaker, are East Rumveld, Old Boys Town, Rose Hall, number 79, New Amsterdam, Madja, Lethem, Mackenzie, Port Kaituma, Soddy, Lenora, Zeelat, Vredenhoop. Those are all new. Zeelat, Vredenhoop, Tushen, new markets. Port Drawing, new market. Monrepo, a vending area, the Diamond Hospital area, a place at the junction of Soesdijk, the Tamarim Neighborhood Market, Bath Market, Rosignol Market, Palmyra.
No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Over the next 5 years to make sure our markets are all rehabilitated or reconstructed. We're also looking specifically at green spaces or public spaces where people can exercise, where children can play, where there can be a safe communion of persons in their various neighborhoods. I just walked East Rumveld. East Rumveld is on the list to be fixed. Where my learned friend is from, Keoma Griffith. I just walked North Rumveld. where we saw spaces. I now have a new bucket list item. I don't even know if it's legal, but it's to swim in the blackout. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. You go into those communities and you're walking on concreted roads and you're watching beautiful homes and you're watching people coming home from work and you're watching neighborhoods thrive. And we know that we can work with these neighborhoods to make sure they're better than they currently are. And so you're going to see from us in excess of 20 new recreational spaces. The Ministry of Housing is doing 14 more. And so across the country, Mr. Speaker, you are going to see. This fella is so pessimistic. Very pessimistic, big man. Mr. Speaker, we're beautifying public spaces also. The First Lady's office has done some amazing work on public spaces that allow all of us to enjoy it, including the honorable member. We see what the seawall looks like. We see what 63 Beach is going to look like. The Diamond community now has a beautified space done by the First Lady. Mr. Speaker, the member must have missed when I said we're coming to do the Mackenzie Market. He missed that? Or he was bellowing too loudly? This narrative. So I want to address this narrative, what we are currently doing. So let me clarify that. Perhaps I wasn't articulate enough. We are asking NDCs. You're one of the pay-to-play people that dispensed of Annette Ferguson, a hard worker. We don't know you. The people don't know you. They know Annette Ferguson. What are you doing in her seat? No, I know about you. I know about you, and it's not good things. It's not good things. Mr. Speaker, the narrative I heard from two honorable members of this House. And I think it's a sexy narrative. It probably sells in your community, but it's going to be dismantled. That nothing happens in Region 10. I heard that from the Honorable Sharma Solomon. I heard it from my honorable friend, Dr. Ryan, behind Mr. Harbour. I can't see his last name. I heard it. Region 10, Linden, he said they need trained teachers. Linden has 120% trained teachers. But I am acknowledging here that the riverine communities don't have trained teachers because the teachers do not want to go. Part of the reason is because they don't have housing. So we have to fix that. We have to get housing there so that the teachers can go in. But to say that Region 10 doesn't have trained teachers, do you need a vomit bag? Mr. Speaker, to say that we aren't interested in education, 4 new secondary schools are going up in Region 10, one at the cost of $2.6 billion. One at the cost of 2.6, thank you, sir. One at the cost of $2.6 billion. One at Wairuni, one at Hururu. Mr. Speaker, I want to, because I have 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be spending in this year $11.7 billion on our pathway workers. And I think you would be happy to know that 78% of the pathway workers are women. Employment given to our women. 13,883 of them were employed in 2025. 3,882 men. And on our community enhancement working program, 1,050 women were employed and 1,614 men were employed. And this year, we'll be spending $1.9 million. But I want to turn my attention quickly, Mr. Speaker, to Region 9. Because 2 persons, the gentleman who came before me, gentleman is using the word very loosely. He needs to apologize to this nation for what we know he did. And Mr. Speaker, and the Honorable Mr. Deon La Cruz, whose presentation I enjoyed. It was very spirited, and you could see that he has a heart for service. He's with the wrong people, but he'll get that over soon. He'll be over here shortly. Mr. Speaker, Region 9. Region 9 is one of the most beautiful places in this country. In this country, Region 9 is one of the most beautiful places, sir. And he said nothing was happening in Region 9, it was being neglected and so on. Mr. Speaker, between 2020 to 2024, we spent close to $10 billion on healthcare in Region 9. $10 billion. Let me read some of those stats, Mr. Speaker. New facilities. Level 1 facilities were built at Coxshibai, Carabai Crew, Quico, and Marymore. You know where Coxshibai is? To get to Coxshibai, you actually have to go almost vertical. If you look over on one side, you can't see the bottom. So if you fall off, look, Mahi Paul's puzzled. He doesn't know where Coxshibai is. David Hines has no clue where that is. It's in Region 9, sir. It's in Region 9. You got to go and visit people. New facilities, level 2, upgraded. Achiweb, Karodanau, Mawaranau, Katunarib, and a whole set more. Level 3, Anai, Karasabai, Sand Creek. Total patients seen in the region, Mr. Speaker, 62,000. The Region 9 health story is a success story. Our people used to have to go to Brazil for service. People from Brazil are now coming over to us for service. That is a story we should all be cheering on. Where is your national pride? Where is your national pride? Mr. Speaker, when the PPPC took office, was voted into office in 1992, we had one single secondary school in Region 9 at St. Ignatius. Between 92 and 2015, without a drop of oil, we built 3 more. Right now, we have built or are building 9 secondary schools in Region 9. 949. Napi, which will be called the George Tancredo Napi Secondary School. You talking about culture? Go read up about George Tancredo. Mawaranau, Karodanau, Masara, Tapachinga, Karasabai, Shulinab, Katoka, and Yupakari. Now, is it true that they are taking longer than we want? Of course. We would tell you that. But what happens, sir? We go to public bid, we advertise on a website, and we say, hear ye, hear ye. Anybody in the world who is interested in this, in building this thing at a competitive price, put in your bid. And the MPTAB has no choice. They have to give the least expensive, most responsive person. Now, when they are delinquent, we must throw them off the work. We must terminate them, and we are prepared to do that. But what you see in the steel and concrete, albeit delayed, what you see is a desire by the People's Progressive Party, Civic, to make sure the overcrowding at St. Ignatius stops. That's what you see. How many did the APNU build when they were in office for 5 years? The APNU of AFC failed to start and finish even a single secondary school anywhere in this country. Test me on that. Test me on that. Anywhere in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, what we know we have. Teachers in Masikanari. Look at them. They don't know where Masikanari is. They have no clue. These are clueless. These sleeping. Masikanari is the last village at the bottom of the map. It's also referred to as Guns. We just graduated 7 teachers from the CPC, our only training college in this country. We have, Mr. Speaker, training sites all over Region 9. So much so that we have 98% of our teachers in Region 9 trained or in training. Mr. Speaker, I will say this. In conclusion, to the people of Guyana, you have chosen well. You have chosen well in the PPPC and Dr. Irfan Ali as your president. This is a party that will deliver on our manifesto. our manifesto. Mr. Speaker, we will deliver on our promises. And it is only our promises we can deliver on, not their promises, because their promises were fanciful and would bankrupt this country. If they want their promises delivered, they'd have to be able to convince the people of Guyana to come here, and they can't do that because they can't win the confidence of the people of Guyana. We promise you, and we commit to you, that we are your servants. We will work hard every day to deliver. And where we falter, we are willing to correct ourselves and serve the people of this country, whether they be Hindu, Muslim, Christian, non-religious, Rasta, whether they be Afro-Guyanese, Indo-Guyanese, Amerindian Guyanese, or any other ethnicity, whether they're Portuguese, whether they're from the coast or the hinterland or the riverine, whether they're male or female or doesn't identify as either. Whatever you are, wherever you are, however you voted, we are your servants, and the PPPC is your government. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minister, on that 20th budget presentation also. Honorable members, from QC, we also had Zara Locke. Zara. Honorable members, we will return at 6:30 promptly. We now take the suspension.
Intermission time. And we got a halftime presentation definitely ready to go. We got so many headlines that we got to update one another with. If you can hear me and hear me clearly, drop a 9 in the comment section, travelers. Drop a 9 in the comment section. Drop a 9 in the comment section for me, as long as I'm coming through and I'm coming through clearly. Drop a 9 for me. We got some headlines that we got to update one another with. I got some headlines that we definitely. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live. Yeah. I'm tempted almost to say possibly it could be Bornum, but I'm not sure because remember. Yeah.
Why do we have to vote down in Parliament first because voting gets that voting vote? I don't understand. In Parliament, it's the hypocrites in Parliament vote. What we need to vote about? Right? You guys just say vote on not voting for any other guy. You know what I mean? So, what are you voting for and why are you voting?
Mm-hmm.
You understand my brother? I'm just to listen to prophecy and then
plus there's certain Odessa.
Yeah, man. And
yes.
The importance about her is that
yes. Yeah, and not just that too. And she knows what she's presenting on. As you can hear how she was presenting with authority, right? And she had a great master of the presentation. Yeah. Plus, this was her first time, bro. So definitely big up to Odessa, wherever you're there, Odessa. You did a great job.
Brother. Mm-hmm. And I said from the beginning of this parliament, this is the first parliament that used 5% of young people have in attention to and trusting and seriously, brother.
Yeah.
You hear what I'm telling you? Because at the end of the parliament, you're going to hear this thing. These guys come out and say, explaining, but if he let nobody not come, I don't know what happened to him. Like he's a garden. You know, garden on side city.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't understand. So he I don't know what happened. He contributed so good. I don't know who's not.
Who's that? The speaker that came on and was trying to give the whole house a class in Hindi.
You know, it's talking about Byron.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he ready for that. Listen, when Odessa, Honorable Odessa Primus, get more seasoned in Parliament, is gonna be a serious time for them. I'm telling you. And a number, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man, this opposition kicking it from the start, from the go get to man, kicking it. And people listen to prayer, and I don't care nobody say about prayer. I like prayer bad, you know.
Yeah, prayer standing on years of experience. Well, let's hope that that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, prayer can come to all so much.
Yeah.
And this is not no. This is all years prayer in government. Everybody loves prayer.
Well, we hear the
no matter who talks bad about prayer, there's never even risk to say prayer. It's okay, you know.
We heard the speaker celebrating not celebrating, but commemorating that she was there for 20 years. This is her 20th time, so that's a lot of years of service. So big up to Honorable Priya for how many years of service. Yeah.
And she started from names that I
yeah.
And you know, it's about the onion. And one thing, she is only speaker. I respect that remark she made. That she's willing to work if you want to work with her. Or the CCP. And that is important. That is what I think from the get-go.
Yeah.
Then who come in for Shanghai and Bakere and Sanchez.
But them days for them thing.
Let's come together and fix it.
Yeah, the days for them thing far gone. Yeah.
Nobody investing in the budget, you know. No one investing in the budget, but the only thing is the people suffering. What we need to do is put price control. If you don't have price control in Guyana, Guyana will remain where we are.
Yeah.
Because every time the government gives you money, we stop them and everything jumps skyrocket. Every time the government, so if it makes sense that you give money, price control will stop everything in Guyana.
But let's hope that they are able to put in something like that, because there's definitely a need for something to be done about cost of living and a lot of other things that you hear persons are complaining about. And I think the cost of living thing is only going to continue to get worse because of the amount of persons coming into the country. Just recently, I saw that they had a person that was speaking in a form of Hindi, or I think it's from India or some one of the far out regions, and they had an ad for work in Guyana. So I'm saying, if you got a place that got millions of people and they got ads going on in that particular region for people to come to Guyana, the immigration situation is one that's only going to drive prices higher, because you got more people looking for the same thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. They gotta raise minimum wage and them things. Well, here what we got some. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we got some updates coming in from the former finance minister, and he's giving some key insights as to why there's so many hurdles between win and the APNU and the PNC coming together. We can get into that on the halftime. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for calling in and for sharing them insights with us, buddy. Big up yourself every time. Yeah, man. The travelers are on the phone line and the travelers are in the chat. Remember, it's a subscription only, subscribers only in the chat. So hit that subscription button and become a part of the travelers in the chat, because the conversation and the discussions are lively. Just remember to keep it always respectful, because that's how we do it over here. We might disagree, but we do it respectfully. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Big up to No Filter Boss. We're going on, King. Thanks for being a part of the live presentation. We're going to get into some of what went down with the Honorable Mr. Muhammad and the extradition proceedings, because there's another headline that's going on right now that we got to make sure we all stay updated with. Let's jump straight into these details right now. Remember, if you haven't already, it costs you nothing. Hit that subscription button, buddy, and stay updated with everything.
My counsel today, why object to a request for adjournment by the opposition leader? Who is Mr. Abdul?
You ask me why object?
Yeah, why object?
The sitting of Parliament does not conflict with the sitting of the court, and there is a need to press the matter along. And given that there is no conflict, and the dates in court were set long ago, we felt and the court agreed that the matter should proceed as scheduled.
How many witnesses are likely to come before the magistrate? We know we see this one so far.
There had one so far. There may be two more.
Why is there a need to press the matter along?
Say again?
Why is there a need to press the matter along, as he said?
All matters in court should be dealt with reasonable expedition, and any delays in any court matter must be with good reason.
Would another one of the witnesses include Minister of Government?
You're asking for another witness to be Minister?
If one of the two witnesses
Yes.
would include
Yes.
the Minister of Government.
Yes, it will. Yes.
Is that minister the Foreign Affairs Minister?
Yes. All right, thank you.
Those are the updates coming in from part of the legal team, right? We're going to get the information from the other side's legal team, because there's definitely some trending headlines going on right now. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. What's up, man? I'm listening.
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. 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 I'm telling you. Wow. Mm-hmm.
In 5 years, I have promised many people to complete so many projects on the 8 trillion don't spend.
Things were supposed to.
Everyone will find 5 trillion for the table. But spend out. And what we now say, I'm getting this card off. I'm saying that we're going to get them strong.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, King. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for calling in. One love. One love every single time. Big up to all the travelers on the phone line, everybody in the chat. Thanks for making the live what it is and for being a part of this special presentation. We're going to get some more details coming in from the other side of the political, well, in this case, legal. We're going to get some information coming in from the other side's legal team, even though one of them is one of the political leaders in the country, the Honorable Mr. Ford. Let's get those details right now.
Sorry. Mr. I don't know which one would answer, but why did you see it necessary to ask the court to adjourn the matter when it would have, waited so long to be called? Uh, because your client is now the opposition leader, is that a special privilege being sought?
No, we are seeking no privilege which is special, but only the treatment that is normally given to ordinary citizens even. This afternoon, I have a matter with a member of parliament. The member of parliament has already written the court for a date. There's a lot more to it than just going to parliament and reciting a speech. Azzuddin Mohammed has to vote and coordinate the whole, all of the speeches of the members of parliament. So there's much more to it than that, of the opposition.
Mm-hmm. Sir, we saw a ruling came out yesterday with regarding the issue of bias Sunday minister that dealt with this extradition case. Your take on the ruling?
Well, the ruling is being appealed as we speak. It's a ruling which we respectfully disagree with. We believe that the ruling is premised on a number of errors of law and fact, and we'll take it up before the Court of Appeal. We don't wish to comment too much on that at this point.
Would you be able to comment on the witness's statement today? I saw that you placed heavy emphasis on the documents that were presented, whether the witness was able to identify key markings on those documents, who received or hand over those documents. How important were those questions and the answers provided?
Those questions are of every fundamental importance because in a case such as this, which turns on documents, it has to be set out beyond reasonable doubt that these documents are authentic, that they have the proper provenance, and so forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr.
So we had a chance right there to hear from both legal teams. But guess who else has got some details that is definitely issues in the news? That's definitely headlines that we cannot refuse. And we got to pay attention to all of this because guess what? There's a lot of implications. And we got to read between the lines. Let's not forget that tomorrow is another court day in the magistrate's court, and anything could happen then. We will hear what the Attorney General is pointing out about the stay that definitely is no longer being upheld. Let's hear from the Honorable Mr. Nandalal.
An important ruling in one of the cases filed by Mr. Azzuddin Mohammed in the High Court challenging the extradition process. Now, as a matter of background information, your viewers would recall that Mr. Mohammed and his father filed two sets of legal challenges in the High Court, and both are being heard by the Honorable Chief Justice. In one set of proceedings, they challenge the constitutionality of certain provisions of the Fugitive Offenders Act, more specifically, the amendments which were done to that act in the year 2009. Secondly, they have filed a second legal challenge in the High Court in which They are challenging the authority to proceed issued by the Minister of Home Affairs, as well as every other act or actions that would have flowed from that authority to proceed, including an arrest warrant under which the fugitive offenders were arrested, and consequently the proceedings that are ongoing at the Georgetown Magistrate Court before learned magistrate Judy Latchman. In that second proceedings, they are contending that the minister is biased, the government of Guyana is biased, the president is biased, the attorney general is biased, the vice president is biased.
I'm telling you. So what y'all think about what's being presented so far by the Attorney General? What are your views? Drop it into the comment section and call it in. I'm gonna make sure that I put the number for the hotline up on the screen. Let's hear some more from the Honorable Attorney General. Make sure y'all thumbs up the live. Thumbs up the live. Take a couple of seconds and thumbs up the live. After I'm finished and I go into the back house and I analyze what's going on with the channel, you got thousands and thousands and thousands of views on every video. But persons in taking a couple of seconds to just make sure that the video and the channel continues to move in the algorithm. You got thumbs up the live if you support Delta 9 Media. Take a couple of seconds, whether you're watching us live right now or you're going to catch this in the rewind in the future. Thumbs up the live. It don't really cost you anything, but it does a lot to boost the channel in the algorithm and to keep the videos coming up on the timeline of persons that need to see content like this. Let's continue.
And the entire government architecture is biased because Mr. Azuddin Mohammed is a political competitor to the government and was a political competitor to the government at the recently held elections. And therefore, as a result of that bias, the authority to proceed is defective and everything that flowed therefrom is defective. And they want the authority to proceed to be quashed, and they want all consequential steps taken thereafter to also be quashed. So the Chief Justice heard arguments from all sides. Your viewers would know that we attended court. They sued the Minister of Home Affairs in that proceedings. They sued the Attorney General. They sued the learned magistrate. Mr. Douglas Mendez, Senior Counsel, appeared for the learned magistrate. I appeared in person for the Attorney General, and the learned magistrate was represented by independent counsel. The learned magistrate played no part in the proceedings. But of course, the lawyer for the minister and the attorney general participated along with their lawyers. And we put out our arguments. We say the question of bias does not arise, that in any event, the Mohammeds entered politics long after the extradition process would have been activated, long after the or afflicted with OFAC sanctions, and they choose to go into politics after these events, and therefore to erect a defense of politicization and political bias is simply manufactured, and that is not the law. That the question of bias and those persons who are the tribunals that are to be independent are the judicial tribunals that are all part of the extradition process.
Conversation is becoming one that the climax is building, because we just heard Honorable Priya highlight certain things. Say, listen, it's only a little while before certain persons are extradited. So could it be that she would have gotten clues or insights as to what is about to go down? Because we're hearing from the Attorney General, is one down and the other one to go. As far as the cases that they got, there's no longer a stay, so the case is going to move forward now in the magistrate court, other proceedings to come. So very interesting times, very, very interesting times. The opposition leader might only have a couple of days if certain persons have their way remaining in Guyana. I'm telling you. Let's hope for the sake of win and other things that definitely would go in the direction that they would see for their benefit. Because I'm telling you, the way it's looking is like they're looking to cut off the head and get rid of the rest. Very, very trying times. Some very trying times.
That the question doesn't arise, the question of a bias action doesn't arise in relation to the executive, that the executive has the constitutional functions to perform in relation to the extradition process, and that the executive, the government of Guyana, has the legal and treaty obligations to discharge their duties under the law and under the treaty in relation to bias. If that is a defense, then every person who is the subject of an extradition request can then enter politics if he knows it is coming, or enter politics after, and use that as a basis not to be extradited. That cannot be the law of Guyana, and that is not the law of Guyana or the law of any other country. And we also obviously found case law authorities from across the Caribbean and the Commonwealth and England to justify our position, because these matters have been litigated.
Bias or no bias? What say the people about this situation right here? The extradition case going on right now on the ground. These are the most latest updates coming in from the Attorney General and the legal team as well.
In different courts across the world, and there is great judicial guidance in high courts and appeal courts all across the globe. We cited those cases, and the judge, after hearing all the arguments, fixed the 2nd of February to rule in that matter. On the 2nd of February, the judge did not rule because apparently he did not complete the writing of his judgment. At the time they had filed this action, they had also filed a stay of proceedings, of the magistrates court proceedings. Let me rephrase that. At the time they filed this action, they've made an application to the judge to stay the magistrate court proceedings while this action was going to be heard and determined. We decided as a collective that because the magistrate court was adjourned until the 5th and 6th of February, and this action was being heard in January, that the action can possibly be concluded without a stay being heard and determined.
The stay being heard and determined. Big up to Nav Joe, one of our loyal channel members. Thanks for tuning in, and definitely we'll keep up the good work. And we're happy that there's no Bermuda Triangle turbulence on the transmission today. I'm telling you, smooth flight, smooth flight. Big up yourself, Nav Joe, and thanks for being a frequent traveler over here on Delta 9 Media, and for supporting independent media by being a channel member as well. Big up yourself, Nav Joe. P. Alicut, one of our insightful moderators. We remember the school textbooks. that Priya had printed for students that was riddled with erroneous spelt words. Erroneously spelt words. I tell you, they didn't do a spell check. That's probably before they start using AI, I guess. Stan Lee, we're going on. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the live. Stan Lee saying, Delta 9 Media, I take my hat, I tip my hat to you. You are doing an excellent job, my brother. Good job. Rightly blessed you and the family. Big up yourself, Stanley. Thanks for tuning in and, you know, for dropping insightful commentary in the comment section. And I'm happy to be at service. You know, I'm glad to be able to present and to interact with all the travelers that are here right now in the live. It's the halftime, and we're getting all the updates that might not necessarily connect to the budget, but this headline right here is definitely connected to the
when
budget.
When the PVP has reverted to having a senior member come to the media hoping to belittle or embarrass me, something must be wrong in that camp. Why does the PVP keep shining on my...
Right now we're going to hear directly from the leader of the opposition himself. Let's get some of those details coming in from the Honorable Mr. Mohammed.
When the PVP has reverted to having a senior member come to the media hoping to belittle or embarrass me, something must be wrong in that camp. Why does the PVP keep shining a magnifying glass in my direction? I have received a salary as a member of parliament for the past 4 months, and every cent of it was diverted to help those I think needed it. These monies were there for a long time, and the staff of parliament kept asking me to come collect it. When I finally sent one of my staff to collect the monthly $298,770, I used all of it and far more to assist where the PVP government failed the people. Please note, these families did not ask me for financial support. It was on my own kindness and generosity that I assisted. Minister Gail Teixeira or any of her PVP MPs could check with these families to confirm the same.
By the way, I remember during the campaign, Mr. Mohammed saying he wouldn't be taking any salary. This is not true. Mr. Mohammed is receiving his salary, and he has designated a particular member of his party to collect his salary in cash because, of course, you know, Mr. Mohammed has no bank account, nor do several members in the House.
And tell us, while you're at it, who have you assisted out of your pocket? When I total the number of persons I assisted after elections, it will surpass the 1.2 million I have received from Parliament.
This thing getting real crazy. The back and forth, the bickering, the pulling down, the wrangling and tangling. Why? Why? They got bigger projects. They got a lot of things that opposition and the government and also need to hold one head on and move forward in the country. Like the immigration crisis that will soon cause problems for both parties if they don't get the act together. You understand? Because we're hearing that there is more than 100,000 allegedly Venezuelans that are in the country right now. Are they documented? Who knows? Right? There's so many other things going on, but let's hear some more from Mr. Mohammed.
All I have received is my salary as a member of parliament and no other entitlements. That said, the salary that I am yet to collect as leader of the opposition, which will be more than $298,770, every cent will be used to assist the less fortunate. Every cent will be used to assist the less fortunate. Minister Teixeira, when I receive my first salary as leader of the opposition, I want you to come and audit it. Thank you. When the PVP has reverted to having a senior member come to the...
The back and forth and the back and forth. But what's going on with the nation? Whilst former party members and party colleagues bicker what is going on with the work of the people. This place can't run on bad blood. Remember that famous 5:30 meeting and the conversation when people come up and say, oh, they get bad blood. This place can't run on no bad blood, buddy. At some point, we got to realize, you know, and just because it's February, Black History Month, we got to point out this very important detail. And remember the fact that Guyana is what we can term a black country. That's how the rest of the world can see it, because it's predominantly persons that are originally from Africa that are in that region. Let me hear what's going on here.
India used to be called long time ago Eastern Ethiopia. Everybody knows that, right? No? Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. You also probably heard there is a big river in India called Ganges. Okay. To be frank, till 2 years back, I did not know what the meaning of the word Ganges. I simply know Ganges is Ganges. Do you know the name Ganges is one of the strongest and famous emperors of Ethiopia? That's right. Do you think some crazy Aryans would name a big river in India after an African emperor? Would not.
Things that we forget, that if we remember, we'll realize and see how easy it is for us to find a common ground. Somebody benefiting from the divide and rule, buddy. And we got to some point in some generation wake up to the deception of the divide and rule.
Not. Simple logic says that. India used to be called long time ago Eastern Ethiopia.
All right. Powerful point that we got to make sure we bring to the front of the class. It's Black History Month, you know. So we're going to highlight certain details like that. But now, we're going to hear from who? The former finance minister, Honorable Mr. Jordan, because he's given some insights. Everybody's wondering why the opposition can't seem to come together. Let's get some insider insights as to why this might be so. If you haven't already, it costs you nothing. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button, everybody, right now on the International Digital Connection. This is the halftime presentation, and we are cruising. Let's get into this.
As an African begin, and where do those kinds of barbs end? As he said, he might have meant it just as a repartee or so on. But who was saying it to whom and what was being said conveyed an impression that is so typical of what is said about Guyanese of African descent. But like I said, I leave it at that. There obviously seems to be a huge problem between Win and Apni. Huge. And apparently notwithstanding attempts, including a well-known interlocutor who has made it public that he offered his services as an interlocutor, but it didn't bear fruit. It seems that there is no coming together in a hurry. And like I said here last week, my source told me that Win has no intention of cooperating with APNU. Some say they don't want to be going down the road of AFC or to be labeled as AFC or suffer the same fate as AFC. So it would seem to me, under all of those conditions, that the PPP is going to become a dynasty in Guyana. Because none of these parties separately can dislodge the PPP. That is.
Here what the Honorable Mr. John is pointing out is persons don't decide to come together. Then, listen, there will be no situation where we will see any change of persons in certain positions of power. This is what the Honorable Mr. Jordan is highlighting. And he would know because he was a part of government and a person that's been serving for many, many years at a high caliber. Let's get some more insights coming from the Honorable Mr. Jordan.
That is a fact. That is a fact. None. So what's the purpose? What is the purpose we're going to elections for when the results are already known? What is the purpose? Let me hear.
Biometrics ain't gonna do nothing. New list ain't gonna do nothing. It don't matter what persons attempt if they don't attempt unity, if they don't attempt some type of real unified foundation in the opposition. That's the insights coming from the Honorable Mr. Jordan. Let's hear.
Let me hear. What is it about certain people in the wind who came from the belly of the coalition or the APNU, who apparently are the ones who are driving this disconnect? Only this morning I was reading a post by Terence Campbell, the leader of the parliamentary group, who alleged that the two whips, the government whip and the opposition whip, were seeking to overturn the speaker who was allowing him to speak on Friday. I don't know what was the issues involved. But when your own louse bites you, they say, it is bite hot. And what would be the reasoning behind the opposition's whip conspiring with allegedly, with the government's whip to prevent Campbell from speaking on Friday, the last day of the debates? What would be it? That is how petty things gone. And I was in a backward and forward with a former PNC, APNU individual, youngster. Quite like him because I like his aggressiveness and so on. In which he argued, and not only him, another one too, quite like him too, in which they were arguing that it was better for the APNU to have accepted the 35-minute slots that WIN was offering rather than none at all. You hear the argument? And these are coming from relatively young men who said
a whole lot of division in the house, right? When persons supposed to find in some amount of unity so that the people can be represented. Isn't that the real objective? Isn't that the ultimate objective? How the opposition is an opposition against itself before it's an opposition against what's going on in government, what's going on in the country, so that the things could be done in a balanced manner, right? At the end of the day, we got to analyze this thing from a real place, you know. It's a while now we talking about it over here at Delta 9 Media. Before the elections, we talk about the possibility of having a controlled opposition. Before the elections, we were pointing out the significance of making sure that the right persons are placed in certain positions of power. Now, look at what's going on. Look at what's going on. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Yeah, my brother, amazing.
Yeah.
You see what happened here, right? At me, there is tendency that they are the dominant and they have the experience and they have the wide cross section. Because when Teresa was to speak, she was to speak about the like equal and right and racial because she's body line area. But she didn't get that opportunity to master that area from the inside. You get me?
Yeah.
So that's where they have the division, whereby who to take what and who to go where. So, you know, that is what the division was. And that is, you know, they really lay down the parliament because the happening start thinking that then it's going to get wrong and they have the experience.
Yeah.
When we come to the ring, start get back to and they're being pushed up their head. But when he said no, we're going to try. Because if you listen to all of the speeches and the court, when you make the speeches, they say they said on and you don't have experience.
Yeah.
And that's what they're talking about.
But you got the only way you can get the experience is you gotta go and get your feet wet. You gotta go and get your hands dirty. You gotta be a part of what's taking place, right? And we happy that
that is what Duarte people love. Duarte said some people born with experience. But we have to get our own experience because the experience was impossible. And they really were positive about it because remember, they didn't have the amount of time to study what they wanted to present.
Yeah. Because I notice as well too when Odessa was speaking, she was asking for direction from the speaker, you know, about, you know, the way that, like, what do you mean when you say this or that? So you could see, like, literally they're trying to make sure that, look, we're here for the first time, but we're trying to make sure we learn and master this and step forward in a real way. And they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job, mostly so far.
Kudos to whoever teaching them. They adapt really quick and fast. And they were very, very presented.
Yeah.
The presenter, represent very well.
Yeah.
You know. So there are more speaking about Sunday's presentation might be tomorrow. But I don't know if they're going to get that opportunity because I don't even know if Mohammed and I will get a chance to speak. They're really confused. So there's no confusion.
Big up yourself, Carl. Thanks for calling in and for sharing those insights. I'm telling you, so many headlines, so many things for us to make sure we stay updated with. We're getting some insider perspective coming from the former finance minister's money time, you know, so we want to hear from the big money people, the persons who understand how to formulate budgets, who formulating budgets from even before they were in the APNU government. Big up yourself to the Honorable Mr. Jordan, wherever you are. Trust me, they got persons all over the globe that's be looking forward for your presentations. And we thank you for your many years of service, sir.
Young Guyanese of African descent who said it was better for APNU to accept the 5:35-minute slots out of 19 that were being offered to them by WIN. Well, hear this now. So these 19 slots, perhaps.
You see, powerful point. Big up to Cheryl, one of our very insightful moderators, highlighting something that was earlier said in the live by, she's saying this. When the sports and culture MP spoke, he said that the party would be there for the next 30 years. For the next 30 years, because now you got a party that's going to become an opposition to your real opposition, so that you could continue to move forward with the majority, you understand? And you can control the opposition in the house, and obviously the fact that you got all of that power in the house as within, so without, you're going to have even more power outside of the house, because you could influence all of these policies, right? You could come for local government in region 4, and you got all of this financial access because of the resources in the country right now. So big up yourself, Cheryl, and thanks for dropping those insights in that comment, because it's something that even the Honorable Mr. Jordan is analyzing and saying if they don't do certain things differently, that might be the outcome, you know? Big up to Michael, thanks for tuning in. Nigella, good afternoon. Thanks for being a part of this live presentation, right? Stanley saying this, Delta 9 Media, Mr. Jordan is totally right. None of those parties alone can win the PPPC in an elections. You see what happened to the AFC running by themselves in the last election. Powerful point, Stanley. Thanks for dropping those insights in the comment section. Our moderator, P. Alikak, is saying this. When it comes to the Mohammed extradition case, it's quite plausible, reasonable to say that the PPP are all biased given the history between the two parties, right? Who are now enemies. Vendetta, right? They got a back and forth, and obviously even the top cops them was highlighting that there's some amount of bias going on. There's some amount of bias taking place, buddy, and persons can clearly see what's going on. You get some insights coming in from the finance minister as well. And who could remember this headline that just recently went down on the bridge? Remember the bridge situation with the truck that was coming backward and all of them things? Let's get some updates with what's going on with that, and then we're gonna get some insights on the case in comparison to other things coming in from the top cops themselves. Let me hear what's going on right here.
23-year-old Jomel Kenny, who was involved in the accident that claimed the life of Scott Duarte, was today charged with causing death by dangerous driving, and he also had 2 additional charges. He was granted bail in the sum of $2.1 million by Magistrate Delon Bess.
A new charge causing death by dangerous driving was read to the accused, who was not required to plead to the indictable offense. Additional charges include failing to maintain a motor vehicle in a safe condition and driving while unable to properly control the vehicle, to which he pleaded not guilty. Defense attorney Everton Singh Lamy applied for bail, arguing that there was no evidence to suggest his client is a flight risk, would interfere with the investigation, or commit further offenses. The prosecution objected, citing the loss of life, serious injuries to others, and
Yo, it look like if they're trying for cruelty, or you can put on leg cuff on the man, and you could clearly see that it looks like if he hurt his foot in the accident. Sometimes I really wonder, you could have chained you around the hip, you could have give you the double hand cuff, it's like this, so that he can't go no way. But the man is not no flight risk. I you chain his foot and get the limping to it's crazy.
damage to public and
But we must say condolences to those who are still grieving for their loved ones, and rising power to the person that would have lost their life in this tragic situation that went down in our nation. It's real unfortunate, but There's a lot of wildness going on the road. And at some point, it got to be checked, you know. Every other day almost, you're hearing about fatal accidents in Guyana. Every other day almost. And this is some updates from one that went down on the brand new bridge. Brand new bridge, buddy.
Private property. On the causing death, he was granted $2 million bail. Additionally, bail was granted on earlier charges relating to breach of insurance, unlicensed driving, and failure to properly secure a load that amounted to $130,000. At the court, the dead man's family spoke with NCN News, saying that since the accident, it has been very difficult for the family to cope.
The lawyer is arguing that death by dangerous driving is not a serious offense, and that was a part for me that was very hard to swallow because my brother lost his life. We lost a lot by losing my brother. So how do you think my parents are feeling? They don't even have the strength to come to the court to see that, and put aside the fact that they have not even offered their condolences or any sympathy or empathy towards the situation at hand.
Kenny is scheduled to return to court on April 2, 2026. He will reappear along with the owner of the truck, Antonia Johnson, for the commencement of trial for the breached documentation. As part of his bail conditions, Kenny is prohibited from driving any motor vehicle anywhere in Guyana and is required to report to the police at Sage Pond Outpost along the Heroes Highway every second Friday of the month, beginning this Friday. The offense.
Yo, y'all see how them cars smash up and beat up? This was a crazy, crazy accident. Crazy, crazy accident, yo.
Of causing death by dangerous driving carries a maximum penalty of 10 years imprisonment.
Reporting from the Diamond Magistrates Court for the NCN News, I am Natasha Logan.
Big up to Natasha and the entire team for that presentation and keeping us updated with what's going on with that situation on the bridge. Well, we're going to hear some insights coming in from the top cop about this situation. We're here right now. What's going on with this?
Is made that they is granted $2 million bail. Because no charge with causing their $2 million bail. I remember this. Y'all remember this?
No, you want to. You want to move on the fucking station? I don't put the fucking enemy.
That murder we just saw there. The victim is a policeman, businessman, Videnu. He is on $1 million bail for murdering a policeman. I tell you guys, it's not a real place. He is on $1 million bail. Right? First time he paid $1 million bail, they charge you with manslaughter, and he is out on $1 million bail. And this man who involved in this, they call him fatal accident, causing death by fatal accident. Right? We all are aware of the circumstances based on the release that they say. And he is on $2 million. First, he was remanded. He was remanded first. The man was remanded. And then he's now placed this morning on $2 million bill. You tell me Guyana is a real place? Is that share jokes, buddy? Right? Is that share jokes? And I know that that's vexed, but I don't care. That man killed that policeman in cold blood. Betty, pick up something. When the policeman threw something at him, he pick up a firearm. They say, you're licensed firearm holder. He pick up the firearm and shot and killed the policeman.
Condolences to the family members and the loved ones of that law enforcement officer. And big up to Mr. Slow and Mr. Conway because, listen, speaking out, exposing corruption and incompetence. Speaking out, exposing corruption and incompetence. Very, very important page on YouTube and on Facebook. Make sure you check it out and subscribe. Why? You're getting certain insights coming from persons that are actually in law enforcement and serving law enforcement at high calibers, right? So they could highlight certain things from a real perspective and give you certain insights. See here what Mr. Slow's pointing out right there. How come this person gone on $2 million bail, but the other situation that he just highlighted, 1 million? Is that fairness? Is that blind justice? Maybe here's some more from the top cup.
Shot and killed him. He's charged with manslaughter. And I said, maybe at the time when the charge was instituted, they would not have seen the video that we all just saw. But I would think that from the time they saw that video, that charge should have been up to murder. Because it was clear it is murder. Right? It is clear it is murder. And he is placed. Understand this, let me understand this. When he appeared in court charged with manslaughter, he's immediately placed on $1 million bail. Immediately. This driver with his truck
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure tonight to stand before this honorable House and to give my contribution in relation to this budget. You will hear me referring to this budget from here on as a statement of priorities or as a declaration of value, because that is really what it is. Before I go in depth into my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's imperative that I make it clear that on this side of the House, we are not in any way, shape, or form promulgating that the budget does not have good initiatives for the people of Guyana. Where the people of Guyana will benefit, we will support. The clear contention that we want, Mr. Speaker, to be made here tonight is that this budget does not put in order the priorities of our people. And so while there are good initiatives in this budget, the priorities of this government seems to be all over the place. Mr. Speaker, for years I have followed the parliament in this country, and I have looked and listened intently to the presentations of every single speaker. This year, Mr. Speaker, I must say how disappointed I am with the government side. Every one of them used their 30 plus 5 minutes to say absolutely nothing that will advance this budget. They made it appear, Mr. Speaker, as though we were in a political campaign. And I wish to put on record, Mr. Speaker, that a manifesto is not a national developmental plan for Guyana. And so when the honorable members on that side comes to this honorable House and make it appear as though The people of this country, and I want to make it very clear. When you talk about the people of this country, be reminded of the percentage of Guyanese who cast their votes for you. It is not a reflection of the people of Guyana. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, you cannot come to this honorable house, fail to consult with the wider community, fail to consult properly with civil society, fail to consult with the opposition, fail to consult with all entities, and present a budget and make it feel and appear as though it has national consultation. It does not. Mr. Speaker, it is important to highlight that this government from the onset should look down the line of ensuring there is a national developmental committee put in place, which is a reflection of all the entities and the different persons of interest in this country. Guyana belongs to all of us. When we listen to this debate about who got 12 and who got 16, and look at that side. Listen. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. I want to remind this honorable house. About the various international communities, observers who came to this country and what they said about the 2025 elections. May I remind you, in case you did not read, the EU Observers Report. Do not be mistaken. Do not confuse a smooth and peaceful elections for a free and fair elections in this country. Don't be confused. And therefore, when you come to this house, the people are watching in this country. The people are watching in this country. And when you come to this house and recognize that not even the international community recognizes that this government got in power with a free and fair elections. It is not my words, the Honorable Member Attorney General. Those are not my words. You take your fight to the European observers. Don't bring it to me. But I am saying, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to highlight a few important things. And there's a reason. There is a reason I want to highlight. Because when you talk about priorities, I want you to recognize that from a legislative standpoint, what must be prioritized in this budget is definitely addressing the problems at GCOM. Now, Mr. Speaker, the observer's report stated clearly that the 1st of September 2025 general and regional elections, transparency, competitiveness, and compliance, and of course democratic standards, their final report came to this, sir. There were key structural issues. Identified. Undue advantage of incumbency due to the use of state resources and visible public project during the campaign period. You don't come, no. I am saying the election done, but the entire honorable member, the entire house over there came and tried to present, instead of advancing an argument that will move this country forward. It's about elections. It's about the amount of seats that you have. You know, Mr. Speaker, the argument this side seeks to advance is that whatever they say, that is most important. Mr. Speaker, the people of this country know that the side over there, they have enough to pass a budget. But the people of this country are listening. They're students who are here, and they want to hear a proper argument as to why. They want to hear justification as to why the amount stated in this budget must be approved. But instead of paying attention to that, they seem to attack him. Now listen, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about this, and it's very important, because throughout this debate, I have looked and I have listened to the members of the government side throw all sorts of tantrums and talk about who's moving where and who is moving there. Let me say, the APNU understands clearly, it's undone. It is a strong party. It is a strong party. It is a party with values. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable James Bond is a clear reflection of the government's beatdown. It's a clear reflection of that. They beat James Bond down, the honorable member, until he subjected. I was right there following James Bond when he got all the pellets in his back, fighting for the rights of the people. I was right there at his bar on the East Coast when the honorable member couldn't even open that bar properly. Every minute, the police running, they're locking him up. James Bond always at the station. You know, James Bond don't go to the station no more. Why? You must say to these people, you must say to the Guyanese people that your choice, honorable member, was an economic choice. And it was your honorable member. Don't, Mr. Speaker, it is the honorable member's right to make that choice. But even though where he makes that choice, do not look over on this side with disdain as though the people over here are not fighting for a cause. The PNC APNU has a legacy, and that legacy has always been fighting for justice and the rights of our people in this country. Mr. Speaker, so that the first priority of this budget, you talked about rigging of election, you're talking about rigging of election, that's the only line the Honorable Prime Minister has about rigging of election. You need, honorable member, to remove yourself from the past. We're in 2026, and therefore, the budget must be a reflection of the government's will and the government's intention to ensure that there is electoral reforms in this country. Nothing in this budget offer the use of biometrics. The government on that side, on many occasions when they sat on this side, they promulgated for the changes at GCOM. They promulgated for how we do elections in this country. When they don't want biometrics, they don't want clean voters list. But Mr. Speaker, it is the EU's report which comes back to talk about how this government treats the people of this country. I lost my way throughout, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm making the point because they came and all they're mentioning is trying to remind who got 30-something seats, that's all they're doing. And they fail to recognize that the international observers saw what happened in these elections. Mr. Speaker, I want to go forward. And I speak to the honorable member, Ben, Mr. Speaker, respectfully through your chair. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General has a responsibility for legal advice to government. And this whole argument about Walter Rodney and who killed Walter Rodney is very misplaced. Because I believe the advice that the Honorable Attorney General must have given to the government side is that an entity cannot commit murder, is that an entity is not responsible and cannot appear before a criminal court. So there's this whole nonsense in relation to PNC and who, Mr. Speaker, if they have the evidence, and the persons who would have been involved, let them go before a court. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General will tell them there's no statutory bar on instituting a criminal charge when it comes to an indictable charge. He will tell them that. We have never called on the PPPC that you killed Saturday or saw. We called for an independent investigation so that the culprits will be brought to justice. Therefore, don't come to this honorable house and tell people out there about, I am rebutting, Mr. Speaker, further, this budget.
Further is a good interjection time.
Yeah.
To tell you have 5 minutes to come.
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely nothing in this budget. There is nothing in this budget which advances a legislative agenda. And when we talk about priority, I see the Honorable Attorney General smiling. When we talk about priority, the people of this country are more interested in ensuring that there are reform laws and that there are systems in place that will ensure justice for all. I bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, the matter of Adriana Young. I bring to it. What has the government learned about that matter? No, I know what they've learned. They have learned just from what the honorable member did last night. She presented a wood and asking the people on this side whether they want a wood. But Mr. Speaker, I have a gift. Mr. Speaker, I have a gift. I have a gift for them. I have a gift for them. This is what we bring. We call for justice. We call for justice. We call for reforming of the laws. This budget, this is what we bring. In case you don't remember her face, this is what we bring. We don't bring wood to insult people. We command your support. Mr. Speaker, there should be in this budget an entire reform of the criminal code and especially as it pertains to investigation and the use of forensic science. Mr. Speaker, we have inherited from since the 1800s a Coroner's Act which is so outdated from the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has moved past. They have moved to amendments way up to 2024. The entire Commonwealth Caribbean have moved past in relation, but Guyana stands still. They stand still. And they have moved past to ensure that the Coroner's Act ensure that there are use in relation to experts, persons who are identified to be on a national forensic authority body. Mr. Speaker, we advocate that this budget, in order that we see real change and justice for our people, will include changes in relation to those laws, so that we only building if you are going to build. And mind you, we are not saying building is wrong, but we have to be concerned, and the priorities must be about the lives of our people. What about keeping them safe? Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we had a tragedy of 4 men. When I looked again as to how they handled that, it tells us in the Adriana Young's matter, in the Madia fire that killed 20 of our children, it shows that Guyana lacks the expertise forensically to investigate and to do these matters. Budget is silent on it. Budget is silent on it. It makes no provision for that. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to join with the call of the acting Chief Justice of the Judiciary, calling for full autonomy of the judiciary. It is time the government takes its feet off of the neck of the judiciary, because they're the ones who call the shot, because they're the ones that have to allocate and release in relation to spending. They try to intimidate. They try to speak. Look at what we have been faced in the media. Look at what we've been faced with in the media. The type of condemnation of our members of the bench. So while we are billing many other courts, we have to worry about the integrity of those judgments. We have to be worried about the ability of our members of the bench to act fairly and within the law, and without giving them full autonomy, Mr. Speaker, in which this budget does not make a priority. I do not see that will happen. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to say to the honorable members, Mr. Speaker, through the convention, that this budget 2026, if you are going to be putting people first, you have to think about the human asset. That is more important. I know that James talked about building Dubais and making Guyana look like Dubais. We're not going to argue, but we want our people alive to enjoy that. And the only way they will be safe and alive is when we put them forth and we ensure that the systems and the legislations that are in place are reformed to ensure that they can benefit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Dexter Todd. And now,
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement. Men's total wellness formula. Packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
2026, aptly themed, putting people first, is far more than a financial document. It is a blueprint for dignity as together we, the people of Guyana, chart the path forward for our nation's prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it behooves me, therefore, to commend the Honorable Member, Dr. A.K. Singh, Senior Minister within the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, and his able team of committed professionals who have dedicated their time and effort toward the articulation of the vision of this administration to prioritize the interests of the Guyanese people in this budget 2026. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that there are members of the opposite bench of this august House who, despite receiving talking points for budget debate and guidance and estimate process, have chosen to demonstrate a wanton disregard for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Member Natasha Singh Lewis can stand in this House and declare that the NBS is an inconsequential financial institution, it becomes evident that adequate and affordable housing for the people of Guyana is not a priority for the members of the opposition. It is unacceptable, and I'm appalled that an honorable member would reduce the New Building Society to inconsequence on the basis of a personal account matter, when this institution has helped thousands of Guyanese secure homes, lowered mortgage burdens, and expanded real access to home ownership. The value of the NBS is measured not by one individual's grievance, Mr. Speaker, but by its proven role in strengthening household stability and advancing home ownership for the people of Guyana. It is limpid that in the heart and mind of this honorable member, home ownership should not be made affordable for the Guyanese people, because to her, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the people are inconsequential. Mr. Speaker, an exciting future beckons for all Guyanese, for which Budget 2026 sets the tone, putting people first. It is evident in the strategic choices this government has made across housing, education, healthcare, and infrastructure. It ensures that Guyana's historic growth is not a distant headline, but a tangible reality felt in the classrooms and felt in the kitchens of every Guyanese family. Mr. Speaker, while this may be my first contribution, and it is, as a sitting member of Parliament, it is not my first experience in the arena of public service. I come from a village on the west coast of Demerara named Iflat. As an Afro-Guyanese woman, deeply proud of my heritage, I walk with my ashe. I was shaped by a community that understands struggle, values perseverance, and demands dignity. For many years, Mr. Speaker, I served in politics with conviction. Through that journey, I learned a difficult truth, that some political spaces prioritize narrow loyalty over national progress. I learned that true service requires the courage to move where one's contribution can be fully realized for the benefit of this nation. Today, I sit with the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration, not as a symbol or gesture, but as a partner in progress. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this government has demonstrated that Afro-Guyanese leadership belongs at the highest levels of decision-making. There is no ceiling on contribution in this administration. There is no exclusionary ownership of opportunity. My presence here reflects a political culture that values ability and commitment to country over the divisiveness of the past. Budget 2026, Mr. Speaker, reinforces this inclusive vision by placing a historic emphasis on youth development and skills training. We are sending a message to every young Guyanese. You do not have to wait for the future. Your time is now. You are being equipped to build your lives and contribute to Guyana's development now. Investing in our youth is not a slogan. Mr. Speaker, it is a strategic imperative. We are measuring our success not by the volume of rhetoric, but by the results in our communities, by the jobs created, the small businesses launched, the families uplifted through investments in agriculture, TVET, business development opportunities, the orange economy, manufacturing and other sectors, the continuation of which Budget 2026 robustly supports. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention now to the maritime sector. Maritime sector development, Mr. Speaker, since 2020 has been fueled by the vision of His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali and has been supported by every budget since then and now Budget 2026. Mr. Speaker, Guyana has seen a 67% increase in vessel traffic, or port calls, as we say in the maritime industry, from 2020 to 2025. This increase is recognized as an indicator of the value and impact of this government's aggressive positioning of the maritime sector as a cornerstone of national development. This bold and ambitious undertaking instructs the development of a comprehensive and robust regulatory, legal, and institutional framework. We have prioritized the modernization of our maritime laws and regulations. We've sustained technical capacity building, the strengthening of our current institutions and establishment of new ones, such as the Modern Port Authority, that will bring the sector into right alignment with established global standards and best practices, embracing innovation and increased efficiency for safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. The Honorable Member Manzo Walton Desir and I am disappointed that she's not here this evening. But she clamored, Mr. Speaker, for a modern port authority, which she claims is not provided for in this budget. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, what the honorable member is calling for is a promulgation of an instrument drafted in December 2017. I understand that she might have had some input, which purports to be the Port Authority Act of Guyana, which, when examined upon my return from the International Maritime Law Institute in Malta in 2018, when I examined this draft, Mr. Speaker, it was found wanting.
You're being polite.
I examined it against our national maritime landscape and, of course, the international standards and recommended practices which were fresh in my mind. This draft is woefully inadequate. Mr. Speaker, if I may read just the long title for this Honorable House. This is the Guyana Ports Act. The long title reads, Mr. Speaker, an act of Parliament to provide for the establishment of an authority to be known as the Guyana Ports Authority, for the transfer to the authority of the undertakings within Guyana of the Transport and Harbors Department for the functions of the authority and for purposes connected therewith. Mr. Speaker, port functions are not vested in the Transport and Harbors Department, not in Guyana, perhaps in Nigeria or Ghana.
Where should copy that from?
Port functions have not been vested in this agency since the promulgation and enactment, of the Guyana Shipping Act of 1998. So this clearly was not drafted for us. I wish to pause, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the tireless efforts and commitment of the staff of the Legal Division of the Maritime Administration Department and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, who are crafting a comprehensive legislative blueprint. It is important to listen rapt attention. The language may be technical, but the thesaurus is available on Google.
That's correct.
Commitment of the Legal Division of the Maritime Administration Department, Mr. Speaker, and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, who are crafting a comprehensive legislative blueprint, including a modern Port Authority Act that will reflect acceptable global standards of operation, oversight, and regulation. A blueprint that will guide the maritime sector for decades to come. Mr. Speaker, this is no easy undertaking, but we have acquired the requisite technical capabilities to get it done and get it done right. This is not a mere exercise in cut and paste. It is a systematic procedure that is designed to transform complex obligations enshrined in the Maritime Pillar Conventions in its scope and to which Guyana is a party. These must be transformed into clear and consistent national laws. This is in stark contrast, Mr. Speaker, to what obtained between 2015 to 2020. You will listen now. What pervaded, sir, was an attitude of contempt for the sector, evidenced by the failure to align the MARAD to effectively function in its role as a principal regulator of maritime activities. And a refusal to configure an administrative infrastructure that contemplated the network of public sector agencies and private sector stakeholders with individual and shared responsibilities for various segments, directly and indirectly relative to the conduct of maritime affairs. I was also there in 2020 running the Region 3 campaign, gaining 25% increase in votes, a seat you occupied, Honorable Member, that you failed to retain at the last elections. That is why you are there amongst the 12, and you keep wondering every time you look at each other, is it me, Jesus? Is it me, Jesus? But Judas shall be revealed. Further, Mr. Speaker, even after adequate notification from the International Maritime Organization that mandatory audit amendments to the IMO treaty would enter into force in January 1, 2016, and that Guyana would be subject to this audit scheme in 2018, the APNU AFC government clearly callous in their administration of the sector, as with everything else, failed to implement the requirements for verification of compliance. Hence, during the conduct of the audit from February 10 to 19, 2018, Guyana recorded 19 findings. 19 strikes, Mr. Speaker. Principally, the audit found that although the state lacked the requisite technical and legal personnel for the effective implementation of maritime conventions, there was no utilization, absolutely no utilization of available external options for the facilitation of the process. Mr. Speaker, the auditors also found that maritime affairs were not at the time, listen to this, Mr. Speaker, maritime affairs were not prioritized at the national strategic planning level. Further, there was a use and a reliance on an archaic management system, and there was a lack of a policy relative to retention of maritime information. I'm not surprised. Perhaps the Honorable Member David Hines, Dr. David Hines, and myself might have the only two visible copies of A Destiny to Mold, because record keeping is not their forte. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the audit also found that as a result of a lack of relevant technical capacity, especially the absence of adequately trained maritime legislation drafters, the administration had not developed the relevant policies and guidelines to aid the implementation or enforcement of IMO instruments to which this state, the state of Guyana, is party. Consequently, the implementation mechanism to enable the effective discharge of the administration's responsibilities and obligations was incomplete. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the audit also found. There was no effective mechanism as stipulated by the international organizations, the IMO, the IHO, and the WMO, to ensure that messages related to the safety of navigation were made readily available. Mr. Speaker, we come to 2020. From the onset of his first term as president, His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali has prioritized the transformation and modernization of the maritime sector. Thereupon, for the enhancement of navigational safety and efficiency for maritime, we have embarked on an aggressive program to construct over 30 navigation markers along the Essequibo River and key navigational aids in the Demerara River, and you will catch feelings for Irfan and he not catch feelings for himself. Since 2020, we have acquired 3 new pilot boats, Arapaima, Hayama, Hayakwa, that represent more than an upgrade in speed and efficiency. And they herald a new standard in maritime safety and service. Much unlike the second-hand David P., acquired in 2018, the one time I had a voice and I said, do not buy that vessel. They said, Mr. Speaker, go back into your back office. And they misrepresented to us that this was a new vessel. And the David P., honorable member, the David P. Pen. In conclusion, Pen. The David P. was not fully operational due to mechanical issues. We fixed it because we did not want for taxpayers' dollars to be wasted.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
These newly built vessels are part of the government's plan. These newly built vessels, Mr. Speaker, are part of the government's plans to modernize MARAD's fleet, which will soon be expanded to include a modern hydrographic survey vessel and a specialized vessel designed to maintain, deploy, and replace navigational buoys and beacons. Mr. Speaker, we are building and will soon operationalize in order to fulfill our responsibilities under the National Search and Rescue Plan, a Maritime Rescue Coordination Center in 2026. We not only boast of marine asset acquisition, we have improved technical and administrative capacities within MARAD, appointed a registrar of ships and a registrar of seafarers in compliance with the Shipping Act of '98, both of whom are World Maritime University trained. Our hydrographic unit, we have improved the quality of staff by training them, not replacing them, in applied and exploration, geology, marine cartography, and category B hydrographic surveying. We have a port administrator, a marine environment compliance officer, a port engineer, all trained at the World Maritime University. And we have within our arsenal lawyers trained to transform maritime conventions into national laws, all trained by Emily Malta. Mr. Speaker, we have assigned, in fact, we have designated a representative, a permanent rep to the IMO, and we have several focal points from various technical areas across the sector. And we will continue to build our maritime capacity and infrastructure so that when we have that follow-up audit, Mr. Speaker, we will register 19 stars. Mr. Speaker, let me also tell you, all of our investments have not gone unnoticed. The Caribbean is recognized, the IMO has recognized Guyana as a critical maritime state, and this year we will host for the first time 2 major regional maritime conferences, the 31st meeting of the Caribbean Port State Control Conference and the 5th regional meeting of the heads and directors of maritime agencies. Mr. Speaker, I wish to conclude. Guyana's prosperity must be as resilient as its people. This budget manages our resources with a steady hand, ensuring our growth is shared fairly and protected against global uncertainty, the LCDS. To the youth of Guyana, I now speak to you directly. Your potential is our greatest national asset. This government is chosen to invest in you deliberately. And to the people of Guyana, my people, representation matters most when it leads to results. When we create space for diverse voices, our one Guyana becomes an unbreakable reality. I am proud, Mr. Speaker, to serve in a government focused on national unity and responsible leadership. If I may paraphrase, Mr. Speaker, the wise words of Kirk Rodin, popularly known as Da Vinci, on behalf of the Guyanese people, who this government will continue to prioritize, and say to the honorable members on the opposite side of this house, who boldly and vociferously stand against this government, determination and efforts to put people first. You are go vex, you know we bless. You see the success. You see the shirt, you see the pants, but we not done press. Mr. Speaker, I commend Budget 2026 to this honorable house. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now for the Honorable Member, Ms. Janelle Swetner.
Unleash the best version of yourself with every goddess. Say goodbye to limitations and say hello to a better, stronger, healthier you.
Feet on soil, Guyana roots in my veins.
I rise not to oppose development, but to defend the public interest. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the next generation and the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is not against a prosperous and developed Guyana. We are here to ensure that the 2026 budget will indeed be a people-centered one. Mr. Speaker, I rise not to attack infrastructure, but to interrogate how it's built. Who benefits from it and who pays the price when it fails? And Mr. Speaker, before this honorable House approves another dollar for the Public Works Program in 2026, we must confront an uncomfortable but unavoidable truth. Mr. Speaker, let us get ready. That side of the House may go in an uproar. Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Program in 2025 failed the governance test. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget estimates for current and revenue expenditures, Volume 1, pages 504 to 506, details of capital expenditure. It shows the humongous sums of monies budgeted and expended for the Ministry of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, the Public Works Program fail. Not because Guyana lacks money, not because Guyana lacks contractors, neither not because Guyana lacks engineers, but because Guyana lacks discipline, accountability, and consequences in the execution of public works. Mr. Speaker, the administration has come to this House boasting of unprecedented allocations, billions upon billions for roads, bridges, drainage, sea defenses, and infrastructural development. We are told that in a new era of development, that we are living in this new era of development, we are told to be grateful. We are told to trust. But the people of Guyana, Mr. Speaker, we are not impressed by spreadsheets or headline figures or promises. They are asking far more basic questions and far more serious questions. And I am happy that today it rained in Guyana, because I could not have made my presentation more elementary than that. Because as we walk through the cities and as we walk through different parts of Guyana today that had rainfall, my speech is evident. Let those who have eyes see. Let those who have ears hear what I'm saying. The evidence is there. Mr. Speaker, I have a couple of questions. And to be quite honest, Mr. Speaker, I could have done this in a nice 15 minutes meeting with the Honorable Minister of Public Works and Minister within the Ministry of Public Works. But I prepared 10 pages here to make this as elementary and as vivid and to fulfill my task in this honorable House. The questions I'm about to ask, and all Guyanese are asking this question, Mr. Speaker. Why are newly built roads already breaking apart? I'm elementary as possible I can get. Why does flooding persist after expensive drainage works have already been completed? Why do projects stall after payments are made? And why, Mr. Speaker, does no one seem to be held accountable? Mr. Speaker, this is not a budget about ambition. This is a debate about discipline. Yes. And discipline as it relates to, Mr. Speaker, financial discipline, procurement discipline, and supervisory discipline. Mr. Speaker, these have all been missing from the Ministry of Public Works. And a couple of good conversations with the honorable member can put things in place. And I'm looking forward to doing that over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, before this House even considers expansion in 2026, we must interrogate performance in 2025. Because, Mr. Speaker, budgets do not exist in isolation. They are built on records and they are built on credibility. And the record of 2025, Mr. Speaker, is deeply troubling. Across the country, the pattern was obvious. Details without penalties, payments without performance, projects without completion, audits without action. This House, Mr. Speaker, cannot behave as if 2025 was merely a rehearsal and 2026 will somehow be different by default. Public funds were spent, Mr. Speaker. Contracts were signed. Payments were issued. So accountability must follow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us begin with roads. Roads are the most visible symbol of development. They are also the most visible evidence of failure when governance is weak. And Mr. Speaker, I'll just come off script for a minute to point out the fact over the last 2 weeks, I saw the Honorable Minister had to go on the ground, boots on the ground, to remove vehicles from the side of the road. My experience would have already told me that there's a problem in that program. And it trickles down. Orders are given, but the communication and action and execution may not necessarily have taken place. And the fact that the honorable member had to go and do that task. If he wanted to meet with community, that could have been done with community meetings. If he wanted to do party work, those could have been done in groups on meetings. But the fact that the honorable minister had to leave his desk to go to remove vehicles from off the road, there's a programmatic problem there. Going back to script, Mr. Speaker. After multiple, there are most visible evidence for the roads is when governance is weak. Across multiple regions in 2025, residents saw newly rehabilitated roads cracked within months of completion, sink after heavy rainfall, develop potholes before the warranty period expired, and required patching almost immediately. And I'm going to come off script for a minute again. One of the most vivid examples for all Guyanese is outside of Bank of Guyana, outside of the National Library. Every 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, you got to patch and patch and patch. When you swing around the bend, Mr. Speaker, to go to NBS Bank, all the time, you want to know what happened. We're going to be bringing in brand new vehicles in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be sorry for a lot of people's shocks because mechanics are going to be making a lot of money in this country. Because every minute you're in a hole and you're like, oh my shocks are damaged here. And Mr. Speaker, I think a couple of people in here don't know what shocks are. But I happen to know what shocks are. And I happen to know what it is to gas up my own car. And I actually went to the gas station 2 days ago and I saw gas prices went up. So I'm not sure how many persons in this house know that, but I just gassed up my car. Mr. Speaker, back to script. Mr. Speaker, roads are not supposed to fail before the paint on the signs fade. So I ask this administration directly, Mr. Speaker, were proper compaction standards enforced? Were materials independently tested? Were engineering specifications adhered to? Were site inspections actually conducted or merely signed off on paper? Because, Mr. Speaker, roads do not fail this quickly. Unless someone, Mr. Speaker, failed to do their job. They failed because standards, Mr. Speaker, were compromised. And a couple of things resulted as a result of that. Either contractors would have cut corners, supervision was negligent, payments were approved without verification, or all three. And Mr. Speaker, every one of these failures I've listed is a governance failure. And Mr. Speaker, coming off script again for a minute, I was very disappointed, not from things that emanated from the House, but the fact that Mr. and our Honorable Speaker, Mr. Honorable Member, Mr. Edgell, you see, I actually wanted to bring some crackers out for you guys, but I forgot, you know, so I wanted to get back to my script. Yes, Mr. Speaker, because roads do not fail this quickly unless someone failed their job. Mr. Speaker, let us turn to drainage. Guyana is a low-lying country. Drainage is not optional. Drainage is empirical. Yet in 2025, after billions were spent on drainage and flood mitigation works, flooding persisted across communities. Residents saw, Mr. Speaker, clearly trends cleared but never connected to functional outfalls. Canals excavated but left unmaintained. Pump stations delayed beyond the rainy season. And works completed on paper but ineffective in practice. So I ask this House, Mr. Speaker, what exactly were we paying for? Who certified these works as effective? And why were payments made when outcomes were not achieved? Mr. Speaker, a drainage project that does not reduce flooding is not merely incomplete. It is a failure. And failure must have consequences. Mr. Speaker, the most evident feature of failure within the 2025 Public Works Program were the number of stalled or projects with extension. Mr. Speaker, across regions, members of this House would have seen a couple of things. Construction sites fenced off, equipment removed long before completion, signs still standing months later, and absolutely no progress. Yet, Mr. Speaker, advance payments had already been issued. The most glaring example, Mr. Speaker, remains the Bellevue Pump Station project. This project, Mr. Speaker, consumed hundreds of millions of dollars in public funds. Yet, Mr. Speaker, problem remained minimal, deadlines were missed, and performance was unacceptable. So, let this current administration, Mr. Speaker, answer clearly on the record. How many projects stalled after advance payments? And I'm giving the Honorable Minister of Public Works a jump start for next week's questions. Because when I was reviewing some past answers he would have given to his previous question and answer session, most of the time, he either didn't have the person present or were unable to provide the answer at the time. So I'm doing the honorable member a favor by already putting public some of the questions that might be coming before him. How many projects stalled after advance payments? How many contracts were terminated in 2025? How many performance bonds were enforced? At least I know to do it. And how much public money was actually recovered? If the answer is none, Mr. Speaker, or practically next to nothing, then this House, Mr. Speaker, must confront a painful reality that failure is being tolerated and failure is being funded. Mr. Speaker, what we saw in 2025 was repetition without reform. Procurement is supposed to reward competence, but we saw failures followed by new opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the same contractors appeared again and again. The same companies were awarded contracts after poor delivery. So I ask, Mr. Speaker, who is approving these repeated failures? Where is the contractor performance database? And why is performance history not a decisive factor in procurement decisions? Mr. Speaker, a procurement system that does not punish failure approves it. Further, Mr. Speaker, what is deeply corrosive is the perception that public works contracts are being awarded to party comrades and shell companies. This, Mr. Speaker, undermines fair competition, inflates costs, discourages credible contractors, and erodes public trust. Mr. Speaker, this administration has done little to dispel that perception. Mr. Speaker, transparency is not secrecy. Mr. Speaker, integrity is not silence. And Mr. Speaker, accountability is not optional. We see, Mr. Speaker, when information is withheld, suspicion grows. When oversight is resisted, distrust deepens. I feel honored that the Honorable Nandalad is taking notes. I feel honored, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, year after year, the same concerns are raised by the Auditor General. Overpayments, weak documentation, inadequate supervision, and breaches of procurement procedures. And Mr. Speaker, we see year after year, those findings are tabled, debated, and then ignored. So, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House asks, which audit recommendations were implemented in 2025? Which officials were disciplined? Which systems were corrected? Because, Mr. Speaker, when warnings are repeated and ignored, this is no longer a capacity issue. It is a willful disregard for accountability. Further to this fact, Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Commission exists, but remains sidelined, underutilized, and marginalized. Mr. Speaker, this House is asked to approve billions in 2026 for public works and infrastructural development, while being denied timely and detailed performance data. Mr. Speaker, let me say this is not transparency. This, Mr. Speaker, is executive inconvenience. So I ask again, will the PPPC administration empower oversight bodies to act independently? Or will they remain decorative institutions while public funds flow unchecked? Mr. Speaker, before this 2026 budget is approved, this administration must answer the following questions. Why do contractors who fail continue to receive new contracts? How many 2025 projects were paid for without delivery? How many public funds have been recovered from stalled works? And what penalties, Mr. Speaker, will apply to officials who certify substandard work? Mr. Speaker, these are not mere opposition questions. These are governance questions. Mr. Speaker, substandard public works are not abstract failures. Mr. Speaker, they translate into flooded homes, unsafe roads, delayed economic activity, loss of livelihoods, and most of all, Mr. Speaker, citizens who lose faith in the state. Mr. Speaker, every wasted dollar is a dollar taken from education, from healthcare, from human services and social security, and national development. Mr. Speaker, for every input, we must have a matching successful output. And Mr. Speaker, those on the other side of the House, I noticed that they haven't been challenging me. And I want to thank the Honorable lovely Priya Mani Chan. Many of them were not in the House. And, you know, it's not good to toot your own horn, but I thank the Minister for recognizing my service within her ministry. And Mr. Minister, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's revenues are expanding rapidly according to the presenter of this 2026 budget. The Honorable Minister Natasha Singh presented this budget. This budget, with its expanding revenues, doesn't make governance important. It makes it less, not less. Governance is important. Mr. Speaker, if systems do not improve, if oversight do not strengthen, if accountability does not deepen, then increased spending will only increase the scale of waste and abuse. Mr. Speaker, permit me to be absolutely clear. This side of the House will not be a rubber stamp. We will not condone mismanagement. We will not be silent while public works become a vehicle for private enrichment and political reward. We will not question. We will expose, and we will insist on reform. Mr. Speaker, this 2026 budget asks for trust. But trust is not automatic. Trust is earned through transparency, earned through accountability, and earned through consequences. Until this administration proves that public works is managing the public's interests, this side of the House will continue to challenge the program and the 2026 budget at large. Line by line, contract by contract, dollar by dollar. Guyana deserves, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure built on integrity and not influence. Mr. Speaker, this 2026 budget is the bedrock for disaster, discord, lawlessness, first and foremost emanating from the Ministry of Public Works and Infrastructure. Our economic program and policies, Mr. Speaker, must be geared to lift people out of poverty, not to enrich the self-minted untouchables in Guyana, as coined in one social media page. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this 2026 budget serves the privileged and small percentage of the population, not the working people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we aim for a better Guyana. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Miss Janelle Swetnam. We need to help the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities and Aviation. The Honorable Deodat Indar, Minister of Public Utilities and Aviation.
Samsung,
Speaker,
keeping us connected no matter where in the
tonight
world we're located.
I stand as a proud young man. I'm still young. Oh, with a little gray hair. I stand as a proud young man to be given this opportunity to be the first Minister of Public Utilities and Aviation for Guyana. And before I start picking fight, and I intend to pick fight, I want to thank my team from the Ministry of Public Utilities and all of the agencies in aviation, the entire sector. I know there are some from the private sector here, from the Private Sector Commission, from the Aircraft Owners Association. Some of the members are here. I also know that there are about 8 or 9 women from Region 2, Region 5, who are employed with the solar projects that we have built in the past couple of months. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to first blame the PNC couple for that presentation. They're the reason why we got to listen to that. Ganesh, Honorable Member, Jurita Finance, and the man who just get up. What's the name again? Sheriff Duncan. I blame all of them for we just heard. I beg you for 2 Tylenol because I was getting headache at the back there. Mr. Speaker, but I want to first bring your attention to this schedule that is given to us here in Parliament with the speakers. And the Honorable Dr. Todd, a man I grew up with in Vidinhoop, came and say the numbers doesn't matter, the 12 doesn't matter. Mr. Speaker, it does matter because he get 15 minutes to speak. My pal who enjoy 30 plus 5 get 15 minutes to speak. Jurita Finance, my friend who used to speak, 15 minutes to speak. And the rest, even the new man in town, Terence Campbell, the Honorable Member, leader for that side, 15 minutes to speak. Then, Mr. Speaker, the numbers matter because they ain't got no chief whip. Mr. Speaker, the numbers matter because I don't know which committee they're sitting on. You see, they don't get it rolled up already. It matters. It matters, and the youngling who came and gave his first maiden speech should have known that it matters. It matters. So, I'll come back to this document just now. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring that to the attention. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring this document, I later over. This is GCOM's election declaration for the final results. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to put this on record. The People's Progressive Party, Civic, got 242,497 votes, the largest vote accumulation in the history of democratic elections in Guyana. The next party that came after that got 109,075 votes, a far cry. So when Mr. Todd comes to this house and says that it wasn't free and fair, oh, this man, like, you don't check simple numbers, man. The margin is unassailable. It is unassailable. You can't, man, which tomb you broke out? Go back in the tomb you broke out. Mr. Speaker, this document here is GCOM's final document, and it shows an unassailable lead. I'll come back to it just now when I get to Mr. Amanza Desir, who never seems to be around when she speaks. But let me start with Sheriff Duncan, guy. These people, Mr. Speaker, there's a term. I'm going to come back to he then just now. Who is in the house? Vishnu Pandey. I'm going to pick a fight with him before I go into my things. Miss Honorable Vishnu Pandey, a young man, 71 years old, I think, who came into this house and talked about agriculture. And the Honorable Zulfi Mustafa defended, and I think that the Minister Vikash did excellent. But I have a simple picture, and I want to demonstrate something. This is a picture of my garden, Mr. Speaker. No, it's in my garden. It's some baji and some baji and some balanja and some other thing. There's the garden. My daughter took it out to send it to me. A 76-year-old gardener that I have employed, nice man, he normally plants this and it grows and it bears. And I saw this thing. My daughter took it out to send it to me. I saw it, and when she sent it to me, they cooked some baji yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And when she sent it to me, I remember this gentleman. I remember this gentleman because he was the agriculture director for Gaisuku. And the Honorable Minister said here, when he spoke, that when this gentleman left Gaisuku, production went up by 20%. So either the gentleman is blighted or he had a barakat. Got to be one. It has to be one. He had a barakat. Mr. Speaker, I'm gonna now turn to Amanza Walton Desir, who spoke and went away. But I want to deal with her specifically. And I come back to this document. Where is it? Our votes for FGM is 4,332 as a vote. And the Harry quota per seat in this assembly is 6,746 votes. So she did not get enough for one seat. The honorable member came and spoke here yesterday and behaved like she's the paragon of virtue. But I will tell you, as the paragon of virtue, but I will tell you, let me tell you, and I'm going to deal with our matters. Mr. Speaker, this is a news article that I have. I'm going to lay it over to. She was dismissed from the Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. Speaker, in 2020 March, when we had the problems with the election, Ms. Desir did not show up to work for 5 long months during the interregnum. I call it an interregnum because we were moving, transitioning in government. She did not show up to work and was paid. Mr. Speaker, from March to July, so why do the rest of the people show up to work? She was a leech on the state and she was dismissed for it. This is it. And her personal file proved that. And she comes and speaks here like if she is, as I said, the paragon of virtue, some intellectual tower on aviation. I'll get back to her later in my speech. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about some of the other things she said, but when I come back to aviation, I'll deal with that. Mr. Speaker, I hear the heckling of my friend Terence Campbell, and I hear the speeches of the PNC. I'll come to this group one just now. I heard it from Mahipal. I heard it from the all honorable people by parliamentary convention, Mahipal and Vince Roy Jordan. And they spoke about 58% of Guyanese in poverty, and they quote a report. Mr. Speaker, this report they quoted. I printed it because I intend to hand it over to you. Mr. Speaker, this report was published in November of 2024. And in the report, it had those numbers. What the report had in the back here, on this page, 41, is that the data was taken from 2016 to 2018. And I will hand it over to you. Mr. Speaker, I found Jesus Christ when I was 11 years old. I found Jesus Christ when I was 11 years. And in the Bible, it says that the poor will always be with you. If we expect Guyana not to have poor people, then you're calling God a liar. And I don't intend to call God a liar. But this report was taken from there. This is it. I highlighted it, and I will give you it just now. Bye. Go back into the car and make call out of. Mr. Speaker, this report has information when the PNC and AFC was in government. Then COVID-19 kicked in from 2019 to 2020 and then 2021. Up to now, there are industries that can't recover from COVID. So the recovery for COVID took years in a step graduation process in various sectors across the globe. Everybody suffered this. This report says 200 million people is in poverty in 18 nations. 200 million. We are not an exception. But what we do with it, I'll come to it in the budget and show you what we are doing with dealing with the poor. By you give out the whole of linen to Azruddin Mohammed. Shut your mouth. Mr. Speaker, I want to lay this a list of documents I want to hand over to you. May I do so, sir? Because I intend to do it.
Two things, honorable member. You're going great, but the word you used before, you said you're going.
Which
right?
word I use?
Secondly, I've already submitted a digital copy of the IDB report to the clerk
Okay.
2 seconds ago, and you could send those.
Well, let me
And
give it to you.
anyone who wants to submit stuff, I would love to have them in digital form.
I'll send it, but I printed it for you. So
Yes,
what do
please. Yes. It's already uploaded.
No, this is a different report. I want to point these out to you and I will send them over. These are a list of agencies across this country. This is public statement. Nobody got to sign them. Public statements by agencies across this country that says, I'll go over to you. The first one on the Private Sector Commission of Guyana issued a statement about this budget. Georgetown Chamber of Commerce and Industry, some of them here, over 1,000 companies in that agencies issued a positive statement on the budget. Guyana Jewelers Association, Small Miners Association, Guyana Football Federation, Guyana Boxing Association, Guyana Manufacturers and Services Association, Guyana Gold and Diamond Miners Association, Insurance Association of Guyana, Shipping Association of Guyana, Aviation Operators Association of Guyana, CIOG and MYO, Women's Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Guyana, Bobby's Chamber of Commerce and Development Association, Guyana Bodybuilding and Fitness Federation, and Tourism Authority Association. These are just some. And every single one of these institutions says that this budget did something for them. The only set of people that cost this budget is this bunch of sour grapes that we have in this house. This bunch of sour grapes that we have in this house. Sour grapes. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, one of them went and spoke about this budget. And they went to this budget and they say we are carrying up debt. The debt figure, Mr. Speaker, the debt figure here, I recorded it. The debt figure here, the interest payment on debt is 73 billion. It is about 5.5% of your total expenditure. Where is this huge debt that they talk about? It's none. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Campbell will come after me and speak. And before we speak and distort the facts, I want to put it up on record. This is the budget of 2026. In this page here, page 2, and on page 3, $495 billion from the Natural Resource Fund. It is here. This is what is taken to fund as part of the revenue structure of the country to fund this budget of 1.5 trillion. It is 31.7% of the total budget. 1/3. That is the Jewish law. The Jewish work by this 1/3 in cash, 1/3 in working capital, and 1/3 in hard assets, so that your business can turn. Same with countries. And then they say that we are abusing the fund. There's no abuse in the fund. Then they go and they quote that very document that I show you and talk about poverty. So you're damn if you do and you're damn if you don't spend. That is the philosophy. So they cost you on one hand and say you're spending the money, and then they cost you on the other hand and say the country have a lot of poor people. What is, you're damn if you do and damn if you don't. So that we might as well, Mr. Speaker, spend on the areas that we prioritize based on the manifesto. And to tell the gentleman who said a manifesto, spoke about the PPP manifesto, the PPP manifesto came from the ground. We went on the ground. People heard us. They tell us what they want, and what they tell us what we want, where's what we put in the budget. Mr. Speaker, look, they say they don't want this budget. Look, the Win Party, they got a lot of votes from Region 1. Region 1 have 14,490 students getting cash grant. The very parents will receive the money that voted for them. And they don't want to give some people from Region 1, I want y'all to hear me. They don't want to give you all these cash grants, the 100,000, 90, 85,000. Region 7, you have 7,683 children from nursery, primary, and secondary. This budget have cash grant for them. The whole list of them on the speaker's list, from the PNC side and the Win side, said they don't like the budget. This is what the budget does. This is poor people. Region 8, 8,817 children. Their parents will get that money. Region 9, 10,820. And then Region 10, that Mr. Sharma Solomon make sure that the Win Party win and you get kicked out. Region 10 people, they also getting the cash grant, and you come into this house and say you don't want the budget. You go back at the Region 10 people, if you're hearing me, Mr. Sharma said this budget doesn't have nothing for them, but it does have cash grant for them. It has every other thing that every other region has to offer, is offered to Region 10 too. Mr. Speaker, somebody came to this house and said, one of those on the opposition side, that people in Guyana got to work for $1,400 Guyana dollars a day. 6.85 US or something like that. From the very report, Mr. Speaker, this document here is from the Ministry of Labor. This document says the daily minimum wage in the private sector is $2,776. Nobody, if they could find one person that actually works for $1,400, bring them to me, man. I can find a job for them. Anybody who find doing that, don't come to this house and mislead the country. The public sector minimum wage is about over $100,000. This is private sector one. The public sector one is even higher. So they come to this house and they mislead this house. Mr. Speaker, I want to now come back to the Honorable Walton Desir and our speech in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, she on the floor, she said that the helicopter report must be released. The helicopter crash report must be released. And she said in this very house that we are breaching the International Civil Aviation Organization laws or codes, which one ever showed, Annex 13. Mr. Speaker, I just want to inform this house that she is woefully wrong with this matter. And criticism is okay. Criticism might be fine, but do not come into the Parliament and try to mislead the country for cheap political points, and not stay here when the response comes. Mr. Speaker, the flight operation at the time when it happened, was a military operation. I repeat, it was a military operation. It was not a civilian flight. Annex 13 of ICAO speaks the disclosure of flights that are civil in nature. When you have a flight that is under the state control, listen, you're going to learn something, boy. When you have a flight that is controlled by the Army or the state, it is governed by the Chicago Convention. It is governed by the Chicago Convention, and it says, and I read, aircraft used in military, customs, and police services shall be deemed state aircraft. And because of this, which country that has military operation disclose to the public about when you have incidents or accidents? Find the country. It is a military operation within the virtue of the National Security Board. I am saying to you, she is saying, and she's wrong. And I'm saying to you that the article that governs this is the Chicago Convention. And I'm saying to you that it's placed the operation in a military setting, and because of that, it is a national security issue. And it is exempted by virtue of that. I move on on her. Huh? Mr. Speaker, I come back to the Honorable Sherrod Duncan in his remarks. He left, and that is their usual style. They left whenever they speak. But Mr. Speaker, he said that we take planes from Moruca to go to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I checked, and I checked, and I checked, because I remember driving on that road with Sarah, the Honorable Minister now, before she was a minister. We drove that road some 30 kilometers, and we didn't see any airstrip at Guyana. The airstrip in Guyana was decommissioned since 2007, Honorable Cole. Since 2007, so when is it that anybody from this side of the house took a flight from Moruca to go to Guyana and came to this parliament a few days ago and said it to mislead the public? There is no airstrip there. What is there now is a digital tower. A digital tower is there, Mr. Speaker. So these gentlemen come into this house and mislead this country. Nobody here flies with that. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the Paruma airstrip, and the folks in Wynn, they talk about it. Paruma airstrip had its problem. I went there when I was appointed Minister of Aviation, and we fixed it. And I went there, and I opened it, and I went there, and I landed planes on it, and it continued to have planes. And the Technam lands. Mr. Speaker, these people come to this house, and it's because of this attitude. Mr. Speaker, I might be able to softly point out something to you, sir. I think that you do the APNU coalition a favor. No, a favor. Mr. Speaker, I think that if you didn't spread them out, all of them could have fit in the front bench here. They look plenty, but a little. Mr. Speaker, I blame them for that crew over there. I blame the Honorable Jurita Finance that when she all her thing in Bartica, I see 3 people and 3 dogs showed up to the rally. I love Jurita. She's fiery, but nobody don't like them. Now, let's go over to this one side, to the win team. I've had abused y'all, man. Yeah, thing. Mr. Speaker, to the win party. Mr. Speaker, in 2 months, I did 110 meetings in Region 2 and Region 3. And in Region 2 and Region 3, all the platform I've been on, and I saw everybody there. Everybody there. Y'all, can't go nowhere. Nobody don't like y'all. You have to pick up a banana and walk home back. Nobody showed up to the meeting. Stop it. The win people there, Mr. Speaker. The party is led by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Ashuddin Mohammed. And every single one of their MP that showed up there, they cast aside this budget. They don't want this budget. The opposition leader himself said his budget ain't none for you. That's we tell the people. Let me tell you. Let me tell this country and everybody that's listening and give a damn what does budget have inside for them. Where's the page? Where's the page?
As you look for the page, I'm again seeking you to stay parliamentary. You just use another word, and you've been continually saying, but misleading the nation.
Oh. Sorry, sir. Mr. Speaker, I point to page 490 to 491 to 492 and 3. Local submit details of subsidies and contribution to local organizations. They said it's budgeted and for poor people. I will say what is budgeted for poor people. First thing, on hinterland electrification, Mr. Solomon, Honorable Solomon, you go back and tell the people of Linden that the budget have $4.7 billion for cheap electricity, that you come here and say that you don't want to approve. They pay $5 per kilowatt hour, and then they pay $12 per kilowatt hour, and $4.7 billion allocated for the people of Linden and the people of Wynn, who all of them who come here and say they don't want this budget. Go back and tell the people who voted for y'all, you're not approving it. Mr. Speaker, it has here, Let Them Power Company, the people in Let Them, all of the national folks up there, money's in this budget for the power. Mr. Speaker, they have in here, Maria Power Company, money in here for the power that they get there. Go and tell the people of Mario who vote for some of y'all that y'all not approving it. Go and tell them, Mr. Speaker, Mamaruma, Matthews Ridge, Maruka, Port Kachuma, all of these places, $7.5 billion of money goes there to make sure they have electricity. And you come here and you said that we don't like this budget. Mr. Speaker, turn in the page. Hold on, they said they're going for poor people in this budget. Social services, $192 million. Let me tell you who these monies are going to. These monies are going to Archer's Home, the Dharamsala, Vikashram Kisun. Who did the Dharamsala, rich people? Who did the Dharamsala? Look where. They said Good Samaritan Home. They said Guyana Society for the Blind. All of them have monies in this budget for them. They said legal aid, Linden legal aid, helping poor people in the legal services. They got the elderly, the National Commission of the Elderly, Red Thread. Who said to them? Women, Guyana Association of Professional Social Workers, child care. They got Sainiva Shelter for abused children. They got Canaan Home, Cornelia Ida Children's Home, Haruni Girls Home, Hope Children's Home, Joshua Orphanage, Rumville Children's Home, Save Our Kids, Shy Boys and all. Is that a poor people? I can continue on the next page on the youth, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Girls got Red Cross, young men in Christian Association, young women in Christian. These are poor people. These not poor people. This budget got things for everybody inside. You just come here to mislead. I will mislead again. You just come in here to tell things that are not truthful. Mr. Speaker, the young lady just now, I will not even respond to. Nothing that she said. All to say that she wasted 35 minutes that she could have used during the Committee of Supply and to interrogate the estimates. Those are questions for interrogation in the estimates. They are not debate. Mr. Speaker, those are just some of the things.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, standing order 41, the honorable member said that Red Thread has money.
Oh, sorry, that one was zero.
Red Thread has $0.
That one was zero. That's the only thing you find. I highlighted it. It just skipped my eye. Sit on back. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back. I want to go back to the philosophy of these opposition people in this party. Here, I have a lot of respect for Mr. Terence Campbell. As a businessman, as a businessman, you gotta get respect for people because it's hard in business. But it gone. It gone for the past couple of years. I sat there and I heard him idolizing the former party founder, Fabs Burnham. He said so. I remember I grew up poor. I used to starve. They're not footwear to wear. And you sit there and do that. You lost me, man. You lost me. You lost me there, man. The philosophy of the PNC group in this house and the WIN group in this house, the collective wisdom can't amount to the least of us on this corner. Cannot amount to the least of us on this corner. Mr. Speaker, I say to you that this country is on a trajectory. You know, when investors come in this country, one man come and said to me, Minister, Guyana seems to be the most sexiest girl in the room. Everybody wants a part of it. Because it is showing up in the numbers. Everywhere, economic growth. Honorable AG, every metric is on the rise. Every sector is on the rise. Everything, and yet you find that the opposition, this bunch of sour grapes, won't come here and say this budgeting and nothing for them. Mr. Speaker, I move on. I move on to the private sector. And I want to say something about the private sector because nobody in the last 4 days have said the words private unless I hear it. You in essence. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturers in this country will benefit. They will benefit, and you see them benefiting. They issued a statement. They gone up by 24%, 6% and 26.5% respectively between other manufacturing, rice and sugar. Manufacturing is the heart of this country. If you don't manufacture, you have to import. And once you import the inflation from the other countries. So that is what we have to do, build manufacturing. That is why we're investing in this country. Mr. Speaker, I say to you that Guyana is moving to places. The problem is because it's moving with us as in the People's Progressive Party, the rest of them have a problem with it. They have a problem with it. But I will take the time to show you this sector, the things that we are doing to move this country forward. In my hands, I'll start with power generation and energy. Three RFPs. No, I ain't come there yet. The first one is a Guyana gas bottling logistics. This year is for 3,020 pound gas bottle. We got out to RFP for this already. We're going to manufacture our own gas plus the bottle in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, you want to talk about progress in this budget? We have put out an RFP. This one here is for fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, those who don't know, natural gas, 70% of natural gas to 90% of it is feedstock to manufacture fertilizer. We have gone out to an RFP. This RFP is for a plant to produce 300,000 tons per annum so that we can help our farmers, cutting costs, making sure that greens and the other thing go to the market at a cheaper price. Mr. Speaker, another one, Amelia Falls, they knock it down. This year's renewable energy, 165 megawatts, we will make it a reality. We got out with it. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the opposition now and the ones before is that they got $1,000 mentality. They don't understand big projects. They can't conjure big projects and they certainly cannot implement it. Mr. Speaker, somebody talk about jobs. We have created in this country in the last 5 years, according to the Minister of Labor. And this year is another one. I brought it. This is the aviation sector who normally have all of the jobs. We got to go to a job fair to get people to do ground handling at the Timeri Airport, Chedijagan Airport. We had to go down and get all kind of thing. Engineers, plumbers, electricians, cargo agents, ramp attendants, admin officers, custodian, groomers, aviation security people, customer service, duty-free team members, specialists, all of these things. And then somebody saying that they're working $1,400. Who y'all come to fool, man? Mr. Speaker, I hope you bring 2 black folk. Kwame, don't come to me. Ice Bu's back. I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, the Civil Aviation Authority this year, who would have thought in this country that we have to move the control tower from the where it is to move it on the other side because they have space to park planes? Who would have thought that? This year, We have 800 million to move that. That is what we're doing, and another 100 million to make sure we train our own pilots and everybody that is on an aircraft, those on the ground as well, engineers to do mainframe and engine repairs, all of them. We are creating a school. That is why we plan. That is how we move this country forward. That is development. And if anybody wants a job in the sector, we're looking for people. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't even talk about my run. I think the MP, Tandai McAllister, hit it out of the park. I would not even speak about it. Able, with the eloquence and hit it out of the park. The only thing that I will say is that we will be dredging the Demerara River, and we have an allocation of $6.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, here's a problem in this country.
Here is some information. You'll get 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, sir. Let me tell you what's happening in this country. The siltation rate is filling back the river where we dredge. So we have to make sure we keep it dredged, and we can get bigger ships in the bigger fuel ships, cargo ships, so that the unit freight in the country can drop, thereby making sure that all of the goods that we bring in the country, the prices are dropped, including fuel for the power companies, fuel that we sell back to cars and the private sector. If we dredge deeper, we can have bigger cargo ship. It cuts down the unit cost of freight. Then by that, reduce freight for everybody in the country. That is what we are spending our money. That is our priority. And we are spending $6.3 billion in that. Mr. Speaker, Chedijagan International Airport, this thick document is just a summary of the projects we're doing. I can't even talk about plenty of them. Just a summary of it. But just to tell you is that because we have started with 4 airlines in 2020, and now we have 16 airlines. Planes coming from everywhere. The current capacity that we have outgrown it. And because of that, we have to build a 150,000 square feet facility to accommodate a new terminal, because the country is growing, the projection of visitors are growing, and we have to accommodate that. I can't even speak further for the amount of things we are doing at that Chedijagan International Airport. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, they say we don't have nothing in the budget for poor people. We have $4 billion for hinterland airstrips. I'm coming to that. For Madia, for Linden, and for Mabaruma. We don't need Mr. Sherrod Duncan, the honorable member, to tell us we need to build Mabaruma. We had Mabaruma on the cards long now. We don't put this budget since last year to do Mabaruma. $4 billion is in the budget to do it. But I'll say this to you and for everybody who's listening. The president has committed to look at 35 additional airstrips. So if you're living in Mabaruma, we'll build your airstrip. But if you're looking at Port Kaituma, we'll look at that one too. We're looking at Yakasari. We are looking at Orinduk, Chinapao, Kopinang, Monkey Mountain, Corocabaru, Keto, Maikwak, Yorongparu, Ayangana, Cam Jaguar, Apoteri, Guns. You heard Priya Manichan talk about another name? The place named Guns. The airstrip is in the middle of the village. Honorable Member Priya Manichan. Mr. Speaker, we're going to extend Gary Beaton Aerodrome. We're going to make sure Kamarang is finished. Waramadong, Arau. I ain't done yet. Puruni, Chinawing. Somebody mentioned Chinawing. Chinawing already. How long do I have? Chinawing. Korapong, Imbaimanay, Chai Chai, Olive Creek, Keriku, Hicks Mine, Toraparu, Anoku. Those are another 35. I can't even start. I can't even go to energy. I can't even go to energy just to say that GPL and GWI, GPL and GWI, we will continue to build out our backbone. We will finish the gas to energy project. By the end of 2026, we will have 228 megawatts coming from Wales, dispatched across the country, so we can cut electricity by half. Mr. Speaker, we are building the backbone of GPL infrastructure so that we don't have blackouts and excavators knocking down things. Mr. Speaker, in the water sector, water is life. They cost about water in the water sector. We have a lot of monies to deal with surface water treatment plant in this year, where we're not going down into the aquifer. Although we'll do it, we'll make sure that we do it in a sustainable way. But we'll start doing groundwater treatment plant at Stewartville and at LBI. We'll be making sure we have 100% access in the hinterland community because we have monies in the budget to do that work. Mr. Speaker, I will have to bring this presentation to an end because I want to give a little more information, but I will do it in the Committee of Supply. But I want to say that this budget represents, this budget represents a second wave of development in Guyana. And get on board, and let's move this country forward and upward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very much, Honorable Minister. Deodat Indar, Minister of Public Utilities and Aviation. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Terence Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, before you start the clock on me, this is the first time I'm getting the opportunity to address you publicly since your election to the high office of Speaker of this country. And I wanted to take this time to just offer you my congratulations.
Thank you, Terence. Honorable MP.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Honorable Minister of Finance for presenting another record budget. While I believe it is misguided, I recognize the hard work that went into its preparation. So kudos to you and your team at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, you know I have very limited time, but there are a number of matters arising from discussions before that I must address. And I want to start with Minister Indar on the issue of the helicopter report. And I've sent you a link from the Starbuck News, sir, where on the 15th of May, it reports a February 4th comment by Bishop Juan Edgel, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgel, that a report would be released. So I do not understand this reliance now on the Chicago Convention when a promise had been made previously to release that report. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the Honorable Priya Manik-Chan, the former Minister of Education. She was Minister of Education in this country in her last stint from 2020 to 2025. Mr. Speaker, I will leave 2020 out and I will leave 2025 out because she did not have tenure for the entire year. And I go to the budget, and at the back, I look at the matriculation rate. When she entered the first full year in 2021, the matriculation rate was 30%, and then the last full year of 2024, the matriculation rate was 26%. The Honorable Priya Manik-Chan has been a failure at the Ministry of Education. And I want to go back to the Honorable Priya Manik-Chan again, sir. When she spoke about the road passing near the Higgs-Bosch dump site, she said it was a design flaw. But you know what I know, sir? There have been so many design flaws in this country. I want to start with them. There was a design flaw on the Skeldon Estate. There was a design flaw with the Amelia Falls. There was a design flaw with the Concussion Highway, which now needs an asphaltic layer. There's a design flaw with the gas to energy. You have to stabilize the soil. There's a design flaw on the Barra John Dio Bridge. The trucks are rolling back. There is a design flaw with everything, including Priya Manik-Chan. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deon Indar, the Honorable Susan Rodriguez, the Honorable Keoma Griffith, they came out and they rolled out the private sector GAU. Mr. Speaker, we on this side and the country of Guyana are not impressed by those endorsements of the budget. Those are all politically captured organizations, and this whole country knows that, sir. Mr. Speaker, but this is a government prone to untruth, sir. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa got up and denied that the budget said that the amount allocated to fisheries had been reduced.
And Mr. Speaker, I don't have to look at the budget. On page 37, it says that in 2025, 1.7 billion was spent and 1.5 billion is budgeted in 2026. Mr. Speaker, but that is not the only thing for the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa. I put a question to him through this Honorable House, asking him, where do imports come, poultry imports come? And his response, from which countries do poultry imports come? And his response to it, it is not considered appropriate to provide the names of business entities or individuals. It seems that the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa does not know the difference between countries and business entities and individuals. And that lack of comprehension runs across the entire side on the other side. But Mr. Speaker, I didn't come to fight, but I have to fight. And Mr. Speaker, I was a good fighter. And I have to pick a very strong fight. The Honorable Charles Ramson got up in this house and spoke about reparations and the representation of His Excellency President Irfan Ali. But I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that no government that bulldozes the people at Makkah and that is getting ready to bulldoze the people at Safari this weekend can adequately represent the cause of African Guyanese on reparations. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tone it down a little bit. I want to turn my attention to my friend, the Honorable. I have the unenviable task, sir, of addressing two portfolios, health and finance. So I have to quickly deal with the Honorable Minister of Health. The Honorable Minister of Health says that he has adequate nurses and adequate doctors. But, Mr. Speaker, Onessa Andrews is not alive today. She died on December 12th because she could not get timely treatment at the Enmore Regional Hospital and at the Georgetown Public Hospital. She has passed. We have received reports from Diamond. We have received reports from Diamond where people have to wait inordinate delays to see a doctor. Mr. Speaker, the nurses at the Bath Regional Hospital, they complain about burnout. The nurses at the Bath Regional Hospital, they complain about the foreign nurses. The foreign nurses get a bigger salary and they get transportation, they get food, they get accommodation. But Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to jump ahead, there is a nefarious plan of this government. They want to get rid of the local nurses and to bring Bangladeshi nurses. Mr. Speaker, it is not lost on me that 150 Bangladeshis voted in the national election at Ogle. They had a polling station organized for them, sir. And it is this importation. The Bangladeshi government says they are going to put a high commission in Guyana to explore the labor market, sir. There is a need, there is a determination on behalf of this government that they will change the political calculus and the demographics of this country. But we will oppose it, sir. Mr. Honorable, you will have an opportunity to respond. Honorable Minister, I am confused by your numbers. You are building regional hospitals, but you have a nurse shortage. The budget says that the number of nurses per 10,000 has gone down from 34.4 to 32.5. You have less nurses and you're building more hospitals. So I know your answer. You say you're going to build 5,000, you're going to train 5,440 nurses and allied health professionals. But this government has a problem. It does not like to disaggregate data, sir. So how many allied health professionals? How many nurses? And then he says, the Honorable Minister says, that he's going to bring in 6,000 nurses, train and recruit. Where are you recruiting them from? Mr. Speaker, bringing foreign nurses to this country as we chase our own out is not putting our people first. We must put our people first. And there is no way foreign nurses will take the care of us as the way our own will do. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am sorry that the Vice President is not here because I want to reference a Facebook post by a close relation of his, and I will send it to you, sir. I've already sent you stuff.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Mark de France, and I want to quote him very quickly.
Honorable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, a point of order. The honorable member came to this house and said that we have Bangladeshi nurses in Guyana. I want him to tell me in which institution.
Honorable members, please. We can only have one speaker. You have 12 over there. Honorable, yes, you just need to identify on which standing order you're quoting.
Point of order 40, Mr. Speaker. 40A. Can the honorable member say to this house in which hospital this government has employed Bangladeshi nurse? Because as far as I know, not a single Bangladeshi nurse was employed in the public sector. So if he's coming here, let him get his facts correct.
Honorable members, if you have that information, please provide it.
Mr.
That we
Speaker,
have Bangladeshi nurses.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I said that the nurses at Bath Hospital complained about the treatment of the foreign nurses. And then I went on to reference the importation of Bangladeshi nurses because I've seen an ad to that effect. And I have seen that the Bangladeshi government is establishing a high commission, plans to establish a high commission in Guyana to exploit the labor market, sir. Mr. Speaker, if I may say one more thing, just on this issue.
Honorable member, I don't know if the Bangladeshi government is about to establish a high commission here. But if they do, I think it will be a little bit, I don't want to use that word, for us to impute. They're doing that just to exploit. Right? That will be a bad footing for us to start our international diplomatic relations formally with the Bangladeshis.
Mr. Speaker, I can lay over a report, it's a news item, that says the Bangladeshi government.
Okay, but we don't use the news
I'm so guided,
item.
sir. I want to
Right.
move on.
We don't use.
Thank you.
You're getting back your time, honorable member, please. Let's continue. We got that clarification from you. Thank you. And thank you, Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from Dr. Mark de France, who works at the Georgetown Hospital and probably well known to most in this honorable house. And he says, "We have had billion-dollar budgets and our healthcare system still lacks. Why can't we get a simple coag profile available at our topmost hospital? Why are we still short of so many needed medications? Don't come for me. Go outside East Street and ask every patient that leaves whether or not their prescription was fulfilled. Yes, we need infrastructure, but infrastructure only benefits a certain subsection of our population. Our pensioners, our single mothers, our differently abled need way more than has been offered." Sir, Dr. Mark de France works at the Georgetown Public Hospital and is a close relation of the Honorable Vice President. And here it is. Sir, we cannot put this budget, put bricks ahead of people. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the issue quickly of expired medications. The Honorable Vince Roy Jordan highlighted a case of a cancer patient at the New Amsterdam Hospital who received expired cancer drugs more than once. And we know the Honorable Dr. Ryan Richards mentioned about 1.7 billion in drugs that were expired that had to be disposed. And that was just for an 8 or 9 month period. Extrapolated for an entire year, we are disposing about 2.3 billion Guyana dollars in drugs, sir. And I want to say that I believe that the Honorable Minister set targets for the pharmacists to reduce the number of drugs for disposal, and instead of disposing them, they are passing them on to unsuspecting patients. Just to stay within a certain level of what they call in the Auditor General's report an acceptable tolerance. This is unacceptable. There is no putting people first when we dispense expired drugs. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch the number of people who passed away tragically in just the last 4 months. DeAndre Prashad died September 22nd, both kidneys removed without disclosure. Narissa Chetram lost her baby and her womb on November 8, 2025. Latoya Griffith died on November 20th, 2025 at New Amsterdam Hospital after being given drugs to induce labor prior to a scheduled cesarean. Marissa Eastman died tragically on January 18, 2026 after plunging to her death at the Georgetown Public Hospital. Sir, these deaths could have been prevented through protocol. These are protocol violations and lack of proper counseling and inordinate delays for treatment, sir. Honorable Frank Kennedy, I know you can do better. You must do better with our healthcare system. But listen, I don't want you to think, Honorable Frank, that I just came here to criticize. I came here to share my vision as the APNU shadow on health. And what I want to recommend to you is a national health service where every single citizen in this country is given a general practitioner, and that general practitioner will be required to see them every single year, make sure that they have their checks. And we must never have undiagnosed colon cancer, undiagnosed cervical cancer, undiagnosed prostate cancer, undiagnosed breast cancer ever again. Listen, Honorable Frank Anthony, the 10,000 vouchers, and I recognize you yesterday for the work you are doing, but you need to do more. A 10,000 voucher and a Gardasil vaccine, those are not enough. I want you to focus more on curative care, on preventive care. I'm not saying to leave curative care aside, but I want you to emphasize preventative care a little more. Mr. Speaker, I know time is running, and I must turn to my good friend. I knew him and I knew his father, the Honorable Ashley Kumar Singh. The Honorable Priya Manikchan referenced Article 13 and consultations. But there was no consultation with this budget, sir. He did not consult with the opposition. He fooled the private sector. Sir, look at these volumes. He called the private sector 1 week before and tried to suggest to them that he had consulted with them, or at least that is what the newspapers say. Mr. Speaker, there are records in this budget. It was the largest budget ever. It was the longest speech ever, and it was the emptiest budget ever. For those of us concerned with macroeconomic stability, sir, the budget deficit is 450 billion. Total public debt is rising, with more than half of that total public debt being financed with foreign debt, sir. A rising external debt load becomes dangerous and will lead to depreciation in the Guyana dollar. Sir, the debt service as a percentage of revenue is projected to climb to 6.8%. In the last year, he is projecting that it would have risen from 1.3%. Here is what you do not know on that side, because you're not steep in finance. At this rate, in 6 years, we will exceed 15%, and Guyana will enter a region of financial instability. Sir, economic growth declined, and he did not say this, from 43.8 in 2024 to 19.3 to 2025, and is projected to fall further to 16.2%. This growth is being driven primarily by oil. Sir, non-oil economic growth will decline from 14.3 to 10.2. This is a dangerous trend, because what we need to be focusing in this country is on our non-oil economy. And that non-oil economy, even at 10.2%, is driven by construction and other mining, which is quarrying and sand.
Those are what are driving. So if you eliminate those, you probably end up with a 5% non-oil growth. Oil is volatile.
Honorable members, your 5 minutes to conclude will start now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying no infrastructure, but it must be paced in line with our absorptive capacity. Infrastructure tends to be inflationary in the short term. But when you have such a heavy infrastructure budget, sir, and then the roads that you build, you build a road between Diamond and Craig, and then 6 months you have to do it over. You build the Heroes Highway, then you have to go put an asphaltic layer. Then that short-term inflationary effect from infrastructure becomes a medium to long-term inflationary effect, sir. The new Berbice Bridge, there's absolutely no need for it at this time. The lowest cost, that quotation that they got, the lowest tender, was US 255 million. Sir, I want to talk quickly about the imbalance in the regional distribution of resources. There is a new bridge going to Berbice, a gas pipeline, an oil and gas training institute, the National Ophthalmology Institute, a new stadium, a new airport at Rose Hall, a deep water port, a recording studio at Port Moran, a culture center at Paimara, a cricket academy, a medical school. There is an act. We have a law on the books. It's called the Fiscal Transfers Act, and it was enacted in 2013, while the Honorable Minister would have been the Senior Minister of Finance, not hiding under the constitutional skirt of the President for immunity, but he stood on his own then, and he is not following the Fiscal Transfers Act. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running out, but I brought a gift for him. I brought a gift. This is for the Natural Resource Fund. And well, the Honorable Anil is not here. He would jump up and say sub judice. But I am not going to go there, sir. The Natural Resource Fund, and this is Ghana. And in Ghana, the oil money goes into the consolidated fund, yet they account for every cent in a report called the annual budget funding amount. And I have already sent this to you, sir, electronically, and this is a gift for the Honorable Minister of Finance, for him to see how he should do his work properly. Mr. Speaker, they are using the NRF as a person, as an ATM. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the Honorable Indar spoke about the dredging of the Damar River. But what is not said is that that will go to a friend, family, and favorite. Mr. Speaker, I cannot leave the Honorable Vikram out. Mr. Speaker, we know the numbers. In 2019, when the AP and UAFC government was there, gold declaration was 641,828 ounces at $13.92 an ounce. Gold declaration in 2025 had a average price of $3,035. But yet, the declarations were much lower, sir. My estimate is that Guyana is losing up to $1.7 billion in earnings from gold because of smuggling. I hope that's not unparliamentary, sir. So, sir, we are seeing the exchange rate pressure from the infrastructure spend and also from the gold smuggling, sir. The exchange rate, and I checked this on Monday, on the street, which I believe to be the real value of the Guyana dollar, was not available at 235, and you could only get it at 240 to 1. Everybody expected when Guyana got oil that this country, the currency would have been appreciating. Instead, we have a rapidly depreciating currency. Sir, we are importing bananas. We are importing our poultry imports. We used to be self-sufficient in poultry. That is double. We used to be self-sufficient in beef. That is double, sir. This government does not care for the poor. If it cared for the poor, it would have, there's an issue of data paucity in this country. It would have proper data on poverty, sir. So give me 1 second here. A policy that would show requires frequent, transparent, and granular data. Child versus adult poverty, sir. Pensioners versus working age poverty. Poverty by ethnicity, and poverty across economic sectors. When you look at what was given for the safety net in this budget, this government is heartless And I'm disappointed in the Honorable Ashley Singh, who I knew since he was a young man, and I still am a close friend of his father if I see him today. Mr. Speaker, the challenge is clear, and I know I am grateful for you for the time that you have given me, sir. But I want you to know, the APNU will continue to hold this government accountable, to press for policies that protect lives, reduce poverty, and provide livable incomes, and stop illicit transactions. I'm not using that word, sir. Stop illicit transactions or stop graft in this country. The president had promised to address this graft issue, but there are no measures in the budget to address graft. We will offer constructive proposals. We will collaborate where possible. We will oppose measures that harm the majority. On this basis, and until real people first change is demonstrated, I'm unable to support this budget. And I want to tell you, the Honorable Ashley Singh, and all those of you whom, with your hubris, said to us we are consigned over here forever, the APNU will put people first. Now, and when we return to office, very soon, very shortly, in 2030. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Terence Campbell. Let us invite the Honorable Member, Dr. Peter Ramsarup, to make his presentation. Minister McCoy, your man is on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, in the boxing world, the organizer normally comes out and says, let's get ready to rumble. In Guyana, we say, Alabadies fight. But today and tonight, Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to fight. But, you know, when Dr. Campbell, respectfully, the Honorable Dr. Campbell spoke about shadow, and everybody kept telling me I should always begin my speech and talk about the loo. And I couldn't understand what they meant by the loo. And then I just remembered that the loo is a toilet in England. And then the loo meant the leader of the opposition. So this is a new term for me, the loo, as the leader of the opposition. And now the Honorable Lou is not here. Miss Dr. Campbell, the Honorable Dr. Campbell wants to be the shadow. He sat on the Honorable Lou and nothing solid came out. It was all liquid. Oh, come on. Dr. Campbell, I expected a lot more from you, Dr. Campbell. But, Mr. Speaker, I want the honor to thank you. I respect you as a mentor. I respect you for your role and your service to this country. 40 plus years. I know, I've heard your name, I've seen you, I've known you for decades. And it's a pleasure to represent and speak to you on behalf of the People's Progressive Party Civic. And to the Honorable Dr. Todd, who said we are not in election. The fact we won by a landslide, the people of Guyana voted for us. We have a right to tell them what we will do for them in this budget and what we have done. And that's why they voted for us. And that's why they will continue to vote for us, Mr. Speaker. And I want to first bring to this House the President of Guyana, His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, the leader, the visionary, the man of courage, a man of conviction, the man that walks the street, the man that talks to every citizen, the man that sets the pace. And over the last 5 years plus, he has designed an economy that has transformed this country, that my kids, your kids, can raise this flag and be proud of. And he then would have instructed the finance minister, the senior finance minister who has served this country for decades, to present a budget that the honorable ministers, all of them, well educated, well directed, and they put a national budget for our people of this country, and our people of this country deserve this budget. When I listen to this side of the opposition, when I hear Dr. Campbell said we can't support this budget. I don't know how they're going home tonight and tell their young children, you ain't gonna get no money because we don't want you. What would they tell my parents? My mother's going to be 88 years old. You wouldn't get any increase in the pension. How could they do that? How could they do that? How could they tell Dr. Anthony not to build these hospitals? The same APNU that didn't build the specialty hospital that stopped it. Stopped it. Many people died because they couldn't afford to leave this country. Dr. Anthony is building hospitals across this country, and that is what our people have asked for. Whether it's $10,000 more in the threshold, whether it's money for the pensioners, it is not all about the giveaways. If even I had $1 million more, what would I do with it? I want a better road. I want to drive to that hospital. I want to drive my kids to school. I don't want to walk in long boots. I travel Region 10 and I see the Honorable Solomon is gone. The Bishop and Public Works has built 58. The Honorable Bishop Juan Edgel built 58 kilometers of road. Minister Todd and I went to Victory Valley in 2020, and I can tell you it was the saddest thing we did. We walked through some mud, and we had to help this woman in a wheelchair roll through that mud in Victory Valley in Linden. Today, they walk on paved pathways. Today, Kwakwani drives on roads. Today, the airport is going to be open very soon in Kwakwani. The president has built across this country, across the country, his economic plan, which is by design. He started out with food security, and guess what? He's moved to food dominance. And if you're sitting anywhere in this country listening to me, and you have your young children, and I know we like to talk about education, they talk about Kwame CXC. I've got 0 CXC. Sorry to say, Honorable, I failed. I failed common entrance, but I got a second chance. And I proved I can deliver with a second chance. When the president says, not all of us will graduate from gold, but the fact that 40,000 plus is there registered, and more than that, the minister said, is eligible and will be eligible to get free education. And my daughter goes to UG right now for free. The fact they get a second chance. If you didn't good in school, you can become a welder today. We will train you. We will train you to be an operator, a heavy-duty operator. We will train you to be in the Hospitality Institute. We will train you to get into the oil field. That is what our president is doing every single day. And this is what this budget, People First, is doing for us. So when you all, and I can bet, when the vote comes and they ask who is voted for the budget, all of you would say no. And the fact is, you will have to go home to your wife, to your husband, to your children, to tell those people that voted for you, you don't want them to get a better life. We are here, we have delivered over the last 5 years, and we will deliver a transformed economy in the next 5 years. We should be proud. Every single Guyanese listening to me should be proud of where our country is at. When our president travels around the world with the honorable minister, when he meets with global leaders, just recently in Belize, we signed a deal with the private sector of Guyana and the private sector of Belize to build refined sugar. Imagine refined sugar in Guyana. You know what the cost of value of that refined sugar? It is a lot more than the regular sugar. Our private sector is delivered. When you look at investments that have come into this country, investments, the private sector in Guyana has delivered. A lot of the hotels, the minister has opened. Former minister has helped put together, has delivered by the local people. And those talk, Dr. Campbell, the Honorable, talked about cement and quarries. Every time a building goes up, it becomes a purchaser. That building becomes a purchaser. Somebody got to sell the stone. Somebody got to sell the sand. Somebody got to sell the window. Some mason will get work. Some electrician will get work. That is what we're doing for this country. We are creating employment. 104,000, the Minister of Labor talked about. We have reduced unemployment more than half, and we will continue to build this country to the rightful place for everyone in this country. The president talks about energy, that we are now energy dominant. We know we have oil. When we first heard about oil a decade ago, they said 750,000 barrels we will ever get by 2030. Honorable members, citizens, Mr. Speaker, we will have 1.2 million by 2030, and probably a lot more than that. What does that do for Guyana? President said oil is not about Guyana. It's a catalyst that would enable the non-oil sector to produce more energy by building that 300 megawatt plant, by putting out another 300 megawatt plant, by bringing a new pipeline to Berbice. Dr. Campbell, what that would do, by reducing tax on agro-processing and agriculture, what that will do. There's a company called Umami that produces ketchup and pepper. A lot of us buy it in the store. He just told me he's going to be glad to expand his factory. He just signed a deal for Canada. DDL, in partnership, will build the first dairy plant in Guyana, in Mobalissa, in Region 10. And that will bring jobs. We get to buy fresh cow milk. We have a young chap from Canada that came back from Bahia producing beautiful cow milk in bottles. That is what Guyana is about. It is about for us, our people. And when our people get better jobs, they make more money. When the minister talks about housing and 40,000 new homes, imagine the contractors that will get to build, the quarries that will be able to sell. We've got people now looking at how to build drains, concrete drains with molds. The president has announced that every single village across this country will get drains. Why will you not approve a budget like that? Why would you not help the Minister of Local Government recycle every garbage in our country and build those plants all over this country? Why will you not vote for this budget? I want you to tell your young children tonight. Yes, your young children tonight, if you have any, why you will not vote for this budget. And I can go through all the ministers here, what they have said. Minister of Human Service, taking care of our disabled people, taking care of our needy. We talk about women, and the president spends a lot of time on getting women to work. Imagine your family gets to make more money, because it's not just the husband going to work. The mother can stay home. She can have a home center. No taxes on education. No taxes on health care. No taxes on agriculture. No taxes on agri-processing. And we're going to have a manufacturing boom in this country. Well, as foreign investors, and we are proud and proud and proud of our private sector, Mr. Speaker, the fact that they have delivered for the country. And the president said that's how a country grows. When there's confidence in our economy, our country gets better. When our people gets better, that means we have delivered as a government for our people. And that is what 2026 budget that Dr. Ashley Singh has presented, that will bring and continue to deliver for us, to our citizens for Guyana, everything we have asked for. And I would say it's the most beautiful thing to be a citizen of Guyana. We're proud. Our passports is worth a lot of money. We're not leaving this country anymore. People are begging to come home. I sit in my office every day speaking to investors that are diaspora that says, Peter, how can I come home? How can I be part of Guyana development? I don't want to stay in the United States. It's cold. I don't want to stay in Canada. I want to come home. The British are seeing us, our investment. They've offered us $3 trillion. The USSXM Bank has offered us $2 billion. The president has presented the plan for 2030 and beyond. He has presented a plan that every one of us, every one of you across the aisle will get a chance to develop your business. And you better figure out where you fit. Do not disapprove this budget because you need it. You need to be fitted in our economy, or else you will be left behind. And Mr. Speaker, I don't need extra time. I will end to say that Guyana is a proud country. We are the developer and the next frontier of the world. We are the country that people want to hear about. We will see it in next week or 2 weeks when the energy conference is here. This is our Guyana. Let's work. Let's build it together. Vote this budget. Opposition, we will deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Dr. Ramsuru. Our next presenter is Deputy Speaker, Dr. Vishwa Mahadev.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had plans to get into my speech right away. However, I can't do that. For the simple reason that someone who seems to have not a clue about how the health system is run has tried to lecture to the Honorable Minister of Health, someone who has been in the health system and in health system management for nearly 30 years. Mr. Speaker, oh, you gone? Mr. Speaker, first of all, the gentleman mentioned the name Mark de France. And I think it gives me the right that I could reply. This Mark de France gentleman, if you're talking about the same person, there are a lot of allegations where his training is concerned and his licensing is concerned and all of that. I don't know that he's in the system. I don't know that he's in management. What I could advise the honorable member who spoke before, what I could advise him is that every day we have a meeting with all the hospitals. The meeting with all the regional hospitals, and so it starts at 7 o'clock, and the Georgetown Hospital also. And at this meeting, we receive all the information, whether it be on the situation with the drugs, whether it be on the situation with partially filled prescription, if any, whether it be with the laboratory tests that are being done, the number of inpatients, the number of outpatients, the number of tests, x-rays, whatever it is. And we are kept up to date, and the minister gets a copy of that every single day. So what the honorable gentleman was talking about, he needs to go and come again. Yeah, that research is lacking over there. Mr. Speaker, every death is sad. Every death is regrettable. But I could say clearly that the Ministry of Health investigates every death. A report is compiled, and whatever lessons are learned, systems are put in place. And so this is why maternal deaths have been declining from 2021 to now. And if the honorable member would like, he could get the information. It's readily available. I'm sure the honorable minister would make it willingly available to him. I don't know if he understands what are general maternal deaths, coincidental deaths, and the other deaths, and how it's calculated. Minister, you might need to school him. And maybe the France fellow too. Mr. Speaker, I heard the honorable member say in a dismissive manner, for want of a better word, the 10K voucher and Gardasil vaccine. He didn't listen, he didn't hear what the honorable minister was saying about the kind of vaccine that we are now using for the prevention of cervical cancer. Does he know what are antigens and all of that? Minister, you really got a lot of work to do with him. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go into my substantive speech. Let me first congratulate all the new MPs that are in this House, especially the MPs on our side of the House, but also the MPs across the floor, the new MPs. And I would also welcome back the other MPs. Some of them are new in the place that they are sitting, representing different organizations and maybe parties. So they're also new to the system, I guess. I'd also like to a special welcome to my comrade and friend from Region 6, Comrade Zamal Hussein. and also Mr. Harbajan, who's not here. Comrade Sonia from Bethany, Region 2. I spent the Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira, when she was Minister of Health, she posted me to Region 2. For 10 years, I served in Region 2, so it's my second home. Comrade Vanessa, whose father used to spend time in our home when he comes to Berbice, so you're like family too. I want to congratulate all my comrades on their great presentations that were factual, informative, well-researched, and delivered excellently, debunking misinformation, partial truths, and to borrow the labber-dabber that was coming from over the other side. Just a friendly word of advice to my colleague MPs across the floor. I saw a video, some Facebook video that somebody sent me. Get used to getting a lot of materials from Parliament. Be prepared if you want to make a proper speech, be prepared to read those materials. Additionally, research in other places. They could always come to the library and to the Hansard and do research. And to be properly prepared to make sensible contribution. Like my honorable colleague said, welcome to the big league. Mr. Speaker, the approach to the budget debate, and especially this budget, shows that there is no difference in the parties across the floor. They say the same things, reading from the same script, and seem convinced that being in opposition means you have to oppose everything. In fact, we see familiar faces from the last parliament sitting across the floor saying familiar things said by the opposition in the last parliament. In fact, some of the honorable members were ministers in the 2015 AP and UAFC government, and then in the AP and UAFC opposition, and will always carry with them that stigma. Even the words they use are familiar. Honorable Hastings, let me remind you, from the bring it on statement that led to you being on that side of the house, to keep the seat warm from us, which was a favorite of my friend Ganesh Maipal, honorable member, to your latest comment, you must have a legacy for when you leave from one side of the house to come to this side of the house. It's all familiar. By God, news to you. The Guyanese people from 2015 to 2020 had a taste of what you offer, what you can do. 5 years of deception, 5 years of mismanagement, 5 years of broken promises, and a major attempt to steal an election. And they voted you out. And then 5 years after, seeing that the PEP Civic delivered on all the promises, an honorable member, that side is where you'll continue to be, because we will continue to manage the affairs of the people, because they will continue to give us a bigger and a bigger mandate, larger numbers on this side of the house. And since there is a limited number of seats, only 65, by extension, you'll be fewer over there. Irrespective of whether you come from WIN or AP and you're whatever. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 has my complete and unreserved support. At 1.558 trillion, this budget actually does what a government is supposed to do. Govern for the people, invest in the people, and deliver results for the people. More importantly, it builds on the other PEP Civic budgets, a continuum of development and progress from 1992, when, Mr. Speaker, remember, over 90 cents, I think it was 94 cents, from every dollar earned by the country was used to service debts, to 2014. And then from 2020, when we had to pick up the pieces of 5 years of neglect, 5 years of destruction, 5 years of holding on to power at all costs, and 5 years of destruction of Guyana's image, resulting in a destroyed economy and a devastated health system. And we started to build again, year after year, 2020, through the COVID pandemic to today. And so, Mr. Speaker, progress continues. I commend the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. And like we've been hearing, he's AK. He fired the first shots a few days ago, and he will fire the final shots tomorrow. And I would also like to compliment his team for preparing a plan that is clear, measured, accountable, and one that continues on the trajectory of progress Also commend the team from all the ministry, especially the team from Ministry of Health, for their contributions. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget from a government that treats all citizens across Guyana equally and places the citizens' interests first. Mr. Speaker, there was a speaker who came and said, you know, we shouldn't be focusing on the past and we should not be, and then spent his 15 minutes focusing on the past. So let me just say, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to quote the Honorable Prime Minister and remind him, those who don't remember the past are condemned to repeat it. And so we have got to remind what happened in the past. There exists a difference between our government and the opposition when they were in government. We govern with loyalty to the people. They govern with loyalty to themselves. Every policy, every neglect, every empty promise under their watch was betrayal. And the people felt it in their homes, their workplaces, and their hospitals. They spend more on ministerial diets and less on schools and hospitals. Capital projects were stalled. National growth slowed. And Mr. Speaker, when they built one clinic in 5 years. We built six hospitals in 3, and I'll come to that in a bit, Mr. Speaker. They taxed essential items like water and electricity. We cut the burden and invested in prosperity. They sent 7,000 sugar workers home, abandoned them. We restored livelihood, created job opportunities, delivered tens of thousands of house lots. Tender irregularities, mismanagement, and incoherent policy was their idea of reform. We delivered transparency, structure, and results. If they were capable, they would have done it first, but they are not. And yet, they have the audacity, Mr. Speaker, to criticize programs that they themselves benefited from and continue to benefit from. Do they want Guyanese to suffer because their loyalty is only to themselves? Every time they claim reform, they mean cutting something. Mr. Speaker, I had wanted to complete my colleagues' journey in Region 6, but I don't think I will have the time for that, so I'll leave that for the end if I have the time. I'd like to turn to health. The Honorable Doctor who spoke in a disparaging way about telehealth, telemedicine, because I think he is, Dr. Anthony, I don't know, you have two shadows, or is it you have a shadow and then a shadow of the shadow? I guess that. But, Mr. Speaker, that gentleman, that honorable member, doesn't have a clue of what is telemedicine. Telemedicine was introduced in Guyana as a novel idea in 2022, and many persons at that time were suspicious about it, its actual value, and whether it could be used in Guyana. The government of Guyana, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali, and the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony, saw the vision of what telemedicine could do in a country like ours. Mr. Speaker, today our telemedicine hub in the Ministry of Health is a place that persons come to from international organizations and other countries to see how telemedicine can and should be managed. From 2022 to now, we have gradually increased the numbers of sites. In 2026, we will once again do so with provisions in this budget. Mr. Speaker, most of these sites are located in the hinterland regions, 1, 7, 8, and 9. But we also have sites in 4, 5, 6, and 10, where we have some riverine and some hinterland communities. Sir, let me share some data and hope the honorable member is listening and can understand what telemedicine is capable of and what it has already done for us. Mr. Speaker, I have this document that I could lay over. We would have increased the number of telemedicine sites from 4 in 2022 to 130 by the end of February. And the Honorable Minister has assured us that it will go to beyond 150 by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, for last year, 15,000 persons accessed these facilities that had the sites. 6,363 patients use the telemedicine. 1,293 video calls were done. Mr. Speaker, let me explain a little bit. You go to a telemedicine site, there is internet connectivity. There is a video connectivity. Some sites have got ultrasounds. They have ECGs that could check your heart. They have patient monitors. So as the doctor sits in Georgetown or as the doctor sits in a regional hospital, the specialist could see the patient, communicate to the patient, and advise what to do. Mr. Speaker, 262 referrals are made. 501 serious cases are managed, and 34 medical evacuations were done. The 501 serious cases were managed right at the telemedicine site. Mr. Speaker, 159 mothers got care through telemedicine. 513 babies got care through telemedicine. 533 chronic disease patients got care through telemedicine. And 6 mental health patients were assisted through telemedicine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the telemedicine sites, connectivity is used, not only for doctors' consultations, but also for training, for monitoring and evaluation, for reporting, and for meetings. Mr. Speaker, every month there's a meeting with all the telemedicine sites and Ministry of Health staff. In fact, Honorable Priya, your staff also joins the meeting, and Ministry of Amerindian Affairs, because at this meeting also we have the Tushao, the village rep, and other village councillors who might be interested. We discuss health, but not only health, whatever other issues the village might have, and we find solutions together. That is telemedicine. That is telemedicine. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that my colleague came in, but he missed the part that I spoke about doing proper research. And don't be afraid of reading. It doesn't matter how many pages you get to read. Right? Sir, we haven't stopped there. The Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Frank Anthony, guided by His Excellency the President, has already tested drones to provide and upgrade services in Guyana. Once again, sir, we'll be leading the way. We'll be providing better services. We'll be providing more timely services. Think about blood and blood products, medicine and critical supplies that can be delivered to remote communities in a timely manner. A world-class healthcare for the whole of Guyana is definitely in the making, and we are well on our way. Sir, I'd like to bring your attention to dental care. It's not something that we talk about a lot, but I need to draw the attention of this House to dental care. And I'd like to ask the Honorable Dr. Natasha Singh, I'd like to advise him that he might have to make some changes in the way he compiles the budget. Mr. Speaker, we are already providing top-of-the-line services in dental care. Honorable Minister of Health mentioned dental CTs and several regions, including 4, 6, 8, and 10 dental digital x-rays in the regions, 3D printing, etc. However, we need to state the following, and this is the information that I got from Dr. Moniz, who is the head of dental department in Guyana. The infrastructure that we inherited in 2020 for dental care was crippled. The first year, in 2021, across the country, we could have only done less than 50,000 dental procedures. Came in government, and under the People's Progressive Party Civic, we have engineered a complete and comprehensive nationwide inclusive framework for dental care. We have increased dental clinics from 42 across the country to 59 facilities, ensuring a geographic spread and access. We have gone from 50 largely not working chairs, dental chairs, to 99, a nearly 100% increase. There is nearly a 10-fold increase in annual dental procedures in just 4 years, from under 50,000 to over 494,000 procedures. Each number represents a patient treated, pain alleviated, and health restored. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to divert a little bit, because when we are talking this, people really don't appreciate what we are doing. And so I'd like to bring some numbers. Root canal, and root canal is a serious procedure. You have to have special training for it. My colleague over there should know about it. Don't know if he's doing any. In 2022, 13 root canals are done. In 2025, 390. If we take a root canal at about $50,000 each, that is $19,500,000 in the pockets of those persons who would have had to pay for it. X-rays, 2,258 were done in 2022. In 2025, 16,595 at a cost of approximately $2,000. That's being conservative. $33,190,000. Fluoride treatment from zero in 2022, Mr. Speaker, to 24,887 at approximately $2,000 each, comes up to about over $49 million. Prophylaxis, 23,356 done in 2025 at about $10,000 each. This would be cleaning and so comes up to about $233,560,000. Fillings, 32,420 done in 2025 at $10,000 each, $324 million. Impacted tooth, and this is one that would need surgical intervention. Am I right up? In most cases. Impacted tooth, 7,989 were done in 2025 at a cost of over $50,000 in a private institution, coming up to over $399 million. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, X-rays were done, and the cost of the X-rays, yeah, I have the figure. In total, Mr. Speaker, if you put all the costs together, it comes up to over $1 billion. $1 billion that we did not cater for in the budget, but $1 billion that remains in the pockets of the people who access this service. And I think we need to mention that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also did a dental assistant training program. We not only provide equipment, but we also train persons. 18 new assistants were trained and deployed across the region. Our dental laboratory technician program for fabricating dentures, we graduated 12 persons. Mr. Speaker, we have also bought simulation equipment, so our new dentists and dentechs that are being trained will have practical experience. Mr. Speaker, the rise in X-rays I had mentioned was from 22,000 to 62,000 in 1 year. Mr. Speaker, let me turn a little bit to blood banking and the availability. Before 2019, we were storing blood at only 11 health facilities across the country. Now we are storing blood in 34 health facilities across the country. Before 2019, we were collecting blood from only 4 regions. Mr. Speaker, currently we have sensitized people in all the regions, and we have voluntary donors in all 10 regions of Guyana. We have increased blood collection to over 12,000 units per year. Mr. Speaker, before 2019, we were supporting approximately 20 heart surgeries a year. And for the heart surgeries, we have got to have at least 6 units of blood on standby. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, over 100 heart surgeries were done, and each one took about 6 units of blood. Mr. Speaker, let me move on to GPHC, our premier institution. There's a lot to talk about GPHC, but I'd just like to mention 4 points. The transplant team completed the first 4-pair chain kidney transplant ever performed in Guyana and the Caribbean. This was done last year. The GPHC Pathology Laboratory received its ISO 15189 Plus international accreditation from Accreditation Canada, again last year. A major milestone was achieved at GPHC by routinely performing abdominal aortic aneurysm repair. Previously, Mr. Speaker, all our patients had to go overseas or they died. And we launched the electroconvulsive therapy service in September last year in the psychiatric department. Mr. Speaker, we all know, let me turn to ophthalmology, we all know. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if anybody needs treatment, we could provide the treatment for them for free. We all know what is the history of the National Ophthalmology Hospital. Located in Port Moran, built under the watch of President Bara Jagdeo, functioned excellently until early 2015. And between 2015 to 2020, you had 0 cataract surgeries done there. When we took over back in 2020, early part of 2021, the government of Guyana spent over $100 million. In fact, over $25 million to fix the infrastructure alone, another $100 million to buy equipment, new equipment, so that we could get going again. After spending all that money, we started functioning. And Mr. Speaker, once again, we have no backlog of cataract in Guyana. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House that we are bringing persons from different regions. We screen them, we transport them, whether we by bus or we fly them out. We bring them, we do the surgeries, and we take them back. Well, I'm not going there because it's free for everyone, and those who it's patient confidentiality. Mr. Speaker, let me just talk about some of the, and currently we have a Guyanese that's heading the National Ophthalmology Hospital. Dr. Saif Ali. Mr. Speaker, cataract surgeries done for last year, 728. Pterygium surgery, 312. Intravitreal injection, 205. Cataract laser surgery, 275. Diabetic retinopathy and retinal laser surgery, 219. Total, 1,736. And Mr. Speaker, if we are to take what it would cost these patients to get it done privately, it comes up to a total of $246,580,000 that these patients saved and that they could use for themselves and for their family. Mr. Speaker, training. Credit must be given to this government, the Minister of Health and His Excellency for the visionary input in training. Using the Coursera platform, we are now providing training to nursing assistants and registered nurses. Using this method of blended training, the numbers of staff that we could bring have been multiplied. Persons did not want to leave their homes and their regions to come to Georgetown to be trained. They are now being trained at home, and I'll read some of testimony, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the Ministry of Health with the regions have extended and built its capacity to deliver training even in the regions. Region 1, 7, 9, 6, 2, 3 are doing their own training. Pharmacy assistants, laboratory technicians, and recently, Mr. Speaker, in regions 3, 4, 5, 6, we would have done training for patient advocates. And that is something that will continue across the country on the advice and instruction of His Excellency and the Minister of Health. It is the goal of the Ministry of Health that every health center and every remote health post must have the services of either a doctor or, if not available, a medics. Towards this end, we have increased the number of persons in training in the medics program. Last year, we graduated 30 medics. Currently, we have over 15 training and for the medic program. In total, from 2020 to now, we have increased the number of medics that are available and working in the system by 57. In total, Mr. Speaker, we have added 4,309 persons who are trained, graduated, and employed by the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I've received lots of requests to bring this House testimony of persons, but I'll leave that for the end. Let me deal a little bit with some other issues that Honorable Minister did not have the time to deal with. Mr. Speaker, we'll be setting up an ambulance authority. Currently, every facility has its own ambulances, whether it be a vehicle ambulance, a minibus, boat ambulance, an ATV ambulance, and they all operate by themselves individually by the regions. This ambulance authority will be well equipped, will have adequate numbers of ambulances that suits the terrain in which they have to function, whether it be ATV ambulances, whether it be boat ambulances, whatever it is, we will have adequate number. And there will be a central ambulance authority. The ambulances will be placed in strategic locations, Mr. Speaker, so that we could get the fastest access to the patient. That is in the works this year, Mr. Speaker. And by the end of this year, next budget speech, you will hear how many ambulances we have brought into the system. They come not only with the ambulances, they come with equipment, they come with training, and they come with persons and large number of persons who will have to be trained and then employed to service the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, that comes, ministers reminding me, in a partnership with Northwell. So we make sure we get top of the line, and we make sure that the training is not local alone, it's world-class. Like the president has been saying, we'll be having a world-class health system in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, let me come to some of the testimony. I've been receiving lots of requests to bring to this House testimony of persons from across this country as to how the healthcare delivery has affected them and impacted their life. Sir, you would remember some time ago, we were talking about developing surgical capacity in the regions. When we came in government, there was one region that had no surgical capacity at all. What we did, we started putting monies in the budget and building these theaters. We built a theater in Moruca. We have built a theater in Port Kaituma. It is working. Do your visits. This is what my colleagues have been advising you. Visit. Come here informed. Come here informed. Do your research. Ask questions. Go there. Mr. Speaker, we also built in Region 9, Theater in Shalton, Karasabai, Anai, and Mr. Speaker, Madhya. I am going to read to you, Mr. Speaker, an example of a case that we had in Shalton.
Let me give you 5 minutes so that you can read and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The case, Mr. Speaker, in Shalton, we had a case where a pregnant mother, a lady, had a ruptured appendix, a ruptured ectopic pregnancy, sorry. Anyone who knows a little bit of medicine would know that is life-threatening. There's a lot of bleeding, and intervention has got to happen as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, we evaluated that patient. We did not have a surgical team there, but we had a theater, a functional theater, with instruments, with equipment. And so the RH of Region 9 reached out for help. We had a discussion, and we advised that a team, a surgical team goes in. Mr. Speaker, it took the team 1.5 hours to get there. Within a matter of 2.5 hours, that surgery was completed. The patient was safe, and the patient is still alive, still thankful, and the community is thankful, Mr. Speaker. That is just one of several cases. In addition to doing planned surgeries, Mr. Speaker, this is what we could do. We could send teams in there, even in the case of emergency. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Domingo from Whitewater, who's a deputy to Shaw, and who happens to be a community health worker currently. As a young, I quote, as a young indigenous leader from Region 1, as a young indigenous leader and vice to Shaw, I strongly welcome and commend the National Budget 2026 of the Government of Guyana. This budget speaks directly to the future of young Amerindians like myself and many others across our hinterland riverine communities. Through the GOAL program and access to platforms such as Coursera, young people are now being given real opportunities to educate themselves without having to leave their homes. I am personally benefiting from this initiative, and I am thankful, unlike some others. As I am presently studying in a nursing assistant hybrid program from the comfort of my own home, this allows me to continue working, support my family, serve my community, whilst upgrading my skills and qualifications. For many of us, this was never possible before. Budget 2026 recognizes that education must be accessible and flexible, especially for indigenous youths who often face geographic and financial challenges. It is empowering a new generation of leaders, inclusive of Amerindian people. Mr. Speaker, it continues. This budget is not just about numbers, it is about people. It is about inclusion, opportunity, and nation building. As a young Amerindian and community leader, I see Budget 2026 as a strong step toward empowering indigenous youths to contribute meaningfully to Guyana's development while remaining rooted in our culture, families, and communities. Additionally, I was among 8 young Amerindian leaders who received specialized training on the use of digital health, digitalization of healthcare development with direct relevance to Guyana. Through this program, we gained valuable knowledge and hands-on exposure to modern health information systems, digital patient records, telemedicine, disease surveillance, and the use of technology. Mr. Speaker, it's a long message. I'm going to end there. Another one. My name is Altia Rashid, a young Amerindian woman from Barbina Hill. As a healthcare professional, having served as a community health worker for 7 years, I am now honored to be undergoing training as a midwife, an opportunity made possible through the continued support and vision of our esteemed government. The advancement represents not only personal growth, but a strengthened commitment to improving maternal and newborn health. Another one, Janice Moses. I am thankful to the PEP Civic government for giving me the opportunity to upgrade from CHW to midwife. I've been doing, the People's Progressive Party government have always been doing and continue to do a lot for young people across Guyana, of which I am a living proof of the same. Mr. Speaker, Akeem Henry, the first medics from Baramita. And by the way, we are building a brand new hospital in Baramita. We upgraded the health post to a health center. Now, because of the need of the community, we are building a brand new hospital there. Akeem Henry is the medics there. And Minister, I'm putting you on notice. He told me that he's going to apply for the pre-med program that you'll be putting out because he wants to be the first doctor from Baramita. Minister Sarah, bear that in mind. Dr. Tracy Bovell, who is now the head of the Enmore Hospital. I began my professional journey as a med tech. In 2000, awarded a scholarship by the PEP Civic government to pursue medicine. Had the privilege of serving on the front lines of COVID. Currently, she's working as the head of the hospital in Enmore. And she's full of praise for the hospital, sending us numbers. I could make them available to anyone who wanted. Mr. Speaker, in closing, most of us remember when the PEP took office. It was an economy under pressure. Institutions are fragile, choices limited, and yet we brought Guyana out of the abyss. Led by Dr. Chedi Jagan, and then some youngsters who were still in Parliament, Minister Gail Teixeira, and Dr. Bahar Jagdeo, who later took over the leadership of the party and country. Mr. Speaker, when illness strikes a family, suddenly, without warning, government is tested. Accidents do not ask for income brackets. Cancer do not wait for election cycles. Dialysis, emergency care, and maternal complications. These moments expose whether a state is present or absent. And this government is present all across Guyana, in every single community, in every single village. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to offer some advice as a medical practitioner with over 35 years of experience to my colleague MPs across the aisle. Colleagues, being consistently negative in thinking, seeing everything negative even when there are positives and you can't see the positives, will impact your health. It can affect your blood pressure, affect your blood sugar levels, raise your stress levels, interfere with your sleep, and generally with your life. Open your eyes up, please. Accept the facts. Stop sleepwalking. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful Guyana. It's a fantastic future we are looking towards. It is a real world we are living in. Do not be blinded by archaic political tactics of opposing for the sake of being opposing because you're in opposition. Come join us. You have a role to play, and it is definitely not opposing for opposition's sake. Together, let's build a beautiful Guyana, a prosperous Guyana, a futuristic Guyana. Budget 2026 is not theory, it's loyalty in action. It is affirmative action. Every hospital, every bridge, every farm, every house shows a stark contrast. We deliver where they fail. We lead with accountability. They stumble with hypocrisy. The people saw the difference and they remembered. And that's why We are where we are on this side of the Honorable House, and you are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let us invite the Honorable Member. Mr. James Bond, as he returns to the National Assembly after a short hiatus. Honorable Member, you may comment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It is excellent to follow. It is excellent to follow Dr. Vishnu Mahadio. He was my colleague in the 10th Parliament, and we became extremely good friends since then. We're extremely good friends now. So it's an honor and a privilege to come behind the Deputy Speaker, Vishnu Mahadio. Comrades, honorable members all, I must express gratitude to my Lord and Savior first and foremost, but I must also extend gratitude to His Excellency, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali. I must extend gratitude to the Vice President, the General Secretary of the party, Dr. Barra Jagdi, and I must express gratitude to my colleagues and comrades of the People's Progressive Party Civic, most of whom are here. From since I was a child, I always wanted to be with the best and the brightest. I wanted to be with the best and the brightest. You know, and I always, one thing about me, I never considered myself the best or the brightest, and I always looked to people that I could learn from. And I'm not saying that I did not have great mentors in the PNC. For example, Winston Shripal Murray, who my colleague mentioned, he's my mentor, political mentor. Vala Lawrence as well as my political mentor. Amna Ali is my political mentor. But this is the first time, I can say this here, this is the first time in my political career that I take notes around people. I never had the opportunity to take notes around people. But whenever I'm around His Excellency, I take notes. Whenever I'm around Dr. Barra Jagdi, I take notes. Why is this so? Why is this so? A young man coming from Baggetville, leaving to go to Mabaruma, spending time in the interior from since I'm a boy. We always had dreams, but our dreams were limited. My favorite poet is a guy called William Butler Yeats. I think his most famous poem is "If I Had the Clouds of Heaven, I Spread My Dreams Beneath Your Feet." So we always have dreams growing up in these places, but sometimes our dreams are limited from the fact that we do not have access to certain things that the coastlanders have. We don't have access to the schooling that the coastlanders have. We did not have access to the health services the coastlanders have. We did not have access to other social services that the coastlanders have. Yeah. So for the first time in Mabaruma, I could tell people I experienced poverty. And poverty is not a word that you toss around. You know, poverty is real for certain people. You know, my honorable friend and member who went to UG with, Rahim Sharma, poverty is not a word I toss around. I walked to school barefooted. I walked to school and we didn't have enough textbooks. Those were things, the order of the day in Mabaruma back then. But I could tell you this here. Mabaruma is a different place now. Under the People's Progressive Party Civic, Mabaruma is a different place now. And I must thank my honorable friend, Colin Crowell, Minister Colin Crowell, who I had to lick down and break down to take me to Mabaruma to do some campaigning. Thank you for that opportunity. And I got the opportunity to see the improvements in the lives of the people of Mabaruma and Region 1. And certain things money can't buy. Certain things we can't put a price on. For example, Mabaruma now boasts and has the best X-ray machine in the country. Mabruma has that. Mabruma got better X-ray machine than Georgia Hospital. Mabruma has maternity services. Mabruma has Wi-Fi. We drove way up to Yarakita, past Whitewater, past all these places, and they enjoy Wi-Fi services. What this means? What this means? What this means is that these children could access social services. They could access the Gold Scholarship using Wi-Fi. Sisters and brothers, colleagues all, Mabruma, right now, education is free. It's not one school, it's not two schools, it's not three schools, it's not four schools, it's not five schools, it's 6 secondary schools that are built in Region 1, benefiting the people, the young people of Mabruma and Region 1. You can't put a price to this. The sisters and brothers, colleagues, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, you see, when we think about poverty, when we think about how monies are spent, $1.558 trillion is spent on the people of this country. It's not spent in isolation. It's not spent on buttons. It is spent on people. And that is putting people first. $1,558 billion is spent on the people of this country. Colleagues, honorable members, I support Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. He's an Aquarian like me. We're February born. I support him unconditionally. The staff and the people of the Ministry of Finance have done a fantastic job. They have not slaved. They have devoted and gave human service, dedicated service to give us budget 2026 in which we could all benefit from. I am a beneficiary of this budget, and I want to talk to the young people. When I speak, I'm not only speaking to the other members of this house. I want to speak to the young people of Melanie, of Buxton, of Tiger Bay. You have an opposition, a collective opposition, that wants to tell you this budget is bad. But people of Tiger Bay, I want to remind you, I want to tell you, Honorable Minister Priya Madam, you were in Tiger Bay recently, weren't we? And do you know people of Tiger Bay, young people of Tiger Bay, who got the jobs to do work in Tiger Bay, to make Tiger Bay look beautiful? The people of Tiger Bay. I want to tell you something. We had a football competition there to open a facility. And the president, he's committed to the people of the Tiger Bay, Comicsburg, Kingston area. He's committed to them. You know what the president said? The president says this: I want to see these people, I want to see my people, our people, become wealthy. I want to do that for them. So the president is not only saying and talking about sports and playing football. He says, look, I'm going to build a shade house for the people of Tiger Bay and Kingston. Now, what does this shade house do? What does it do? So there are the women of Kingston and Tiger Bay. They have the opportunity to just improve, to just input $150,000 annually and get $1.6 million per year and not doing hard work. Now the opposition will want to tell you to run from the PPPC. I tell you to run to the PPPC. Run to the PPPC. Young people of this country, Honorable Stephen Jacobs and our Minister Ramson, I've had a chance, the opportunity to walk with them. We went and visited grounds. We went to visit stadiums. This is not to benefit buttons. This is to benefit the young people of this country. Palmyra, a beautiful structure, Minister Ramson. Here was the thing. Here was the thing too. Here was the thing too. Here was the thing too. We were in Haslington, myself and Minister Jacobs. And Minister Jacobs met with some young people. Minister Jacobs says this. He says, young people, I want you to apply yourselves. These facilities are not for me. I don't play cricket already. These facilities are for you. Out of that meeting, we had young people who are now in the training organized by my honorable member friend, Surya Singh, the Minister of Youth, training young people. And here the thing is, the People's Progressive Party Civic pay you whilst training you. They pay you whilst training you. They give you a stipend, they give you a jersey, they give you transportation. Young people, take advantage of this. I want to say another thing too. Minister Joseph Hamilton and I was in Golden Grove, and we met with the young people of Nabakalis. I'm talking to the young people of this country. Run to the PPC. We met with them. Out of that, Minister Griffith, your program, the Board of Industrial Training, has now trained hundreds of young people, 10 of them coming from right at Golden Grove, Nabakalis. Sisters and brothers, colleagues, this is not games. We're not playing with people's lives. There are some who will politicize every single thing. My honorable friend, Dr. Todd, he wants to politicize Adriana Young's death. That is a law in this House of Assembly. We don't politicize young people. We value young people. We don't take advantage and politicize young people. We value young people. Sisters and brothers, colleagues all, I am a successful lawyer. Make no bones about it. Make no bones about it. Make no bones about it. I served in the Directive of Public Prosecution Chambers. I call Ms. Shalimar Hadi Haq, Senior Counsel. I call her my mother, Mr. Speaker. I call her my mother. I train under her. I train under the Chancellor, Roxanne George. I call her my mothers. In private practice, I represented hundreds of persons. I'm not a failure at law. I'm not a failure. Now here is the thing. Sisters and brothers, because of entering into entrepreneurship, because of entering the business, I could retire from law. The honorable Dexter taught us to do law and work law. I retired from law to do business. In 2020, I retired from law to pursue business. I was that successful. Law has given me everything. And the thing is, it was under the People's Progressive Party Civic. I ain't lying. My first scholarship, I'm a Government of Guyana scholarship. I'm a Government scholar. Before goal was under the People's Progressive Party Civic. I'm going to tell you another thing too. My father, Preacher Bond, he's a pastor. My mother, Nurse Bond, she worked with the Honorable Gail Teixeira. She worked with Frank Anthony. She worked with Dr. Mahadio. She worked with Dr. Barry Ramsaran. I got a scholarship from the government of Guyana to law. You know why? Because my mom and dad couldn't afford to send me to law. I couldn't go to UG. It was $300 and something thousand. Preacher Bond and Sister June could not afford it. It was the People's Progressive Party Civic that gave me a scholarship to study law, first at University of Guyana, and secondly at the Wooding Law School. Sisters and brothers, let me tell you this here. Because of that, I am here today. Because of that, I am here today. Education is not a privilege. Education is not a privilege. Education is a tool to take you out of poverty. Education is a tool that takes you out of poverty. And this is a government that has proven time and time again, it is prepared to equip the young people of this country with that tool to take them out of poverty. You got to realize that. You got to realize that. So this is a boy whose parents could afford to send him to school. And I know a lot of people share that similar experience. And it's not about being black and being Indian and being Amerindian. It's a being willing to apply yourself. You got to be willing to apply yourself. That is why I tell young people, if you want to be in the picture, you got to position yourself. If you want to be in the picture, you got to position yourself. That is why I am here and you are there. That is why I am here, and you are there. I have positioned myself, and there's nothing wrong with that. I can tell people my story. You know, I can tell you my story. Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali is a friend and a brother. He's not only my president. He's not only my president. I was once the president of Campton Football Club. Let me tell you how I came into contact with Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali. I went to him when I was president of Campton Football Club. He was the Minister of Housing at the time. I said, Chief, I'm going into Kashif and Shanghai. I need some support. Because at that time, Campton was a fledgling club, and you only could do well in Campton if you bring in overseas players. He says, James, you want to bring in overseas players? Here's a check. Since then, he has always been my friend. Even in 2020, and I must make a disclaimer, the actions of Mr. Hesberger, I have nothing to do with. I know he said we were at some fish shop together, but I want to say I have not. I disown that in its entirety. I disassociate myself in its entirety. No, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali has been my friend. Even in 2020 at Ashman's building, he said to me, he says, James, you will always have a place with me. The elections he lost wasn't announced yet. Nothing at all. So he's always been my friend and brother. Even in opposition, the President, Dr. Muhammad Irfan Ali, kept in contact with me more than my own colleagues and friends from the PNC. How could I now turn my back on President Irfan Ali when he says, James, I want you to serve in the National Assembly? Sisters and brothers, I want to say something. The lesson last evening with Comrade Vanessa Ben, I think some of us missed it. We missed it, and that is why
Remember, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
In life, there are certain nuances, certain intricacies, certain details that we can't afford to miss. Now, Minister Ben, Comrade Ben, said her father was Brindley Ben, who is a founder of this nation. And the People's Progressive Party, Civic, has sought it fit to honor the people who give value and contribution to their party, even to his daughter. There are some of us that see showing a picture of me getting shot. Imagine what I do for you, and you still couldn't find a place for me. I take bullets for you. Ganesh, my Paul, and Sharon Duncan, the two of y'all is my children. The two of y'all is my children. I bring y'all into politics. Me, James Bond, bring y'all into politics. You is my son, and you is my son. You is my son. Sisters and brothers, there's a number of experience I would have had. I want to tell them, James Bond Bar, bring life into Melanie. James Bond Bar, bring life into Melanie. You go anywhere and ask them how Melanie was before I come. They will tell you it was a ghost town before James Bond Bar. Sisters and brothers, I can tell you, the development the People's Progressive Party Civic have brought to Melanie has been phenomenal. I made a phone call a day to Minister Indar. Where is he? Right here. I walking down the road in Melanie. I was PNC. And I called Minister Indar. He's not my friend. Never spoke to him before. I said, sir, my road needs fixing. Melanie main road needs fixing. He said, James, right away. Road due, 2021. Road due. This is not a tag government. This is action government. Budget
Speaker.
2026 is action budget.
Remember, Mr. Mahipur.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 48. Sir, what is said in this House is recorded for posterity, and the truth must always be spoken. I wish to ask the honorable member to withdraw that he brought me into politics. I wish to submit to you that I was brought into politics by one Sherwin Christopher Benjamin. James and I entered politics the same time, and under the PNC, he became the chairman of AFIEL Sophia GYSM, and I was the secretary. I wish to remind him, sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Bond, from the words of Mr. Mahipal, he is denying that.
Mr. Speaker, I will not retract. I will not retract. You are my son. You are my son. I will not retract. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I don't think I'm competent to discuss who is right at this stage. So please, let's leave it there.
Sir, I am here challenging him. Sir.
Honorable Member, Mr. Bond, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
I father that. I father that. Me, James, my father that. Mr. Speaker, in Melanie, every single road is done. Every single drain is clean. Mr. Speaker, I must give a big shout out to the First Lady. The First Lady came, and by the way, let me retract. I must salute all the ministers who came to Melanie. I think it was everyone, Minister Analandalal, Franca, the Prime Minister. Salute to the Prime Minister. Minister Rodriguez, Minister Parag. So many people that came. Vice President visited Melanie. So many persons came to Melanie. That's a different place. No. We saw some things be done in Melanie. Every single thing is done. No, Melanie had no contractors. Everybody got their own businesses. I want to tell young people, go get your own business. Get your NDIS compliance, your GRIA compliance. $3 million has been going to be given to Guyanese by the Guyana Development Bank. Don't miss it. Don't turn your eye from money because you have an opposition who suffers from negative bias. Get in the thing. If you want to be in the picture, position yourself. Don't let budget 2026 pass you by, young people. Negative bias they suffer from. Sisters and brothers, the president came to Melanie, and persons know this. The president says, look, I'm going to really empower people in Melanie. I'm going to give you a tunnel house. You heard Minister Zulfikar Mustafa talk about that thing where 40,000 birds in these houses, these massive houses, producing hundreds of millions of dollars. All you got to do is get into the young people, get into the groups. And the bank, here's the thing what the government does. The government co-invests with you. The government gives you the opportunity to get loans and access to loans and finances. These are the things government does. And it doesn't stop there. Sisters and brothers, colleagues, there's so much we could speak on what the government has done for these communities like Victoria. Right now in Victoria, this Sidelight Dam is done by Victorians. People from Victoria, and you want to see this government doesn't produce a budget for people. Everything about this 1,558 billion is for the people of this country, irrespective of what you look like. Irrespective of what you look like. Irrespective of who you vote for. That's the thing. I was PNC when everything happened for me. Everything. PNC. And I ain't got one business. I don't open the bar because I got 3 other businesses. I got bond optimum transport. I got bond up with transportation. I got bond up with construction. I got bond up with agriculture. I ain't got time with bar. I ain't got time with rum. I focus on creating jobs and more jobs for young people. But we're going to open it up, Dr. Hines. I remember Dr. Hines has always supported that institution, that bar. And I'm opening back in June. Hope to see you there, Dr. Hines. Honorable members, I know I'm wrapping up. There's so much to speak on. But let me close by saying this to Dr. Hines. You speak of investment in UG. You want to take all the money from gold and put it in UG. I think you missed that UG is getting an additional $14.5 billion. I think you missed that the $1.2 billion goes to the expansion of UG in regions 2, 3, and 6 for medicine engineering. But I want to tell Dr. Hines this. I support any call to support our own. But Dr. Hines, you don't support your own. You don't support your own, Dr. Hines. Because here's the thing about it. Only sort of people could sell black pudding. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me invite the Honorable Member, Mr. Sanjeev Dattadin, to make his presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable members of the House. Permit me, before I get to my presentation, to congratulate the Honorable Senior Minister of Finance, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and his team at the Ministry of Finance for their hard work in putting Budget 2026 together. The Honorable Senior Minister must be extremely frustrated that his hard work seems to have confused, despite clear, simple language, the members of the other side. It is the largest budget in the history of this country, and again, no new taxes are included. In fact, there is a reduction in taxes. Mr. Speaker, allow me to formally state for the record at the outset my wholehearted support for Budget 2026 and encourage all members of this House to give their support likewise. Mr. Speaker, the budget reflects the visionary leadership of our President, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, and the PPPC. It begins the process. This is the first installment of the fulfillment of the PPPC 2025 manifesto. The manifesto, Mr. Speaker, as everyone would know, is our promise to the people of this country. We presented a manifesto in 2025, and it resulted in a landslide victory at the September 1 general elections. It means, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC and President Ali now have a mandate based on that manifesto. That manifesto came about because the PPPC and its membership, we walked across the length and breadth of this country to find out what exactly it is that people would like for themselves and the community. The budget reflects what those desires are. Yet, the honorable member, Dr. David Hines, is confused. The confusion is startling. It starts with the manifesto being for the people, and he doesn't seem to understand what people means. A man with so many letters, it is perplexing. But if I could be of just a little help to the honorable member, putting people first means everyone. Those who voted for the PPPC, those who didn't, even the ones who tried to rig the 2020 elections, even the ones who smuggle gold, even the ones who are fugitive offenders. Mr. Speaker, it means everyone. Now, not only did the honorable member not understand people, he didn't understand the connection, it seems, between a manifesto and a budget. You see how it works is this. The manifesto is what you take to the people for their mandate. But then it's your obligation having won the elections, to make the decisions and to fulfill the promises that you have made in that manifesto. Now, as Minister Bishop Edgell says, it's a social contract. But how do you pay for the promises and deliver to the people what they want? You need a budget. You need the authority of Parliament to spend the money in the public coffers. So the link between manifesto and budget is quite simple. The manifesto gave President Ali and the PPPC a mandate. This is the first installment of that mandate. The budget would authorize the spending to fulfill that mandate. Honorable members of the opposition seem to have a fascination with Article 13. And what they believe it means, I'm not sure. No, it's law. It's clear. It says there shall be consultation. But then you should understand what consultation means. That is what the manifesto is. That is what the mandate is. The consultation comes at the ballot box. It would be absolutely preposterous for you to think that every time there is a cabinet meeting, we must have a referendum. Way better. But that if that is what you were told, you were deceived. You cannot have consultation at every stage. Otherwise, every cabinet meeting would be a referendum. That makes sense. In what country would it make sense? You get the mandate. That is the involvement. You then implement the mandate. That you must do. That is the province of the executive. You and others, honorable member, who is a shadow from sun, because I understand this is the shadow. So the only shadow you have is from sun, comrade. So as shadow whatever, the honorable member, Mr. Campbell, if you believe Article 13 permits you to walk into cabinet so that you could be consulted, I assure you that you're wrong. Well, the proof of every legal concept is to take it to its logical conclusion. So it can't be taken there. Now, again, confusion. The honorable member, the honorable minister, Mr. Indar, pointed out that the members, Vince Roy Jordan, Sharma Solomon, the honorable members, and even Terence Campbell, were professing that there was a 58% rate of poverty. Now, it's strange. When you fire 2,500 CSOs, when you send home 7,000 sugar workers, that creates poverty. And those numbers are 2016 to 2019. If you look at the report which you referred to, if you look at the 10 findings about poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean, at page 44, comrade, you seem not to understand that principle. He asserted, not I. He asserted. So at page 44, Mr. Speaker, it says, what are the records that are used? And it says 2016 to 2018. That was when you were firing everyone that you could. Now, a useful thing that you might want to do. No. So you might want to look at something called a Human Development Index. The most recent information about where Guyana is in the Human Development Index of Oxford. Now, you look at the gross national income, you adjust it to purchasing parity, you look at education, health, standards of living, and then you form an overall one. Do you want to know what it is currently? In 2020, we were 135. Now, well, not now, in 2023, we were 89. We rose all of that. Now, you complain about the roads, then don't drive on them. You don't like the bridges, stay, don't cross them. But if you don't think that Guyana is a better place, that our economy is better, that our people are better, then you are not living in this country, or you are stifling your conscience. You are objecting for the simple purpose of objecting. You are encouraging people to be, if they follow you, you went from 31, I think it was, and you are now 12. If you don't see that the things you are doing and the things that you are saying has given you only the shadow of the sun, then you are in danger of entirely being out of the house. Now, well, I'm happy you said that to the honorable member, Mr. Todd. You said the electoral reforms that the Honorable Attorney General mentioned was not delivered. But I think you're not doing the Honorable Minister any justice. The problem in 2020 is that the people who were there in GCOM were trying to steal the elections. And that was fixed by the Representation of the People Amendment Act. It was a Herculean task for us to make persons like the honorable member who sits in this house understand that you were tabulating the votes. You were not voting yourself. You were not making up the numbers. You had no power in law to do that. Your job was to sit with a calculator and add them up. And apparently, despite an order from the court, that was a challenge. You continued to use your spreadsheets and bed sheets. To the honorable member, Dr. Todd, that problem was solved. We amended the law. We made the declarations immediate. At that time, the chief elections officer, he sat on all the statement of polls he received, and he wouldn't, I don't know that, but he would not disclose it. Now it must be published. The whole world sees. That is why at the last election, we knew in 2 days what the results were. And Mr. Mahipal was wondering if he would make the cut. Now, the position, growth in Guyana, which you seem to be fascinated about, has been recognized. The International Monetary Fund has said Guyana's economic outlook in 2024 is highly favorable. The World Bank emphasized that Guyana is on a trajectory of growth that is not accidental. These these endorsements matter. Being accurate and current is useful, and it matters because this is what brings confidence to the economy. This is how the engagement with the international investors, and even local investors can take place. This is how they see the growth that is taking place, and Guyana is going places. It's a worthwhile place to invest your money. Mr. Speaker, permit me as well to address what the Honorable the Honorable Member Terence Campbell said. He criticized the senior minister in finance about the budget and the growth. He said the growth was 46% and then it went down to 24 and it's projected 16. My understanding in the press is that the honorable member holds some qualification in economics. But he must appreciate, and it can't be. I agree with you. It can't be, because if you have grown 46%, do you really think in a real world, in a logical world? I know in the cyber world with keyboard warriors, you might think that it's possible. But in the real world, having grown 46%, the next growth percentage is going to be smaller, and it will get smaller because your growth, not with the PPPC. That's why the country will do well to keep you on that side. You criticize the bridge, the Berbice Bridge, say none is needed. Do you go to Berbice? I am the descendant of a rice farmer from Berbice. I go to Berbice frequently. Everywhere in Guyana is growing. The bridge that is there needs to grow with our growth. The same way Wisma Bridge in Linden is improved. This is not different. Now, this budget continues to invest, Mr. Speaker, in education, in development, expanding quality of education, expanding the quality of medicine, schools, technical vocational training, healthcare modernization, infrastructure, agriculture, food security. All of this is possible because there is confidence in the economy. The management of the economy by President Ali and his cabinet and the growth in the economy has brought about the confidence that you see. This is why people are investing in our economy. Mr. Speaker, there is, of course, part of what we must mention. So, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition seems to have taken on the attitude that he's not in this house, and perhaps, man, you're the shadow of the sun, not even the speaker. Understand. So, Mr. Speaker, I've thought of a nice way to put this, and forgive me if I offend you in any way. But you know, if you happen to be speaking to a pretty girl online, you promise all kinds of things behind that keyboard. But then when she turns up, you got to deliver. And you got to come to the house. You got to be present in the house. You got to contribute. But this, we don't see. 2 days, even the shadow of the sun, the honorable member, Mr. Campbell, is here. But we don't know where is the leader of the opposition. Comrade Terence, they should have given you it, man. At least you're here. Now, we live in a different and changing world. And it will never be enough that you will hide behind the keyboard and you will hide behind fake accounts on social media and try to tell people what to do, that you will invent stories and lies and influence innocent people, young people, and mislead them. What you must do is you must come. You must be present. You promised 109,000 people to represent them, but you can't find the time in your busy court schedule to be here. This is only day 3 or 4 in all. Mr. Speaker, the new measures in this budget are innovation and purpose. Continuity requires stability. Progress demands adaptation. We have to take new measures. We have to keep that which is working, and we have to adjust that which needs improving. We have to respond to economic realities. Mr. Speaker, the budget is the first installment, and it has moved forward, moved the process of development in this country forward. It is important that we understand Guyana is not a rich country. Guyana is a country with good prospects and with good management. We will reach where we want to go. We will become a developed country. We will become, hopefully, a wealthy country. But it's not overnight. It goes bit by bit. And in the current context of presentations in this house, as my dear grandmother would say, dire, dire. But that's what we must understand. You keep saying that you don't like this in the budget, and this is not enough, and you want 100,000 for this and 100,000 for that. Where is the money going to come from? And you must understand, with great respect, honorable members in the opposition, that you didn't win the election, and therefore the choice of leadership resides on this side with President Ali and the cabinet, and he is following his promise to the people of the country in his manifesto. He can't follow what you
Honorable member,
He has to
I had promised to intervene after 15 minutes. It's now after 20 minutes. I'll still give you the 5 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not one for one region, one sector, one demographic. It is a budget for all of Guyana. The coastland, the hinterland, the youth, the elderly, public, private, all of the sectors alike. It ensures economic growth, it protects the growth that we have already enjoyed, and it takes us forward. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the true measure of a budget is not the numbers, but the scale of its impact. This budget continues on a proven path. There's a little bit, and there is something in the budget for everyone to move them forward. It introduces innovation. It rests firmly in economic stability, and it is validated by international financial institutions. It represents confidence in the economy, confidence in our governance, confidence in the president, confidence in his cabinet, and it is the confidence of the people of this country that Budget 2026 be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Datadin. Honorable members, we have exhausted the speakers for today. And before we move, I move to suspend, just want to bring your attention to the document just circulated that will have to be adopted at the end of the debate tomorrow. We're circulating it early so that staff who has to be informed could know what the draft schedule is. Honorable members,
Sir,
thank you.
Sorry, the hard copy has one page missing. I don't know if they recognize that. The back page, there's something missing from it. It's not complete.
Friday, day 5 continues on the next page. That's what you're reading. We'll circulate it tomorrow, right? We'll circulate. All right, members, this is a good time to take the suspension. Please have a safe trip home, you and the staff.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement, men's total wellness formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.